Rael, having defeated the Demon King, decided that now the world around him has found peace and the long-awaited peace will come. But it was different. The princess decided to start a hero for daring to reject her and execute him. The princess stated that after Rael destroyed the Demon King, he was no longer needed, and since he could become a threat to the royal family, he should be disposed of. On his deathbed, Raoul screamed in pain and promised to kill this woman who had deceived him, as well as punish all traitors. After his death, Raoul found himself in the white world, where he was before his birth, and I realized that he was really dead. Raoul asked the goddess of love how she felt watching him die in vain. The goddess replied that if this happened, then it was meant to be. She said that she had to give Raoul strength and asked him to torture her a little. Raoul told the goddess that if she truly loved him, she should resurrect him and allow him to destroy those who had treated him so viciously. A year later, in the kingdom of Kurz, preparations were underway for the princess' wedding at Yulbach Castle. The maids assured the bride that her fiancé Emil would be charmed, because the snow-white dress is very suitable for her white skin and light hair. Suddenly, the princess was enraged and shouted that it was really not clear from her expression that she did not like this dress, so there must be something more appropriate than these white rags. The maids tried to remind her that this dress was given to her highness by Emil, and that it was very expensive. But the princess ordered that another dress should be brought to her immediately, and that the body of the maidservant, who was hindering her, should also be taken away. Commander Sandra thought that the recent events were a bad sign for the princess. The soldiers guarding the gate were destroyed and still nothing is known about the culprit. It's not even clear if he's a demon or not. So the Royal Order of Knights is desperately investigating this strange case. The princess asked Sandra what had brought her here. The knight thought that even if his words didn't please the princess, he still had to say them. Sandler said that in his opinion, holding a parade is a bad idea. After all, the investigation is not over yet, and you cannot endanger the princess. The knight asked if he could change the princess' mind. The princess replied that if even a single scratch appeared on her skin, she would completely destroy the order that had been created. Protects it. Sandra recalled that the country's leaders have recently died one after another from an unknown disease. Therefore, the Order of Knights must always be prepared for the worst-case scenario. At the same time, many strong defenders were defeated and were unable to resist. The princess replied to the knight that everything he said had absolutely nothing to do with her. At the same time, she does not care how many withered old people die, since such things are completely uninteresting to her. Sandra said that all those who were dying in delirium asked for the same thing. These are blessings for Her Highness the Princesses. The knight asked to postpone the parade at least for a while until the criminal who killed the soldiers is caught. Sandra explained that he felt a connection between the killing of soldiers at the gate and the deaths of people from a mysterious disease. The princess exclaimed that there would be a lot of shields on the parade, and what should she be afraid of, because the Demon King and all the heroes are dead, and she herself despises showing fear. She reminded me that the country's one-of-a-kind treasure, and its knights and people are its true shield. Sandra replied that this was indeed the case and thought that this woman was incredibly cruel. Residents of Radosno Princess Victoria was greeted, and some asked to wave her hand. Cheers and words of gratitude could be heard from everywhere. Victoria said that she is the one who is very much loved by the townspeople. Prince Emile Auclair said that the beautiful princess is as cruel as ever. He reminded her that his mother was thrilled with their union, so he was just as excited about their marriage. But he couldn't help but notice how Victoria had checked on him 3 times during the party. Victoria replied that she had no complaints about Emile's social status, but in the face of her ambitions, it was an insignificant thing. Victoria thought that Emile, as a tool, will be useful because he has a good pedigree, while being stupid and not bad-looking. Therefore, it will be easy to put him on the throne to seize power in the country, and then give birth to an heir. Victoria decided that if she only cared about looks, it would be much easier, and so she will have to be close to someone who cannot boast of anything but appearance. Raoul introduced himself and promised to kill the Demon King, even at the cost of his life. Victoria looked at Raoul's honest eyes and thought that she really wanted to defile them. Subsequently, she managed to finish it with her own hands. Hands to death, and she liked that. Then the Knights of the Order, led by the commander, appeared and people began to greet them. Victoria decided that this world belongs to her and she will capture even more. Priests began to bless the marriage of Princess Victoria and Emil, while they asked God to grant them happiness and prosperity. I immediately remembered Commander Sandra's words, how all those sick people before they died also asked for a blessing for Princess Victoria. Raoul told the princess that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked how she was doing. All Victoria could say was that she could swear Raoul was dead. The guy replied that he was resurrected in order to take revenge on her. Rael decided that she was a completely insane deity. After all, he had met her before he was reborn. Previously, he only wanted to become a savior and bring peace to everyone around him. The goddess also asked to scold her as much as possible for what she loved, but did not help in any way. Rael thought it was nonsense that she said he was her lover. Perhaps it's because she's the goddess of love that she supports him so blindly. Rael asked her to remember one thing, that everything happened in accordance with the wishes of the gods, and never forget the fate of the one whom God has chosen as his savior. After all, the true nature of people who are trying to save, kill the savior, forgetting about his merits. Rael asked the goddess that they still loved these barbarians, even though they would not be able to save them now, and all their judgments were wrong. The goddess told Rael that he was someone she loved and that every part of him mattered to her. After all, he has the power that could control the world, and his fearless gaze shows a strong will. Rael decided that this goddess of love might be surprisingly useful. He asked to borrow his power and bring him back to life so that he could destroy the offenders. The goddess replied that the deceased spirit must not return to earth until it is purified. Rael asked her if she could do it, since he didn't care about the rules of the gods himself. The goddess said that if she broke the divine rules, she might be stripped of her position. Rael said that if her feelings for him were genuine, then she should do it. Rael decided that he should use anything to get revenge, because those people were the cause of his death. The goddess exclaimed that she could not do this, because the power of darkness must destroy everything and take it for itself, and his soul will be consumed by the darkness. Rael said he didn't. I expected her to refuse, even though he already has a sad experience with people. Therefore, he only has one wish, to have the other power that she sealed returned to him. He recalled that he stopped being a human being at the moment when all the most important things were taken away from him. The goddess offered Rael to live happily with her, because she is in paradise for all eternity. Rael said that he would only feel happy when he watched the suffering, and if he is the savior, then he must purify the world by killing demons and grant salvation. The goddess asked if he really wanted to go down the path of carnage. Rael, he said that she understood everything correctly and that this was his goal. The goddess said that even if he succumbed to the darkness, he would still be beautiful to her. Rael thought that this goddess was really a crazy pervert. He asked me to fulfill his wish as soon as possible. The goddess replied that his happiness is also hers, although for her parting brings pain. She declared that she was sending Rael to the mundane world and bestowing her blessing on the goddess. Rael replied that all she had to do was resurrect him and asked her to hurry. The goddess said that this is the beginning of a new legend for Rael, and he should go as a hero. Rael decided it was time to start cleaning up this damned world. The soldiers told the stranger that he should go away, because this place is allowed only on the orders of the nobility due to the fact that Princess Victoria is holding a wedding ceremony. Rael remembered how these soldiers had bullied and killed his comrades, so he remembered them all perfectly. He said it was very interesting, since the princess was going to be married. A whole month had already passed since the resurrection, and this day was a long-awaited one. The princess screamed that Rael was a real abomination and how dare he interfere with her. Rael asked what was another person's life just an abomination to her. Sandra said it was a demon who had taken the form of a dead hero and killed God's ambassador in the process. Rael said that these church officials robbed guests and found false accusations to execute people, while torturing innocent people who have no money to pay off. Victoria told the knight that Rael was trying to talk his teeth out of his mouth on purpose and that you couldn't listen to him. She began to accuse Rael of being a demon and having to show his true form. Rael replied that she should stop talking nonsense, and this is his real form. Victoria screamed that it was impossible, because he was long dead. Rael decided that she still wouldn't believe him, so she should take a closer look at him. Sandra ordered her knights to protect the princess. Rael asked him if he really wanted to scare the kids. Rael appealed to the frightened audience not to run away, but to stay to watch the performance, because it will be exciting. Raoul said that there is a rare sight ahead, a performance, and in the main role everyone's favorite Princess Victoria. People begged Rael to stop and let them walk away. Everyone was afraid that they, too, would suffer death at his hands, and they are ordinary residents and have nothing to do with it. Princess Victoria ordered people to close their mouths and stop panicking, because she herself is not afraid of this monster who pretends to be a hero. Rael reminded her that he wasn't a monster at all, that he had just been reborn back into this world, and that her little brain couldn't possibly accept that fact. Knight Sandra hesitated, and the princess immediately killed the non-demon attacker. Sandra replied that she couldn't move her legs, but Victoria did. She said she didn't care, and that she had to kill Rael. It doesn't matter if she has legs or not. Raoul said he wouldn't let Sandra disrupt his performance script. Sandra ordered him to be quiet and added that she wouldn't let him lay a finger on the princess. Raoul thought she was a noble female knight, but he knew Victoria's dark face. The princess began to demand not to touch her, while calling Raoul an impudent asshole. Raoul replied that she must go with him, and that the curtain would soon be drawn. Raoul said that since it was a wedding, how could you do without a husband? He suggested the newlyweds show their feelings in public, because that's what they gathered for. Emil Auclair screamed in horror that he could not control his body, and began to ask for salvation. Victoria told him to get off her and stop yelling. Raoul laughed at the scene and said that the princess's hubby had a mother's complex. Although now all the actors are on stage and they are ready to perform. Raoul asked Princess Victoria why she changed traditions and did not wear a white dress to the wedding. After all, the color of blood is more distinct on a white cloth. Victoria was horrified when her dress was torn, and asked Raoul, who'd let him do this to her. Raoul replied that she should not worry, since she was getting married. Then there were plans for the birth of children. After all, it's high time for the main characters to start playing. Victoria asked if Raoul really wanted to rape her, the princess, in front of everyone. She screamed that she didn't have the body that a stinker like him could touch. Victoria threatened to kill Raoul again if he dared to touch her. The guy asked, so she still recognizes him as a hero if she said so. Victoria demanded to immediately kneel down and apologize to her. Raoul replied that she wasn't quite sure how to handle the situation if she wanted to. Sandra urged Raoul to fight fairly, because taking the princess hostage is cowardly as a hero. Raoul asked Sandra if she'd forgotten what they'd used to catch him, and how she can talk about honesty after that. After all, back then, he sincerely wanted to destroy the Demon King in order to restore world peace, and all the villagers accompanied him on this mission. And after he defeated the Demon King, the princess ordered to kill all the inhabitants of Raoul's village, including women and small children. And then Sandra obediently obeyed this vile order, and then the hero himself was captured. Sandra said that it wasn't her fault, and she was only following the princess' orders honestly, because she was one of the knights. Raoul said that the destruction of the guards was a tribute to her, and didn't she understand that? Sandra replied that it was permissible to commit a massacre for the sake of justice. After all, the soldiers were willing to die for the princess, just like those villagers, since their lives are worth nothing more than trash to her. Sandra realized that her voice had grown louder, and Raoul explained that he had amplified it with magic so that everyone could hear. Raoul thanked Sandra for the words he wanted to hear, because now the princess's crimes are solved. People began to whisper that this was really the work of Victoria, and not the hero, as they were told. Raoul said that he needed to have some more fun and hit Victoria with Sandra's hand. Raoul laughed at the show, and Sandra said her body wasn't listening to her. Raoul told the princess that her pretty face was no longer so beautiful, and didn't matter so much anymore. Victoria hissed back that it was unforgivable. Raoul said that they are nearing the final performance, and Victoria is still she must atone for the murder of his older sister. The hero recalled how shortly before the Demon King's subjugation, he asked his sister to worry more about herself, because she was carrying a child, but she laughed it off and said she was going to be fine. Raoul thought that the saint who built the church would provide her with protection, but she always said that she was worried about her little brother. Raoul said goodbye that when he returned, his nephew should already be born. The sister and her husband promised to pray for Raoul every day and wait for him to return. But then Raoul was captured and accused by the princess just for existing. Victoria said at the time that it was only needed to subdue the Demon King, and then it became an unnecessary thing that should be thrown away. Raoul asked why she burned down his village, but the princess said it was his fault. She offered the hero salvation if he became hers, but then decided to desecrate him and ordered Sandra to take Raoul to the church. Raoul saw and was horrified, because there was a murdered sister. Raoul said that Victoria would be responsible for the death of his older sister. The princess exclaimed what she was planning to do. The hero thought that he could not kill her so easily and must continue to torture her so that her betrayal would be destroyed. Victoria screamed that she was in a lot of pain and her stomach was going to burst. Emil started calling out to his mother and saying that he was very scared. Raoul told the princess that if she continued to scream, she would die from excessive bleeding. He decided that he had to stop the bleeding, because if he died now, it would be boring. Raoul asked her how he felt, because she was supposed to. It doesn't hurt to be there anymore. Victoria screamed that it was incomprehensible and impossible, because Raoul was her pawn and tool. She asked me what the hell had happened. Raoul explained that he was just copying what they did. and she herself reaps what she has sown and receives retribution for her misdeeds. Rael reminded the knights that they should also worry, because in the end, they will also get what they deserve and die a miserable death. Rael announced that today's performance was over. Victoria demanded to kill Raoul immediately, and if this is not done, she promises to punish everyone. Rael chuckled and said that the princess was still barking no matter what. The knights rushed forward, shouting that Raoul must die, and they would do it for Her Highness the Princess. Victoria exclaimed that she had promised to kill Raoul, and now he must repent before he died. And the rest of us should understand what happens when someone goes against it. Raoul replied that he was a hero and wouldn't die from a few sword strikes, and so it can't meet her expectations. Victoria screamed that this couldn't be happening. Raoul promised to return as soon as the princess regained her beautiful face. Finally, Raoul grinned as he congratulated Victoria on her wedding and blessed Her Highness. Raoul apologized to his sister. He said that the church should burn in hellfire, because he no longer intends to return a second time. Raoul was surprised to see his sister's ghost, and chuckled at how gorgeous it was. After all, now he can even see a ghost. Raoul told his sister that the kingdom's capital was in turmoil right now. The people are on the verge of revolting against Princess Victoria because of suspicions against her. Those who believed in the princess are now in fear, even though he is also being hunted. Several healers in the country are taking care of Victoria, but her stomach is finished, and a barrier is put up around the capital, so no mouse can escape. Raoul said he killed the cursed priest who sold out his sister before the parade even started. And it was quite fascinating. And then by dressing up as a priest, he was able to surprise the princess, so that her face at that moment was a real masterpiece. The priest's name was Gustav. He lived in a huge luxury mansion and received money unfairly, stealing from ordinary people. Gustav was shocked that Raoul was able to survive. Raoul, he explained that he had first fully revealed Gustav's true nature. The priest begged for mercy, promising the hero a lot of money and women, believing that he could use his influence to buy Raoul. But then the hero brutally killed Gustav, using the punishment of water torture, which he himself liked to use. Raoul decided that he would definitely take revenge and show no more mercy. After all, what they did to him and his loved ones cannot be forgiven. So we need to kill every damned bastard of these people. Raoul told his older sister not to worry and that it was time for him to go. The hero said that now the second act of this comedy begins. Princess Victoria asked the good-for-nothing Sandra why she didn't cut off her own legs to protect her. Sandra barely said that she was to blame and apologized for her offense. Victoria replied that her apology wasn't even worth a lock of her hair. The princess screamed that now she couldn't leave the castle and kill people or do anything, as if she was cursed. The princess told Sandra that if she couldn't die yet, she should keep screeching, because stupid pigs should just grunt like they should. Victoria ordered the soldiers to continue torturing Sandra, and also immediately grabbed the hero. The soldiers tried to explain that there was some sort of barrier around the city and that it must be the effect of magic. But the princess repeated the order, grab the hero and immediately kill him, and then bring his head to her, so that she would be happy about it. The messenger was racing and thought that he must deliver a secret message as quickly as possible, otherwise there would be trouble. After all, their only ally is the one who can cross swords with the hero Raoul. The messenger asked the frightened horse what had happened to him. He then cursed when he saw the goblins and said that he didn't have time to fight those vile ones, the bastards. The young messenger was horrified and realized that the Goblin King himself was behind him. It flashed through his mind that this was the end. But in the next moment, he realized that His Excellency had saved him. The savior explained to the guy that it seems that he was tracked down by a pack and asked if he was safe. The knight advised me to stay close to him. The messenger was only surprised at how many goblins his rescuer managed to kill in an instant. He thought that it was not for nothing that this man was considered the greatest swordsman in the country. The savior told the messenger that now he will not be a prey for goblins, and this makes him very happy. The head swordsman told his sons that he was going to the royal capital tomorrow. The children asked that he was probably going there to track down the rumored resurrected hero. The father, grinning, told his son Adam that news travels very fast. He explained that a messenger had arrived from the Imperial Guard camp this morning, and it looked like they really wanted him to deal with this hero. Adam said he expected nothing less from his father. The son asked to kill the hero in the most merciless way possible. The kids said they could fight two together with my father if they were only a little older. My father replied that time would pass in the blink of an eye, and they would become adults. The father told his daughter Connie that he would bring home a new toy on the way back from the royal capital. In the meantime, she needed to focus on training with her big brother. Connie replied that she would be grateful to her father for the gift. The landlord's wife said he was very soft on Connie. The head swordsman told his son that he was looking forward to the moment when they could fight together shoulder to shoulder. A young servant asked the master what to do for the messenger's meal, but the more experienced servant apologized for his colleague's stupidity and explained that he had recently started working here. The master said that they could go, because the messenger was very worried about the royal capital and had already left a few minutes ago, so he didn't need any food. The maid apologized for keeping the master waiting and offered to try the main course. The owner replied that she was finally here and added that the fragrance was really irresistible. Father said that after all, there was nothing better than eating this dish before the battle. After all, he had hunted this prey himself today. He reminded the children that you must hunt your own game. The kids said it was very cute and they wanted to do the same. After tasting the meat, the head of the family declared that it was delicious and decided that it gave off the taste of victory. My father said that he was grateful to the messenger for his hard work. The next day, the swordsman prepared to leave the castle of Oberth. The children parted and asked their father to bring them the hero's head. When their father left, they decided that they needed to go hunting with the toy. Connie said it was quite noisy because Adam was breaking the toy's throat. My mother replied that the old toy would no longer be needed, because my father would definitely bring a new one. The children began to kill the toy as quickly as possible, trying to get ahead of each other. The bloodied body made the children excited and Adam said that he would kill him. Rael called them stinky brats and said they looked funny playing with fire. The hero said that he intended to join the two of them and it would be fun. A month before the wedding procession, the guards at the gate ordered Rael to turn around and walk away. One of the soldiers even said that he had seen this guy somewhere before, but could not remember. Rael said that he was very interested in choosing the first one. The soldiers knew that this was the hero Rael, but he was dead and that could not be. The soldiers surrounded Raoul and said that he was probably angry with them because they had fucked and killed all the women he cared about. They scoffed that it was unforgettable, and after the violence, they just threw the corpses on a pile of manure. Rael replied that any of them would be the perfect candidate to test his new powers, and so it was time to start. The soldiers began to ask Rael to stop, because they were only following the princess's orders to rape and kill women. Rael said that if he did, he would slowly rape them too, since he was a heretic like Victoria. Rael told the terrified children that the weather was fine today. The children began to demand to untie them and threaten violence from their father. They shouted that their father was General Brown. Rael asked the servants to dig faster, because the sun was already setting. The hero told the children that he had a special favor that he would pay back later, but for now they should sit quietly and calmly. One of the servants called out what he had found, and Rael offered to look at it. The servant tried to say that he didn't understand anything, but Rael reminded him not to lie to him. The hero advised the others to try their best. But for now in this game, Enrico Koniuch gets 1 point and takes the lead. But it's not enough yet, because they all know how many people died in this vile castle. Enrico begged to be released, and the maid called out that more remains had been found. Rael said that there seemed to be more brutal evidence and asked if the general had eaten the same meat yesterday. Enrico hesitated, but the hero reminded him not to lie. Rael said it was no wonder the servants were as rotten as their masters. After all, it is quite clear that they earned money by taking people apart and then burying the remains. Children, they shouted that as soon as their father returned, he would immediately send Rael to hell. Rael said there was no need to shout like that, because he had already notified the general himself, and he would be back soon. Jean General decided that she would save the children right now, and a poison arrow would even be enough to instantly kill the Goblin King. Therefore, the main dish of today's dinner will be the hero Raoul. The children were glad that they didn't even need a father to deal with such garbage as this hero, and their mother would do everything. Rael said it was time to untie the two of them and give them both the special favor he'd said he didn't want to do. Not so long ago, the children screamed in horror as they watched their mother die from her own arrow. Rael calmly explained that their mother was too vulnerable, so he would make them both do their duty before their father returned home. The general ordered a servant to give water to the horses, but after a minute, the servant shouted that there was some devilry ahead. General, ask what the commotion is about. The servant explained that there was something strange and frightening behind the bushes. The general noticed a strange bright light and realized that it was the messenger they had killed yesterday. The general said that this is completely absurd and how is it possible that there is a ghost ahead. The ambassador's spirit told the general that the hero Raoul and his children were waiting for the general. The general, stammering with horror, tried to ask the ghost what that meant. The goddess of love wondered what Rael was going to do with his revenge. Sighing with excitement, the goddess said that she was truly jealous of Princess Victoria. Rael thought that the goddess of love was a real pervert if she liked it that way. Rael said that time flies when the day is full and these murderers deserve it for their actions. And yet, dark magic is really convenient, because with its help you can see the past of any person. Rael looked at the servants' past, how they were happy about each murder and how they got paid for it. He said that these people really have dark souls. Rael chuckled, for he had risked his life for such people, and in their hearts are rooted rotten souls who are happy to sacrifice others. The hero said that before he had absolutely no idea about people, and what they did here is really the specialty of the demons and their master is to blame for everything. Rael greeted the general and said that he had arrived earlier than expected. The hero exclaimed that they were all very much waiting for him. Rael, pointing to the corpse of the general's wife, said that it was a masterpiece of his son's, a beautiful piece of art. Rael, mocking the general, added that his children were very diligent in working on their mother. The general roared with rage and asked where Rael had put his children. Rael asked the general to calm down and offered to take a closer look at the masterpiece. The general demanded an immediate answer to his question. Rael replied that it was unnecessary to try to cut him with a sword and that there was no need to worry, since his children were still alive. Rael asked the general to take a closer look at the masterpiece and asked if the scene didn't remind him of anything. For example, his native home, the village of Baden. Chapter 9. Rael thought back to when he was a youngster, how he picked mushrooms and told his older sister about it. My sister said it was a wonderful job. My mother made a delicious meal and always reminded me to wash my hands. Rael's native village of Baden is a small settlement located in the western part of the kingdom of Cowrie. Raoul was born and raised in this place. He lived peacefully with his mother and older sister. Even on that strange day, they were enjoying themselves and catching a rabbit for dinner with their sister. A wounded Uncle Hans reported that their village had been attacked. The general then asked if there were any survivors and reported that he came to help. The general said that he had heard about the attack of several demons and was amazed at such cruelty. He asked Raoul and his sister if it was really their mother in the tree. General Brown explained to Raoul that this light is a sign that he is a hero, and apparently then the resentment of the little boy awakened heroic forces in him. General Brown suggested that the boy go with him to the castle, and apologized for not being able to get to the village before the demons attacked to destroy these creatures of hell. Raoul arrived in the capital with the general and began training in the royal capital as a hero. Then, of course, he didn't realize that this was a specially prepared path for him in accordance with someone else's plans. Raoul said that it turns out that he always had the wrong impression about the actions of demons. As a child, he was stupid and naively believed all the words of the general's men. And then I decided that I must destroy all the demons for the sake of humanity. General Brown asked if this was all revenge at that time. The general confirmed that he was the one who burned down Raoul's pathetic village, and it was exciting for him. After all, it's rare to get a chance to commit genocide on the king's orders. General Brown said he was sorry he couldn't have killed Raoul then. And even if Raoul is a hero, he is still the strongest in the kingdom. The general declared that Raoul's mother's taste was delicious, and he remembers how she tried to protect the village boy, and then he cooked her and was surprised that the meat of the village girl was very tasty and tender. Raoul replied that he was not at all impressed and had known everything for a long time, so he repeated all this with the general's wife. Raoul laughed and asked the general if he really thought he was the strongest, continuing to do the same thing for many years, because it was very boring. General Brown shouted that Raoul's words were utter nonsense, and that he was the strongest man. Raoul replied that this was very good of the general and reminded him that it was time to light up, and he would tear his children apart. Chapter 10. Raoul said that General Brown's sons were chained up in the dungeon of his estate, and that he could save them if he could only win a fight with him. General Brown declared that this was fine, and that after his victory he and his sons would feast on Raoul's flesh. The general shouted that Raoul was finished now. Raoul replied that the general would never have been able to hit him with such a puny attack, and so now it was his turn to attack. General Brown laughed and said that Raoul's blow was too weak. Raoul explained to the general that he was pinned to the ground, despite all the efforts. General Brown snarled in delight, viciously trying to burn Raoul to the ground. But to his surprise, Raoul said it was great. And that was exactly what he was talking about. Raoul asked the general if he was already out of breath, because it was very fast and therefore it was worth finishing. General Brown advised Raoul not to look down on him, because he is the strongest man in the country. Raoul, striking again, asked the general if he hadn't just been bragging about his strength, and now he was lying like a log. General Brown yelled that he would never lose, because he was the strongest and this was just some kind of joke. Rael asked if it was the general he can still fight, because he is already losing and he should understand this. Rael scoffed and suggested that the general do his best and get to him in no time. Then the hero said that he was joking so much and added that things were bad for the general, and he could try to attack again. General Brown just called Rael a bastard, and Rael advised the general to give it his all. General Brown began to yell why he couldn't beat the hero, because he was the strongest man. Rael said it looked like he was playing with the general too much and it was time for everyone to go to dinner. The hero advised the general to pull himself together and accept his defeat. After all, he had already lost to a mere brat. Rael said that if the general had more of a sword, then he wouldn't need his hands anymore. Rael happily said that he had prepared a very special dinner today and was sure that the general would like it very much. Therefore, they can immediately go to the feast. General Brown turned to the children and said he couldn't move. Rael said that he did not think that the general would faint from the pain. The general called the hero a pig and asked what he had done with his children. Raoul replied that it was nothing special and just copied people, and the drug he gave them was made at the general's wife's house. Rael said he found it in the basement when he was going to tie up the general's children. Rael was walking through the dungeon when he found people from the castle who were not conscious. He asked the children if their mother had done it. The children just cried in response and said that their mother was dead. That's when Rael found the drug. The hero said that the general's wife has developed a drug that is outrageous in many ways, and her family is prestigious in that it produces healers known throughout the country. Raoul said that next time he plans to go and say hello to her family, and so General Brown can give them something through him, because you can count on him. General Brown only told the hero to go to hell. The guy replied that this is exactly what he will say when he is visiting. Rael exclaimed that the iron plate had already warmed up enough and that was fine. Therefore, he can start the carnival feast right now, and the ingredients prepared for dinner today are 2 lambs and 1 bull. The hero said that so that everyone could see the freshness of the cooked meat, he would cut it right here. General Brown hissed that he didn't need to do this. Rael happily announced that there would be a roast of shoulder blades first. The general shouted for Rael to stop. Rael said that he would use butter and assured that the meat was very fresh and needed to be quickly sprinkled with salt and pepper. The hero suggested that the general enjoy a medium roast steak, and then he also apologized, because he had completely forgotten that the general had lost his hands. The general yelled at Rael not to do this, but the hero advised the general to open his mouth and he will help him enjoy the meat. Rael contentedly asked the general if it was really delicious, because it was his favorite dish and you couldn't drop it on the floor. The hero admired the general as he swallowed the entire piece completely. General Brown yelled at the hero, calling him a heretic. The hero replied that he was taken aback by such an accusation from the general. After all, he does the same thing that the general did before with people. Rael laughed and said that next on the menu will be the thigh, ribs, tripe and then the tongue. The hero claimed a full course of sheep for a special general's dinner. Rael said that now it was the general's son's turn and he needed to be fed bull meat. The hero asked the general if he had any special requests for his son. Rael suggested that we start with the shoulder, because there is also excellent meat there. Adam squawked contentedly and said that he loved meat very much. Rael jokingly told the general that like a father, so is the son, and he is absolutely blissful. General Brown begged the king to pardon his eldest son, his heir. Let him live, and he doesn't care about the younger son. If someone is going to die, then let it be the younger one. General Brown began to beg for forgiveness and begged to be released with his eldest son. Rael reminded the general that this was how his mother had asked him to save her son's life, in the very village that the general had burned down. Rael advised the general to remember what he had done with his mother's body, because he would face the same fate. General Brown screamed in terror and begged for help. Raoul said that since the whole family was dead, the show was over, and the only ones who swallow their rage are those who take revenge while they're still alive. Raoul was pleased to say that the demons of Killer Bill's castle had finally been destroyed, and that he had managed to find a convenient souvenir, so you can go play with the next loot. Chapter 12. Cries for help were coming from the National Pharmaceutical Research Institute at the Altman boarding house. Dr. Ren Bennick said that she was very interested in how many body parts a person can afford to lose before they die, and that she needed to find out. She decided that she would add the test subject's pretty legs to her collection. Ren Bennick thought she was extremely curious about what would happen if the human brain was replaced by an ape brain. She asked what she could do with this child's brain and how exciting it would be to dilute it. The doctor, hearing a knock on the door, said that it was okay to enter. Military Commander Counselor Lucas Eckhart apologized for the disturbance and said he had come to collect the waste. Ren Bennick replied that he had arrived too early and now 2 more bodies had been added. Lucas Eckhart asked if there was a change in the number. He asked if he would be paid extra for this, although as long as he was paid, he didn't mind new bodies at all. And that's why they are interested in when the payment will take place. Ren Bennick replied that he always asked about it and promised to pay for it. Lucas Eckhart explained that he couldn't rest until he heard her say that. Ren Bennick thought that this man had only money in his head and was quite a cunning person. Ren Bennick asked if she understood correctly that it was necessary to create immortal soldiers. The scientific director of the Da Costa Institute asked if she could do something similar. The doctor asked if such soldiers wouldn't be troublesome to deal with because of their immortality. Da Costa replied that the main thing is that they will not be the ones who quickly die from a battle with one monster. Ren Bennick explained that no matter how immortal they are, once their body decomposes, they will become garbage. Da Costa asked her what she meant. The doctor suggested making them curable just in case, and suggested using a drug that would make them destroy themselves after a certain period of time, immediately after they increase the strength of the samples and make them destroy the enemies. Da Costa said it was a brilliant idea, and suggested that we start development immediately. Da Costa's son, Johannes, asked the nuns if the wounded soldiers were there. He explained that he was going to move them to the lab because Dr. Bennick had developed a cure for them. This medicine can cure any no matter what, and it's enough for all the wounded soldiers. Ren Bennick said that the first experience was unsuccessful, and everyone turned into cannibals. Therefore, the work will take some time and she needs new guinea pigs, which Da Costa must prepare. People asked if they could really live in a noble house if they agreed to help Rena Bennick with her experiment. The doctor replied that this is indeed the case and all they need to do is just drink the drug. So now is the time to start the experiment. Ren Bennick said that the experience was once again unsuccessful, and they quickly become people, so we need the following ones. Da Costa generously told people that they could not return the money they had lent him in return for their participation in the doctor's experiments. People answered that they are ready to participate on such terms. Ren Bennick said that now the strength and duration are satisfactory, and the berserker is finally born. Da Costa congratulated the doctor on his success and offered to immediately give the drug to the worthless soldiers. The first job for new recruits was cargo transportation. They knew that the hero Raoul was currently fighting on the front lines and could help him as supply soldiers. They would pay him back for saving them in the slums. Johannes told the soldiers that they had arrived at the resting place and could lower their cargo. He explained that ahead of them the path will pass through the forest, which is full of monsters and it will be very dangerous. Therefore, they need to take a special drug so that everyone can protect themselves. Raoul said that now it's time to start a fun and exciting game. The hero asked the general if he agreed with him. Chapter 13. Da Costa said it was ridiculous. After all, it was impossible to think that his daughter's family would be killed. After all, her husband, General Brown, used to brag about his strength so much. Da Costa asked how much they would lose if something happened. And what if they transport the soldiers from this research institute to the royal capital? Johannes said that his father had said everything correctly and that they should call the military commander to send them soldiers. Johannes stated that he did not want to be killed like his younger sister. Ren Bennick said that they should not be afraid, because as long as they have her poison, even if the hero Rael will show up, he can't hurt them. Johannes asked her how she was going to poison the hero. Ren Bennick advised him to think with his head and stop panicking. Johannes asked her if she was laughing at her. Da Costa exclaimed that the two of them had chosen the wrong time to argue with each other. Lucas Eckhart asked everyone to calm down and think about everything calmly. Da Costa wondered if this was the only person who had been sent to guard them. Johannes whispered to his father that they said it was easier to send Lucas Earhart to the battlefield than a couple of hundred soldiers. Lucas Eckhart said that the warning letter received from the capital clarifies this situation. He asked them if they knew anything about the so-called revenge that hero Rael was talking about. Ren Bennick said she didn't know. Johannes asked if the hero really wanted revenge for that. The doctor interrupted him with a shout. She stated that there was no excuse for the hero's actions and that the traitor had simply gone mad. Da Costa asked her to be quiet, because if the hero heard her words, it would turn into trouble. Lucas Eckhart suggested that there must be some circumstances, and it's really just as Dr. Ren said. This hero is a great fool who is stupid and ignorant of the customs of this world. Lucas Eckhart said that even if he became a vengeance-obsessed killer, he wasn't something to be afraid of. Lucas asked me to tell him what they'd done to make Rael so angry. After all, if they didn't speak up, he wouldn't be able to protect them from the hero. Da Costa said it might have something to do with the drug they gave the soldiers during the war, even though it was top secret. Lucas Eckhart said that he was with them and that was why everything was fine. We must calm down. Da Costa asked if his words were really meant for a reason. Lucas replied that he was probably the only one who could be on an equal footing with a hero, and people like General Brown are brute force people, so to speak. Doc Hoster replied that he was relying on Lucas Eckhart and would pay him anything. The doctor and Johans shouted what the hell was going on and if the monster outside the window was General Brown. Renbenek asked Lucas to send him away immediately, but Eckhart said he would have to wait because it looked like the general had something to say. The general muttered that all of them they were trapped inside the research institute, and no one inside would be able to get out. Except for those who managed to escape before midnight, they will be able to leave unharmed. And now the game of hide and seek begins and you have 10 minutes to escape or stay and fight as much as you can. Johann screamed in fear and ran to his father. Da Costa asked him not to hang up and stop shouting. Lucas Eckhart said that their enemy is waiting on their confusion. Renbenek explained that the hero simply controls the corpse to the generals, nothing more. Lucas Eckhart reminded that Raoul always adhered, added Oko for an eye, and now there is just such a case. And so everyone present should tell us what they did to incur the wrath of the hero Raoul. Lucas Eckhart asked that they mention soldiers who were the hero's favorites and whether they really killed them. Da Costa said they just prescribed a performance-enhancing drug and developed it at this research institute, and then they gave it to the hero's supply soldiers. And that's the whole story. But there was a side effect that killed the soldiers, but no one paid any attention to it, because they were just ordinary pawns. They also managed to kill all the monsters in the forest that day. Renbenek said that thanks to her drug, those worthless soldiers got power and should be grateful for it. Lucas Eckhart asked if the drug was protected at the institute. Johans yelled that if the drug was stolen, this research institute would turn into a monster house. Lucas Eckhart replied that he would listen to the details later, but now we need to get to the drug immediately. Renbenek said that she would show them where to go, and the others decided that they would also follow Lucas. Eckhart asked what it meant for the institute to become a house with monsters, because in their words, it's just a performance-enhancing drug. Da Costa replied that this was classified information and should not be shared with anyone. Lucas Eckhart said that such secrecy now looks completely out of place. Renbenek said the drug was in the storeroom, and she was going to open the door. But instead of the drug, there was a note from Raoul, where it was written, "Who had time, he ate." Da Costa said that they were being made fools of and that it was dangerous to stay here. The doctor agreed and suggested that we get out as soon as possible. She exclaimed that everything was blocked by dark magic. Da Costa asked if there was really no way to escape from this vengeful ogre who was accompanied by a dead man. Raoul said he made the right choice by taking General Brown with him. After all, he carries these heavy vials, so he was very useful. Seeing the hero, the employees of the institute shouted that they had to run away from him. Raoul announced that it would soon be time for interesting games. The staff of the institute realized that they would not have enough time to reach the conference hall, because it is located on the top floor. Therefore, the rest will have to spit. Raoul shouted that the ladies and gentlemen should get ready, as it was time for the game to start. The hero invited the staff to play and ordered General Brown must begin. Raoul told the general that he was very rude and asked him to leave the workers alive and put them all in a pile. Employees began to ask for help and promised to do whatever they were told. Raoul replied that he had something he needed help with. The scientist replied that they would do anything. The hero explained that he had a drug lying around, and they should drink it. The institute worker was horrified by this prospect, and Raoul immediately said that he should try the drug. The hero said that now he understands what happens from this drug. Raoul asked the subject, does he feel very thirsty after turning into a berserker? After all, this is some absurd power. The other workers shouted that they needed to run away from the berserker while there was even the slightest chance. Raoul laughed and explained that they wouldn't be able to escape, because this place was crawling with monsters. The hero told Berserk that it was unnecessary to kill, as he needed test subjects. Raoul told the next one that it was his turn to take the drug. The hero decided that he should have dressed as a nurse and asked the general what he thought about it. And it looks like there were only 121 people on the first floor, and now they're all water-hungry monsters. The berserkers continued to yell for water and grabbed the general. Raoul said he just found a helper, and now his blood is on his clothes and it's disgusting. The general did a good job, but alas, not for long, and it is safe to say that he was one of the 5 most powerful people in this country. Raoul thought that the monsters were very strong, and he did not expect such a great effect from the drug. The monsters continued to monotonously ask for water. The hero told them that he would take good care of them, and now it's time to hit the road. Chapter 15. One of the berserkers shouted for water more loudly than the others and charged at Raoul. The hero thought that the monsters are very fast, and this one is not obedient, and should be punished. Rael cursed when he saw that his clothes were stained with blood again. He asked what it was like to drink the same drug that they had prepared themselves. Therefore, he will play with them until the very end without losing such a chance. Rael realized that there were only about 5 minutes left, and in this state, fine explorers were no different from wild animals. Rael said that he had thoroughly investigated the scientists' misdeeds beforehand, and he knows how they were dismissive of the soldiers, who they considered only expendable. After all, in their opinion, they are useless people not like themselves, the highest caste of society. Every single one of these many researchers who worked in this research institute was a scumbag. They became a manifestation of a privileged group of society that considered other people useless and unnecessary. Not one of the 231 scholars had a decent soul. Rael said that he didn't care about it anyway, and he just had to continue on his way. The hero said that now it's time and the researcher's torment looks very nice. Rael said he would like to see more. He knew that for this drug, the first transformation occurs immediately after ingestion, and the second transformation occurs 10 minutes after ingestion. Well, 15 minutes after taking the drug, the monsters enter the self-destruction phase. Raoul laughed at the show and said these guys were the best. Raoul thought of the supply soldiers who had wanted to join his army and admired his actions. They were safe working on the delivery line while Raoul mowed down the monsters on the front line in an attempt to save them. People, but it turned out that the enemy was not on the front line, but among the people. Soldiers began to turn into berserkers just to test the effects of the drug, and in the end they died in vain. Scientists then said that they were the very geniuses who would bring victory. Although this is very stupid. Rael said that the only reason they can fight with their brains is because they have soldiers to protect them on the battlefield. And now they are dead themselves once their home has been turned into a battlefield. Rael said it was all going well, and as soon as he was done here, he would quickly call 110 people from the second floor to enjoy the drug as well. Well, after that, you should go for a medical examination on the top floor. Chapter 16. Rael, after setting up the barrier, said that now his plan would be perfect. Outside the window of the Pharmaceutical Research Institute, the leaders of the institution were arguing about what they should do in the current situation. Rael thought that he wanted to laugh himself out of his wits, because these fools had been waiting for him to appear for 2 hours without even noticing that they were locked in their own house. Rael decided that this experience would be colorful, as he would use illusion magic. And now, with that said, it's time for the main event of the evening on the top floor. Rael said it was time to play hide and seek. He was pleased with the reaction of the institute's leaders to the general's appearance. After all, the general was actually crushed on the first floor, so he made his body out of pieces of flesh, and it turned out very convincing. At the same time, the mask that Rael was wearing was also made from pieces of his flesh, and this reconstruction showed itself perfectly. The hero has decided that the game has started, and he will enjoy everything that the owners of the institute will do. Playing Lucas, Rael knew that he had already stolen the drug himself as soon as he arrived at the research institute. And at the same time, I have already managed to use it on the lower levels floors. Pseudo-Lucas advised everyone to hide only inside the institute building, because it is useless and impossible to go outside. Everyone began to say that you need to quickly find a place to hide, since it's not really possible to escape. Rael thought it would be interesting to see what the three of them were doing, and he would have to decide which of them would be first. Lucas Eckhart asked if they all believed it, and if they still had at least 6 hours to go. Da Costa suggested closing the doors for now and reminded them that the hero had promised to let everyone go if they managed to get out of the institute by midnight. Johans shouted that even if this is true, the safest option is to hide. Rena Bennick offers to hide in a room that the hero cannot find. Lucas Eckhart asked me if I had a room like this. Da Costa and his son asked to see the room quickly, and the doctor advised to calm down and offered to drink coffee. Johans exclaimed that there was no time for coffee. Ren Bennick thought that she was lucky to have these idiots and that they gave her a chance to escape from this trap. She offered them all a cup of brewed coffee. Lucas Eckhart asked the doctor if they could exchange cups, because he has a suspicion that she added something to the drink. Because it is very interesting that she decided to make coffee for everyone, especially in this situation and knowing that this institute is engaged in the study of dangerous drugs. Ren Bennick asked why Lucas had such an opinion. Lucas explained that he thought she decided to drug everyone and turn them into monsters to fight the hero. Dr. Rennet replied that she had not put poison in any of the cups. She asked Lucas why he hadn't decided to stop her earlier. Lucas demanded that the girl explain what her words meant. Words about a great plan. Ren Bennick said that Lucas needed to be more restrained and stop the whole show. The doctor asked Lucas how he knew that the hero always follows the tit-for-tat rule, because it was written in a letter from the capital. Renbenik said that Lucas is trying to fully become the right person, being not him. After all, he talks too much and his words have become his downfall. The doctor said it was time for the hero Rael to stop pretending to be Lucas Eckhart. Renbenik laughed and said that it was terrible as a hero, because, in the end, the winner is the one who is smarter. Rael congratulated the doctor for her insight and incredibly sharp mind. The hero said that it would be sad if no one noticed, so he himself hinted, although it did not seem to her that it was too easy. Chapter 17. Renbenik explained why Rael was acting like he had a right to speak, because he had lost a game of hide and seek. And now he was going to die at the hands of these monsters. Johans asked if it was from the monsters. The doctor confirmed that this was the case. Renbenik explained to Johans and Da Costa that they would turn into berserkers in a minute, and the drug had been reworked, so it was at least 100 times more powerful than before. Renbenik asked Rael what it was like to be a loser. The hero replied that this was really all that she had prepared, because this could not be the end of her calculations. Renbenik replied that she was sad to see Rael behaving like a complete loser. The hero said that she didn't quite understand, and that wasn't what he meant. The doctor thought that Rael was trying to buy time and couldn't let him deceive himself, although it wasn't clear what he was talking about. Renbenik said that it was not worth stalling for time and realized that it was too late. She advised Rael to start regretting that he hadn't accepted defeat like a good boy. The girl ordered the berserkers to finish off the hero immediately. Renbenik wondered why they didn't change, since it must be different. And she did it herself, proved on numerous experiments. Therefore, she can swear that any person will turn into a berserker within 5 minutes after taking the drug, because her drug is flawless. Rael said that he was sorry to upset the doctor, but no matter how many hours passed, they wouldn't turn into monsters. After all, this drug works only on living people. Rael explained that she was consumed with a sense of victory from solving a puzzle that even a child could solve. The hero said that Renbenik disappointed him, because he thought she was much smarter, so she lost this game of hide and seek. Rael explained that he had made them appear alive by using illusion magic, and that by the time they met in the conference room, they were already corpses. Although it was hard to manipulate and disguise these two, but it was a lot of fun. Rael happily said that she had no idea that she was all alone, surrounded by enemies. She only guessed at one opponent without noticing the others among the four. Rael said that she made him laugh when she ordered him to be killed without even waiting for him to turn into berserkers. And now he's got a stomachache from laughing. The hero asked, how could she feel like a failure when her secret weapon had been wasted? Rael asked Renbenik not to cry or get upset, because he had prepared a place for her to conduct her favorite experiments and now you can have a good time. The doctor demanded to let her go and complained that she couldn't see anything. Rael replied that he had prepared a surprise for her and she should not resist. Although they humans also do terrible things and have killed many innocents to get guinea pigs for the drug and sate sick curiosity. Renbenik screamed that the hero was wrong and I got it all wrong, because it wasn't her decision and she was just following orders. Raoul said that Da Costa and his son told him before they died that it was she who invented the experiments on humans. Renbenik screamed that they were liars and specifically accused her. Rael explained that it didn't matter anymore, since they were already dead, so there was no point in accusing them of crimes. The hero asked the doctor that it was really her personal idea to kill people for experiments. Rael said that it was time to start and before going through her favorite experiment, she should first look at the remnants of her research. Rael asked her why she was so shocked, since she had done all this herself. The hero chuckled and said that he believed that she would be able to reach the underground lab at the end of the corridor, and it will be interesting to see how she can swim there, and such a chance to have fun does not fall every day. Rael urged Renbenik on, telling her that her favorite experiment was waiting for her. Chapter 18. Rael chuckled, wondering if that was enough to frighten Renbenik, who was making her own monster weapons out of people. And, despite the fact that in this laboratory she killed dozens of people, the doctor asked what Rael meant by that. The hero recalled how she cut a crying girl horizontally into pieces, starting with the legs. She also transplanted monkey brains into children and generally treated many people as experimental animals. Renbenik yelled that it was a lie, and she didn't do it. The doctor asked if Rael had any proof, because unverified facts don't mean anything. Rael replied that this was not necessary, and that her demands were inappropriate in this situation. After all, she did all this, and if it is difficult for her to remember, he will show her much more. Renbenik screamed in pain and screamed that she had done it all. She begged him to stop torturing her, because she wasn't doing anything of her own free will. and she didn't send those soldiers to their deaths. In fact, she had no choice but to obey orders. Renbenic said they would have survived if they had just drunk some water. And the soldiers died because the neighboring villagers chased them away then, and did not they gave me water to drink. Rael replied that he had known this for a long time and that he really had a chance to save those soldiers who had turned into monsters. After all, the effect of the drug lasts for 15 minutes and they only needed to drink water. The soldiers then asked for help in the nearest village, but the residents replied that they did not want to see strangers and refused to help. Renbenic, feeling the hope of salvation, said that Rael should take revenge on the villagers who did not help the soldiers. Rael thought it would be fine to break the thread of hope from this cruel researcher and take a look like her face full of despair. Rael replied that he, too, would take revenge on the villagers, but now he had to stop talking in vain. Rael said that now he will start an experiment on people, or rather on the experimental subject Renbenic, and this is her favorite experience, which she has been waiting for so long. The hero reminded that it is high time to start an endless experiment, and for this he will even put on a bathrobe. Renbenic screamed at Rael not to come near her. Rael said that if she was healthy enough to scream, she would definitely be able to pass the test. Rael explained that she should know better than anyone else. There will be an experiment for her with her favorite poisons. The hero advised the doctor to do everything in her power, because only on her will depend how long she will be able to live. Rael ignored Renbenic's indignation and ordered her to drink to the last drop. The hero praised the girl for her good work and asked how she liked the taste of the poison. And in general, I wonder what the effect of this poison will be. The doctor screamed that her throat was very hot. Rael laughed and said that she stank unbearably now. Renbenic begged to be allowed to use the bathroom. Rael scoffed and said she should stop fart so loudly, because it's just terrible, as for a girl. Renbenic screamed that she was dying and her stomach was in great pain. She began to beg for help, interrupted only by bouts of vomiting. Rael replied that he probably had no choice but to strengthen her organs, but only temporarily. At the same time, her pain and suffering will remain unchanged. Rael suggested that Renbenic drink the antidote if she wanted to, but she had to make it herself. The hero said that it should be a piece of cake, and despite the fact that she is vomiting and her hands are shaking, it will be interesting to see on what a brilliant doctor will come up with in such a situation. Chapter 19. Renbenic said it was impossible to do this in her condition. Rael reminded her to hurry, because soon she wouldn't be able to move. The doctor screamed that the hell she was going to die and save herself. She frantically began to remember the necessary ingredients and said that she would never die. Rael advised her to do everything in her power, because every mistake makes you start all over again, and there is less and less time. Renbenic screamed that she had done it and now she had won. Therefore no one can beat her in intelligence. Rael praised the doctor for his excellent work at job, because she really is a real talent. The hero said that now it was time to move on to the second round, because she should already be ready for it. Renbenic screamed that this couldn't be happening. Rael said that she didn't really think she could escape alive, because this was the beginning of an endless experiment. Renbenic screamed that he himself had said that if she could do it, she could live longer. Rael replied that it was true, and she was able to live a little longer with her efforts. So now you can continue the endless fun. Rael invited the girl to enjoy herself experimenting on people to the core, and he will clearly record the results. Renbenic screamed, trying to beg the hero's forgiveness. Rael replied that he was very sorry, because no matter how much she apologized, the dead wouldn't hear what she said. Round after round went on, testing Renbenic's strength. Her body began to give up under the pressure of poisons and antidotes, so her mind went blank. Rael noticed with a grin that she seemed to have had too much medication. The doctor began to shout that her skin was unbearably itchy and she needed help. Rael reminded her that she needed the antidote again, and she should do it herself if she's strong enough. At the 41st round, Renbenic started saying that she couldn't do it anymore. Rael had asked her to do her best, because this was only the 41st round, and after all, she needed a drink for every person she killed. Renbenic croaked that she really wanted to live. Rael replied that in that case, she should hurry up and get an antidote, and then her life would last a little longer. The hero asked her if she couldn't get back on her feet. Since that was the case, he had no choice but to continue giving her poison to drink. Rael was pleased to say that Dr. Renbenic died after 17 hours and 31 minutes. He chuckled and added that her untimely death was very sad, because that was the end of the story of revenge on the Mad Doctor. Rael thought that the rain had already stopped and that he was very much enjoying the smell of the damp street at night. The hero decided that now it's time to take his horse and go to the next destination. Go ahead to those sinning demons and you can't show any mercy. Chapter 20. The mother shouted to the children that the sun was already setting and it was time for them to go home, because soon the monster would appear. The children asked where their father was, and their mother said that he was on night watch. The man asked who was up ahead. The girl with the child explained that they were lost in the forest, and asked the guard to help them. The man said that they can go inside and do not be shy, because their village is close to the border and there are many refugees, travelers and merchants passing through. The girl thanked for the help and promised not to stay long. The man came through the door and said he was already home. His wife asked him if he had returned from guard duty a little early. The children cheerfully greeted their father on his return. The owner of the house asked the guests what they, the children, had forgotten so deep in the forest. The girl explained that their father was ill, and they went to the city to sell goods, and then just got lost. The man said they were very smart kids, even though it must be very hard for them now. The girl said that her little sister is a little afraid of strangers. The woman said that they should not be afraid and praised the girl for taking care of her little sister. One of the sons said that it happens in the forest, it's dangerous, and you never know when the monsters will attack. The girl asked how things were going in Darren, as she had heard that a lot of strange monsters had appeared in the area recently. The man replied that it was safe now, and if anyone tried to get in, his little son Knight would scare everyone away with his sword. The girl said that she was very grateful for the help and asked to accept the main product of her city as a thank you, a perfume made from flowers that grew in her home. The woman said it was wonderful and invited the guests to stay the night. The girl replied that with pleasure take advantage of this offer. The hostess also suggested not to be shy and have dinner with them. The boy asked what it meant to have guests, since the head of the village was guarding the gate. The old man replied that it looked like it would be a very fun night. The girls were awakened by someone's presence, and the older sister realized that they were being strangled. The owner of the house said that everything could have ended faster if they had continued to sleep. The village chief apologized and said that it was their lifestyle in this village. Residents, looking at the girls' belongings, realized with regret that they didn't really have much to gain. Although what could you expect from children other than cheap perfume? One of the residents said they could get money if they sold the girls' hair for wigs. When the children woke up, they reminded their father that it was time for him to go to work, and they themselves would play pirates. My father said goodbye to my wife, that this ribbon in her hair really suits her. A knock at the gate alerted the guards, and the guy said that it was too early for guests. A voice from outside the gate asked where her older sister was. The man screamed in horror why she was alive. Rael asked them why they were asking about this, and added that they had treated the lost girls well. The villagers asked Rael who he was. Rael replied that they had not heard of the hero who was supposed to be buried in the ground, who had come back to life and appeared before Princess Victoria, and the way he brings his ruthless revenge to everyone. The guy said that he was the same former hero Raoul, also known as the traitor to the kingdom. Chapter 21. The man asked why the hero Raoul came to an end in the village. The hero replied, "Do they really not know what the reason is?" The head of the village asked what brought the famous hero to such a distant village. Raoul explained that about a year ago, strange monsters appeared nearby, and apparently the head had already forgotten about it because of his age. The old man replied that he couldn't be sure, because their village is in the middle of nowhere and its main advantage is that it is always peaceful here. Raoul said that he would allow himself to be reminded of certain events. The hero remembered how everything happened in those days. Raoul, having stumbled upon the many corpses, he said that it was necessary to save the survivors. The monsters caught humans as a valuable commodity and decided not to kill much. One of the monsters said that it didn't matter if the couple still died. He decided to make fun and show the kids how his other friends were dying. And then the monster said that if the guy doesn't want to use his eyes, then he doesn't need them anymore. The children begged not to kill them and begged for mercy. The monster said that the guy with no eyes was a damaged item and couldn't be sold, so it was worth getting rid of him. Rael ordered the monster to stop immediately and let the child go. The monster was surprised by this order from the stranger, but Raoul decided that it was necessary to kill the demon. Raoul's assistant said that they had dealt with the rest of the monsters. Raoul asked Christina to heal the boy and promised the wounded man that they would help him. Christina said that everything is very sad and too late, so it won't be possible to restore the guy's eyes. Raoul said that he found out about how the demon slavers targeted children from distant villages, but unfortunately, he was too late to get help. The boy began to cry and asked Raoul why he couldn't come at least a little earlier. The guy said that if they were as strong as Raoul, they would be able to save all the children themselves. Raoul replied that they had survived solely because of their joint efforts. The guy said that they were attacked by monsters in their own settlements and all at once poured their parents. And despite this, they still managed to survive, although no one should watch their loved ones die a terrible death. The guy shouted that he didn't want to hear anything from the chosen one with special powers. Raoul replied that his city was also attacked by monsters, and he then lost his mother. And if he had not been chosen as a hero, it is not known that then it happened to him. Raoul explained that the hero's strength was incredible, but somehow he was also an ordinary kid from a border village in the past. The guy asked how they could protect everyone, because O also wants to save everyone. Raoul replied that since that was the case, he would give him a dagger that had gone through many battles with him. Raoul said that it should be protected as a sign of his determination. The guy asked if he could also become strong enough. Raoul replied that of course he can, and the main thing is to keep the desire to protect everyone, because it adds strength. And then all these kids became supply soldiers, and they were viciously deceived and used as experimental animals in a drug test. After that, Raoul decided to take revenge on Lord Da Costa and his heir. He sent them a message about his visit and set up a barrier around the National Research University. Raoul exclaimed that he had arrived as promised. Da Costa ordered his mercenaries to kill Raoul immediately. After all, he was confident that these warriors would be able to handle it, as they had crushed Koya's demon army in the past. Raoul easily dealt with the soldiers and said that it was the turn of the father and his sons, and the Ionias would be a snack before the main course, Dr. Ren Bennick. Johans begged them not to kill him, because he didn't care about his father or what happened to him. Da Costa called his son a beast for betraying his parent. Lord Da Costa began to offer Raoul to kill his stupid son, but spare him, and in return for his life, he will give a lot of money. Then the father and son began to say that they were not to blame for anything and that all the atrocities were done by Dr. Ren Bennick. Raoul, amused, replied that they must atone for their sins. Chapter 22. Johans announced to the supply soldiers that each of them got 1 dose of the drug, but you need to remember that its effect is limited. He ordered the soldiers to drink the contents of the vials on the count of 3, and then called them obedient children. The guys began to say that this stimulant gives them incredible pain. Johans explained that this is a normal reaction, and they will be able to drink some water and return to normal. After all, this special substance will make such incompetence as they are full-fledged soldiers. Johans told them to just ask the people from the village of Nor, which is at the end of the forests, share the water with them, and then everything will be all right. Johans said that they will definitely self-destruct, because it is unlikely that they will be able to withstand the journey to a distant village, although it will be a real miracle if they manage to destroy the local monsters along the way. The mutated soldiers rushed to find the village out of desperation and thirst. They began knocking on the gates and asking the locals to help them and give them at least a sip of water. The villagers told the boys to scram away, as there was never any water for the monsters in the villages. The soldiers screamed in agony and begged for water to drink. The village chief asked what was going on at the village gate anyway. They told him that there were some monsters outside and they were very strange, because they were begging for water. The head of the village said that they not only made a terrible noise for the whole area, but also looked very disgusting. The guys tried to explain that they were supply soldiers and were forced to take some terrible drug, so they turned into monsters. They insisted that they would not harm anyone and just wanted some water to ease the sore throat, and returned to their normal appearance. The village head snidely said that were they really ordinary people, and now they want to get back to normal just by drinking water. The village chief said that they could of course borrow some water from him, but he wondered how much they were willing to pay for it. After all, for everything in this life you need to pay, and this is completely natural. All the villagers began to support the head of the village and began to say that they were not benefactors for some feral soldiers. The head of the village suggested that the residents look at the monsters and have fun from their torment. Residents began to laugh and insult the supply soldiers. They shouted how such freaks even decided to get water in the village, yes, and for free. Residents began to demand that they immediately give them money if the soldiers want to get at least a drop of their water. The guys, despite the mockery, continued to ask for help, but only amused the villagers with this. The head of the village said that they have plenty of water in the village, but it is not free at all. In addition, as soldiers, they must put the needs of the townspeople above their own needs, and it is completely absurd for them to beg the villagers to give them something. The head of the village said that such behavior is not worthy of soldiers and they should be ashamed of it. The guys didn't wait, they died at the walls of the village, begging for water. Raoul asked the head of the village, now that he remembered everything perfectly about those events. The village chief replied that Raoul had shown them some kind of heresy, and it didn't apply to them. Raoul asked what his dagger was doing in this village then, and this indicates that the bodies of the soldiers were also robbed after death. Raoul accused the villagers of killing and robbing travelers, taking advantage of the fact that their village is located on the very border. The head of state replied that these accusations were groundless. Raoul explained that his dark magic allows him to reincarnate, as well as read memories of dead people. The hero reminded the head of how he told the girl before his death that this is their lifestyle. The chief replied that Raoul had no right to accuse them. The hero replied that he did not care about robbing travelers, and he only wanted to take revenge on those who had wronged his comrades. Residents began to justify themselves and blame the head of the village for everything, because he forced them to commit crimes. Raoul said that the inhabitants were very imaginative, and that he would not believe them and be able to forgive them. The hero promised to hammer it into their heads that not a single soul would escape from the sins she had committed. The head asked what he was going to do. Raoul replied that they would find out in a fun hike, because it was better to see everything for themselves. Raoul exclaimed that it was time for a very interesting journey. Chapter 23. The village chief grumbled how much longer the hero intended to keep them going, since it was already night outside. Raoul said that the main goal of the hike, the village of Moltke, was just around the corner, and once they got there, the hike would be over. The gate opened ahead of them, and Raoul congratulated them on their arrival. The villagers were glad that their torture was over, and now they could quench their thirsts. When people entered the settlement, they wondered why they were in their own village. Everyone realized that this was some kind of sorcery, because immediately a bright sun flashed in the sky, and their thirst increased. People of Steel demand to let them go, as they have reached the goal of the path. Raoul replied that they were wrong and were only at the very beginning of their journey. The hero impressively said that he was a little tired and needed to refresh and rest. Raoul laughed and said with satisfaction that the cool water tasted very refreshing. The head of the village began to ask to share with them and give them at least a sip of water. Raoul replied that he was familiar with such words and had heard them somewhere before, but unfortunately, the water had already run out. Raoul assigned the destination of the hike, a mining village not far from the village of Nor. But as soon as in this fun when they travel, they will see their goal right there, and it will bring them back. These scum residents became hostages of the illusion created for them and in reality just walked around their village. Therefore, this beautiful hike will make them experience endless suffering. Residents began to ask for an end to their suffering and at least release their children. It occurred to Raoul that he was getting tired, too, and decided this was the perfect time to get rid of them. The woman began to accuse the hero of not having a heart since he does this to children. But Raoul explained that those soldiers were, in fact, also children, and it is not yet clear who is heartless here, and how they, those who watch the deaths of young soldiers, can demand the release of their offspring. The hero said that this is a just retribution, because they are the bastards who killed those young men, and as a punishment should lose their children. The adults began to scream in horror and beg them not to kill the children. Raoul announced the end of the break and the continuation of the hike. He was pleased with this moment of melting children, even though it was all just an illusion and the real children are in the village. Children are blocked by magic so that they cannot escape anywhere, because the hero does not intend to kill and mock over the innocent. The children were not too upset by the absence of adults and began to play and explore the hidden riches of their parents. Raoul decided that he needed to apply the most severe punishment to these people, and now he would lead them through the desert. All this, of course, is another illusion, but it is so real that the sand and sun burn the skin. Residents, feeling unbearable torment, did not stop asking for water. Raoul said that since they were just as thirsty, they might as well end the trek. He congratulated the people for passing his illusion and said that they had reached the village of Moltke. Residents began to rejoice at the rescue and the opportunity to drink water. Chapter 24. The guards outside Moltke village saw the crowd and decided to find out who they were and close the gate for now. Exhausted people began to break through the gates, and the head of the village of Nor began to demand to let them in. The guards were surprised by this visit and noticed that the villagers of Nor village did not look very healthy. Their skin was festering and they may have been infected with the plague. The head of the village, Nor, asked if they were going to just leave them to die, because only pathetic rats could do that to people in trouble. The guards still decided that they should help the villagers of Nor. Raoul appreciated humanity, the townspeople of Moltke, but decided that they should know the whole truth about asking for help. Using an illusion, he said that if the people of Molk did not help, they would be killed as well as all the travelers who passed through the village of Nor. The guards were surprised by such threats and wondered if they should help. Rule kept shouting that we should kill all the inhabitants of Molk. The head of the village, Nor, started yelling that it wasn't true and that the guy was deliberately talking nonsense to kill them. The guards at the gate decided that the intruders seemed insane and needed to be careful with them. Rael used magic to rip the ribbon from the woman's hair and threw it on the wall. The man on the wall shouted that this ribbon was a gift to his daughter from her late mother. He demanded to know how they got the tape and where his daughter, who never returned home, was. The woman under the wall began to lie that her husband bought this tape, and she did not know about any girl. The inconsolable father realized that this was a lie, because there was no other such tape in the whole world. Everyone guessed that the girl's disappearance was not the work of monsters, but of the villagers of Nor. So all those cases of missing people are also on the conscience of the residents of the village of Nor. People from the walls blamed the villagers of Nor vile murderers and asked how they could demand water after such crimes. Rael decided to add to the tension by shouting to the gate guards that if they let them drink water, they would be told where the dead children were buried. The hero used magic to control the crowd and try to knock out the gates of the village. The guards decided that they couldn't afford to break into their settlement and had to stop the invaders. There was an order to use stones against the maddened crowd, and a crying father demanded the return of his daughters. The screams of the dying villagers of Nor became a real gift for Rael, and he decided that this was exactly what he wanted. Chapter 25. Rael asked the head of the village of Nor if he wanted some water. The old man croaked that he was very thirsty. The hero asked how much he was willing to pay for a sip of water, because everything has to be paid for and this is natural. And for the desire to get something for nothing should be ashamed. The children in the village of Nor were surprised that the adults did not return, because it was already night outside, and they themselves were already very hungry. Rael informed the children that they would now become soldiers for the sake of their parents and serve for the good of the people. The children asked what it all meant and where their parents were. Rael explained that they had never not to return, and they paid for the evil they had done. Children demanded to return adults because they do not want to become soldiers. And it's no big deal that they lived off the dead travelers, since they themselves, the cash cows, came to this village. Rael was surprised by the children's audacity and realized that they were already trained in looting. The hero laughed and said that they are the same as their parents, although they are also children. The boy threatened the hero with death and added that altogether they will be able to cope with it. Rael decided that since they like to kill so much, they would make the perfect soldiers for the army, fight against monsters. Therefore, they should be taken to the military headquarters, which is located near the village. The guards were surprised by the crowd of children who began to ask to be made soldiers. The guards hesitated, then decided that the children should be taken inside and let the command deal with them. Rael remembered the words of the village chief, who had said that soldiers should put the needs of the townspeople before their own. And that's why these children will hear it themselves in the near future. Although these kids don't have much choice in life, let them become killing machines in the service of the country rather than grow up as children of the bloodthirsty robbers. The hero thought that now was the time to return to the capital, to put the finishing touch on the picture of his revenge. The main thing is that only Princess Victoria waited for him. After returning to the capital, Rael sincerely apologized to everyone who had been kept waiting for so long. Therefore, from this moment on, the unique performance with the princess in the title role will continue the course of its narrative. At the same time, it is worth adding another actress to this performance, and it will be the former commander of the Royal Order of Knights, Sandra. The hero realized that with Sandra, the princess did the same as with him once. The former commander muttered that it was the damned hero's fault, and she should kill him, and she herself got the punishment she deserved from Victoria. Rael said that she didn't seem to notice him and suggested that she stop thinking about it. Rael informed Sandra that she and Princess Victoria would star in the next act of his revenge play. Chapter 26. Princess Victoria lamented that her servants still hadn't managed to find Sandra's pitiful purse. She called the soldiers stupid and demanded to find her immediately. The commander apologized to the princess and said that it was very strange, because Sandra was able to escape from prison and killed the guards in the process. He recalled that due to the curse imposed by the hero, killing became impossible within the walls of the capital, and therefore it is not clear how Sandra was able to kill the soldiers. She remembered Rael's words that he would return as soon as her face was beautiful again. She realized that everything was starting to go sideways, just as her face was being restored by magic. Victoria snarled that the whole thing was the work of damned Rael. She demanded to find Sandra immediately and drag her to her feet. The commander only replied that everything would be done. A few hours earlier in prison, Sandra had blamed Rael for everything. She mumbled incoherently that she was only following orders and that it wasn't her fault, and the hero only needed to obey the princess, and everything would be fine. Rael decided that Sandra had gone completely crazy from the torture, and therefore it was impossible to leave her in this state, because she was still the main character in his play. The hero, taking the form of Victoria, asked Sandra what she was doing and ordered to bow down, as this is disrespectful to the lady. Rael asked in a princess's voice if Sandra had realized her mistakes. Sandra babbled that she understood everything and was ready to give her life to make amends to Victoria. Rael promised to give her the opportunity to atone for her sins if she repented completely. Sandra exclaimed that she would do anything for the princess, just like when she was a knight commander. Rael asked if she had really killed her troubled children for the princess. Brothers, after all, Victoria didn't even give such an order. Sandra replied that it was true, and to prove her determination, she was ready to do it again. Rael asked Sandra not to disappoint his princess anymore, and she replied that Victoria was all kindness. Rael, on behalf of the princess, presented Sandra with a sword for her unwavering loyalty. After all, she needs to quickly run to the stage, along with her beloved princess, and spin in the dance to her heart's content. The soldiers searched the entire length and breadth of the castle, but they couldn't find Sandra. The commander was outraged. How can it be that she has spent the whole day she didn't show up anywhere, and how could she have gotten past the magic barrier? The soldiers were horrified when they saw Sandra with a death's head in her hand. They began to ask how it was possible that she had circumvented the curse and where she was going now. The warriors shouted that she must not pass through them, because the princess's room was behind them. Sandra laughed as she killed the soldiers and shouted that it was all for Princess Victoria. She imagined the princess praising her as if she were an obedient dog. Emil recalled an unfortunate incident where he had recently peed himself in front of a crowd and even started calling out to his mother for help. But my mother eventually managed to calm him down, and he was able to get back on his feet and calm down, because he is the fiancé of the princess of the Curse Kingdom, Victoria. Emil decided that he would check on the princess and cheer her up, since her mood had long since disappeared. He asked Victoria how she was feeling, but was met with a grudging inquiry as to why he had come. In the next moment, he saw a fountain of blood and shouted that he was very scared and began to call for his mother. Chapter 27. Princess Victoria was angry that Sandra was missing. She was also worried about the fact that damned Rael wouldn't stop bullying her. The assistant said that a new torture device was being installed for her, and she would be able to try it out as soon as Sandra was captured. Victoria replied that this was great news, although she also thought that she was going to kill Sandra quickly. There was a shout, and the princess asked what was going on. Sandra apologized to Princess Victoria for waiting so long for her appearance. Victoria ordered Sandra to be stopped immediately, but everyone was horrified from what you saw. Sandra exclaimed that she had done everything for the princess and fulfilled her wish, killing all her relatives who desecrated her honor. Victoria remembered discussing the misdeeds of her entourage with Sandra. They then expressed dissatisfaction with the princess because of her inability to give birth to a child and unwillingness to see her on the throne. The servants shouted out why Sandra had killed the kingdom's ministers and if he really wanted to kill the princess now. Sandra calmly replied that she had killed them on the princess' orders. Victoria screamed that this was not true and that Sandra had done it of her own free will, and that was why she had no choice. Excuses. Sandra repeated that she had eliminated the ministers as the princess wished, and that her voice from her beautiful lips was more precious to her than the whole kingdom. Sandra asked to be praised for not disappointing and exceeding the princess' expectations. Victoria screamed that she was a disgusting idiot and tried to hit Sandra, but with a crash flew to the side. Sandra asked if she was hurt and tried to help, but the princess told her not to touch her. Victoria began to growl with anger and call Sandra a parasite. The princess asked if Sandra really liked to see her suffer because she had given her so much privileges, and that was how she repaid her. Victoria lost her temper and began to insult Sandra with the very last words. She said that if it wasn't for the hero's magic, she would have killed Sandra with her own hands. Meanwhile, Sandra is being stripped of her royal knighthood. Sandra said that this could not happen and she should not be deprived of the title of knight, because she always did everything for the princess. Victoria explained that Sandra and others like her from the very beginning were just toys for her, which can always be replaced if desired. Sandra began to say ruefully that all her efforts were for the sake of the princess, and she was everything. I just wanted to live up to her expectations. Victoria replied that it was complete nonsense, and that this was not an excuse for killing ministers. The princess ordered Sandra to be immediately imprisoned in a dungeon, and then to arrange a funeral for the dead ministers. Victoria thought that something was wrong here, and Sandra would not have been able to decide to kill the ministers herself. Sure, they were a hindrance, but their deaths only made her situation worse. The princess decided that it was all the fault of the damned Real, who kills the loyal heroes of the country, so if she manages to catch him, then she will raise her authority to the skies. Victoria decided that by doing this, she will put an end to the turmoil in the country, and then become the ruler of the entire kingdom or even the entire world, because her ambitions have not yet collapsed. She knew that she needed a child to personally ascend the throne and become the first queen of Kurtz. Victoria wondered where Real was now, because he must be somewhere nearby, since he had prompted Sandra to kill the ministers. Victoria thought she might have been caught off guard last time, but if she'd known that Real's power came from dark magic, it would have been different. Now she will need a holy woman, because the power of the fallen into darkness pales before the holy magic. And although the saints are wildly annoying, but this time it will be useful. The princess was determined that she could send Real back to the world of the dead. The assistant asked what was making the princess so happy. Victoria explained that after all, her good-natured dummy had returned, and she was now ready to meet him properly. The servant didn't bother to clarify her meaning and said that he had to go prepare the instruments of torture. Victoria, delighted, said that she would look forward to being ready. Chapter 28. People whispered that the former Knight Commander Sandra, who was caught yesterday, would soon be executed. An announcement was made that the execution of Sandra Devers would soon begin. She is accused of missing out on the hero Real at the princess wedding. She is also guilty of incarcerating residents in the capital, and must also answer for her uselessness. Victoria exclaimed that Sandra was a sinner who had rebelled against her princess, and that she was the cause of the current troubles. After all, she brought down the wrath of the hero on everyone and brazenly took advantage of her favor, and even burned villages. Sandra screamed that she was only following orders from the princess herself. Victoria called her captive a traitorous brat and told her to shut up. But Sandra kept insisting that she was only following Her Majesty's orders. Meanwhile, the crowd of spectators began to chant, demanding to kill Sandra. Victoria addressed the crowd and said that everyone has a chance to participate in the execution, and it's time to punish the sinner. Victoria was delighted with the reaction of people, because they fully supported her. And now her involvement in the murder of the king's ministers, the general distrust and responsibility for Real's trap will be washed away by Sandra's public execution. And if you still manage to destroy the cursed hero, then she will become a universal favorite at all. The crowd went wild and began to demand that Sandra be given to them for punishment. Only Emil was afraid of what was happening, but his mother reassured him in every possible way. Emil, sobbing, said that something terrible was about to happen and he would never come to such an event again. People began to shout that the traitor must die, because she desecrated the honor of the royal knights and only death can wash away her shame. People throwing stones called Sandra an inhuman murderer and criminal who brazenly wore the mask of justice. Sandra desperately shouted, did she really protect such cruel people as a knight all this time? But in response, she heard that for the princess she was just a toy, and no one asked her for anything, so no one cares about her. And now her death is also an order from the princess, and it must be carried out for the sake of the kingdom. Victoria demanded that Sandra not stop moaning, because the excitement of the people will subside and people will stop enjoying such a performance. The princess ordered the knights to throw Sandra to the crowd, because of the hero's magic, he will not die anyway and people will be able to play with her as much as they want. The knights rushed to carry out the order, saying that they would do anything for the princess. Sandra's body found itself in the crowd, immediately subjected to blows and violence, under the general cheers. Victoria exclaimed that this is exactly what happens to those who dare to get in her way, and Sandra should feel it for herself. Real, unexpectedly for everyone, offered to add color to this execution. After all, the performers are still the same, and the plot is very banal. The hero said that the fun is just beginning. Chapter 29. Victoria hissed that Real was finally back, because she was already waiting for him. The hero noticed that time passes, but nothing changes, and again everyone gathered for execution. But the only villain is still only the princess, although in the eyes of others, Victoria is all kindness. Real exclaimed that it didn't matter anymore, and that when he was in Sandra's shoes, everyone in the room just enjoyed his suffering. And then they were blind and didn't see how much had happened to the princess and Sandra since his death, Or maybe they just forgot. Rael explained to the crowd what they were really here to see: an incredible performance with the princess in the title role, and it will allow you to imagine the entire cast. The hero called the names of Saint Christina, Archmage Wendell, Sandra, and everyone's favorite Victoria. The princess replied to Rael that it would be more appropriate for him to name himself in the main role. The hero said that he never thought that Victoria, who loves everyone's attention, would allow him to be the main character of the story. Rael advised Victoria not to be nervous, because now he will tell a story that will spark public interest. And this story is intended only for those who gathered here today. After all, everyone likes the moments when people standing at the top of society fly off their false masks. Rael said that it wasn't just the princess who betrayed him, and that he would start by telling the story of Archmage Wendell. Rael decided to show everyone the times when he was captured by the princess. Victoria, tormenting Rael, wondered how he still managed to hold on, even after his older sister was killed. She asked the hero if he might want his camera decorated. A corpse, an unborn nephew, when it dries up a little. Rael growled back at her, telling her not to touch the people he cared about anymore, or he would tear her to pieces. The princess said that she did not want to fight him at all and only wanted to get his body and soul, and he foolishly refused. Therefore, they will continue the fun that is full of time. Rael was glad when he saw Vandal and asked if he was alright, because he was also in danger from Victoria. Vandal apologized and explained that the princess would let him live if he could persuade Rael. After all, if Rael becomes a servant, then she would let him and Christina go. Rael thought that the situation was very bad and decided that he would not let anyone else die. So you need to save the others and give your body to the princess. Suddenly, Vandal laughed wildly and said that he couldn't do it anymore, because Rael was a complete fool if he was going to stoop so low for someone. Vandal said that everyone had betrayed Rael, and his words were pure lies. Therefore, the hero did not have a single comrade left. They either died or were traitors and always hated him. Rael asked how this was possible, since they were friends and risked everything together. With their lives, they destroyed the Demon King. Vandal replied that he had never considered Rael a friend, and that he was only a stepping stone to a happy life. Rael sobbed in frustration and resentment, but Vandal continued to mock him. He reminded Rael of his dead sister and offered to follow her. Vandal destroyed the magic screen and Rael was outraged, because there was still something to see. The crowd began to clamor and discuss how Vandal could have done such a thing. The Archmage told the people that they couldn't trust the illusion magic created by the criminal Rael. After all, he is the one who killed the real heroes of the country, General Brown and Dr. Ren Bennick. People believed the Archmage and decided that he could not have done such a mean thing. Vandal told Rael that it didn't matter how much he succumbed to the forces of darkness, as it wouldn't help him and they would discuss it face to face next time. Christina was outraged by such care from Vandal that he abandoned her and sent her only an illusion. Rael shouted after the Archmage that they would definitely meet properly, but a little later, the hero announced that it was time for the Holy Virgin to take the stage. Chapter 30. Saint Christina tried to justify herself, saying that she had betrayed Rael and had something to tell. The hero laughed and said that he knew about everything and it was she who arranged everything and put Victoria up to it. The hero reminded that now they are not on duty and they can talk quite normally. Christina decided to seduce Rael, saying that since he looked into her past and knew everything, then she could take advantage of his depraved offer. Christina explained that she and the princess were just talking about guys, that's all. Raoul replied that if they were talking about guys, it was worth a look to everyone present. He showed the events shortly before defeating the Demon Lord. Raoul informed the princess of the nomination for the final battle and the decisive battle with the Demon King. Victoria noticed that the look of the hero Raoul became even more determined and she really wants to make this guy her own. Take over his body and smear his scarlet eyes with your hands. Saint Christina whispered to the princess that her intense excitement was clearly visible. Christina explained that she had decided to take a short walk before leaving and was very happy to have a chance meeting with Victoria as it would help pass the time. Christina said that she feels like the hero Raoul has stolen the princess' heart, which is understandable, because he is a very hot guy. Victoria replied that Christina had no right to feel the same way she did, because it was very cheeky for a holy virgin. The princess reminded that for such an insult Christina can be sentenced to death and no one will help her. Christina said that she was very afraid of such a punishment, but she heard the voice of God and therefore decided to tell Her Highness about everything. Victoria asked if Christina thought the gods could control her life. The Holy Virgin exclaimed what God had told her about the connection between the destinies of Victoria and Raoul, and that only the princess can save the great hero. Victoria was interested and asked me to tell you more about it. Christina explained that Raoul is trying to save the people of the country, and that is why he decided to enlist the support of the princess. But the problem is that Raoul is trying to replace God himself, and this can be very risky for everyone. Victoria agreed with this and clarified that Raoul is revered and loved, considering him a legendary hero. Christina said that although this is true, but we must not forget that Raoul was just an ordinary man, and it would be better for him. Christina decided to influence the princess with her magic and inspired her that the time for true love had come for her, and she should give in to her instincts and desire Raoul. Then you need to expose the male nature of the hero and make him a primitive, pliable male. And if all this is done, then Raoul simply will not be able to live without his princess. And when Raoul sinks so low, he will lose his title of hero altogether and become an obedient dog for the princess, and this should be very tempting. Victoria could not resist Christina's suggestion and began to agree with her arguments. The Holy Virgin promised that the princess would definitely be saved if she listened to the voice of God. Christina asked what the princess wanted to do with Raoul right now. Victoria exclaimed that the mere thought of Raoul made her shudder wildly, and she couldn't stop her excitement. The princess ordered Sandra to immediately find out about all those who are closely connected with Raoul. Christina and the Archmage were visiting General Brown. Vandal noticed that quite a long time had passed since their last meeting, and the general's appearance had changed tremendously. Christina said that he was still very nice, even in this state. General Brown asked the guests who the hero Raoul was. The Archmage cheerfully replied that Raoul was just a stepping stone on the road to success for him, and on occasion, he would crush him to raise his own reputation. Christina exclaimed that Raoul is a dear friend to her, and he has experienced a lot of suffering, so she wants him to be happy. The general joked that Raoul is very lucky with women, because only crazy ladies are attracted to him. Christina replied that she was also very fond of the general and Vandal. Chapter 31. Princess Victoria screamed for him to stop spreading heresy about her. Raoul said that her reaction was quite normal, because she should be very ashamed when her vile secrets were revealed in public. The princess exclaimed that Raoul was very wrong and his accusations were just very infuriating. Victoria said that soon Raoul will sing in a completely different way, because she managed to find an important secret, the weakness of his dark power. Raoul replied that it was very interesting and reminded how he developed only because he relied on the people around him. Victoria decided that now she would be able to hold Raoul under control, because she had learned the properties of his power, and the dark magic that was considered the strongest was vulnerable to pure holy magic. Victoria exclaimed that only holy magic can resist the dark power, and now Raoul's fun will end in full swing. The princess, having fun, informed the people that now they should no longer be afraid, and she would save everyone from the terrible hero, and then save the whole world from this monster. The curse placed on this city will be lifted, and the people will regain their former freedom. People began to praise the princess and beg her to let them go outside as soon as possible, beyond the city walls. Victoria announced that it was time to send Raoul back to the world of the dead, where he belonged. The princess said that Raoul would now be the center of everyone's attention. This time, she promised to watch him closely as he suffered and his flesh slowly rotted away. Victoria ordered Saint Christina to immediately kill Raoul, because with the help of her holy power, he needs to be taught a well-deserved lesson. Christina thought that she should try to do this, and then the former hero Raoul will come to an end. Saint Christina cut off the princess' laughter by saying that she was very sorry, but I have to abandon this idea. Victoria yelled in a rage that you shouldn't joke with her like that and ordered to kill the hero immediately, for the sake of saving all the people. Saint Christina explained that saving people is fine, but she refuses to follow orders and become a traitor. Christina said that the king himself decided that Victoria could no longer take her place of honor, and he ordered his daughter to be deposed for all her sins and misdeeds. The Holy Virgin declared that she must obey the king's words. Victoria replied that it could not be that her father refused to accept her. It's all a nasty lie from her in Christina's mouth. After all, the king has absolutely no reason for such a decision. Raoul asked Christina to show evidence, because she had to keep evidence of the king's distrust of his daughter Victoria. Saint Christina replied that, of course, she had proof, and she just forgot about it a little. She suggested that Victoria read the message from her father. Raoul quipped that it was time for the princess to enjoy her father's gift. Princess Victoria was startled to realize that the letter was indeed the king's own coat of arms and said that it was some kind of malicious joke. Chapter 32. Residents began to vividly discuss this incredible news. Victoria gritted her teeth as she read the offending lines. A letter from my father informed me that its existence was no longer useful, and it was only suitable for donation. Her sacrifice will not be in vain, as it will cool the anger of the hero Raoul, and at least by her death, she will be able to do something really useful for everyone. Therefore, she should be grateful for this opportunity to atone for her sins. Saint Christina said that it is very sad when one's own father leaves, and the princess should be sad and hurt. The crowd began to boil, and there were calls to kill Victoria. Raoul chuckled and reminded her that he wasn't some kind of spirit to be comforted by a victim. Princess Victoria roared in anger and ordered the knights to seize Raoul and Saint Christina. She screamed that it was all a complete hoax and that Raoul and Christina had set it up, so they should be arrested immediately. The knights were confused, and Christina told them that the princess should not address them in such a tone and now they should not worry anymore, because there was no longer any need to follow Victoria's terrible orders. Princess, she was furious and demanded that the knights immediately obey, because their sacred duty is to be obedient dolls for her. Raoul was laughing wildly at what was happening and remarked that the princess looked like a complete fool. The hero said that now she should understand that the advantage is on his side. Victoria continued to call the knights stupid creatures who decided to betray her in front of everyone. Raoul laughed at the beautiful sight of Victoria's rage and said that it was a real pleasure to see it. Victoria screamed that it was all Raoul's fault and promised to kill him if he didn't stop laughing at her. The hero asked how she decided to kill him, since she was left all alone. He pushed the princess away and noticed that lying on the floor like a dog was very becoming to her. Victoria hissed back that she would never forgive such humiliation, and that everyone should answer for it. Raoul said that it was time to end the whole show and that he would have to send a report to the king himself, so the curtain would close soon. Victoria began to shout that the king no longer had children, and he could not do this to her. After all, he himself sent her to this city as the most suitable candidate for the throne, and only she is the sole heir to the throne and no one else. Raoul corrected the princess and reminded her of the 3 princes who could easily replace her in this important task. Chapter 33. Princess Victoria is completely distraught at the news of the 3 princes. In fact, the king, having learned of Victoria's plan, impregnated his concubines and thus prepared a secret weapon. He appreciated Victoria's ambitions and realized that she should not become the heir to the throne in any case. The princess screamed that this couldn't be happening. Raoul asked why no one came to help her, the most dignified and beautiful in the whole Kurtz country. Maybe because she never got the trust and love of her people. Raoul asked her how she liked the feeling of being betrayed. People I trusted, and all those in whom there was hope, rise up against and try to kill. Victoria yelled in a rage that it was all a hoax created by Raoul. The hero happily exclaimed that now the princess showed her most beautiful expression, and everyone should immediately see it. Raoul suggested that people evaluate the treasure of the Kurz kingdom. People began to mock the princess, shouted that she had a nasty face, and wondered how they could even listen to her before. After all, it is obvious that she looks like a vile creature and should be hated. And since the king himself refused it, there is no need to obey the hated Victoria. And she means nothing anymore. Only Sandra could barely whisper that now the princess has no one left but her. Raoul told the princess that he was very happy for her, since at least someone stayed with her. The hero decided to help Sandra a little to get to the princess, using his magic. Sandra croaked that she should be closer to her mistress. Victoria, horrified, begged Sandra not to approach her and began ordering the knights to protect and rescue her. The knights reminded them that they were subordinate only to the king, and fighting for the princess was a disgrace for them. Sandra muttered that the princess shouldn't leave her, because she would be punished just like her. Therefore, she must save the princess from suffering with her love, even in spite of her betrayal. Victoria screamed that it was useless and that since the capital was under Raoul's curse, she couldn't be killed. The princess demanded that Sandra immediately stop playing silly games. But Raoul reminded him of the recent massacre that Sandra had caused, and that the effect of the curse was entirely up to him. Princess Victoria gurgled and gurgled as the blade sank into her slender body. But Sandra reassured her and told her that it was not the time for her to die yet, as she herself needed to die first to meet her princess in paradise. The crowd of spectators even quieted down at the sight of such a disgusting scene, in which the life path of Sandra and Victoria ended. Raoul happily announced that they had put on a good show, that it was impossible to even take your eyes off it. He asked a slightly lively Victoria how she liked to play the main role on stage. The hero said that, alas, the story of the princess ends here and the performance has come to an end. Chapter 34. Rael said he couldn't let Victoria just die like that, and he had prepared a suitable spot for her on the hill, so that it would be very convenient to watch the spectacular performance. The hero informed the princess that they had already reached the place, so she should still live as a crucified heroine. Rael laughed and said what a romantic he was. After all, now a new instrument of torture is ready especially for the beautiful Princess Victoria. Rael explained to the tormented victim that the wolves would soon eat her flesh and the crows would eat her eyes, but she still didn't want to eat them. He could die, and he would continue to enjoy this magnificent torture. Rael happily said that the first guest of this hill was General Brown, and gradually the collection is replenished with new characters. And who knows, perhaps in the future this place will become a tourist attraction for visiting guests of the capital. Rael thought that he still had a lot of free time and needed to prepare well for the next collector's item. A month later, a demon child slave camp was formed in the Kurtz kingdom. The owner of the camp ordered to remove the children's clothes and appreciated that this product is of the highest quality, and you can get good revenue for it. The archmage asked Rael why he had such a sour face. Because you have to smile. The landlady asked him not to make Rael angry, but Vandal said he shouldn't worry. After all, the hero himself came to him, so, despite his hatred, Raoul will not harm anyone. Raoul said that Retribution also requires a lot of money, and he only wants to take his money away. Left alone, Rael whispered that time was running out and the archmage needed to be taken care of. At the same time, Rael was in the Kurz Kingdom amphitheater, enjoying the carnage. He wondered if he was missing another massacre. Chapter 35. Rael arrived at Weerbach Castle and announced that he had been summoned by His Royal Highness. The servants escorted the hero to the throne room, and he was surprised at their courtesy. After all, for him, everyone, without exception, who was in the capital were objects for revenge. The king asked if Rael had enjoyed the reception prepared for him. The hero replied that in fact everything turned out to be so-so. The king asked if Rael had been able to relax during his revenge. The hero explained that it wasn't much fun until he started directing the whole process. Although the highlight of the program was the execution of the General Brown, and with him thousands of those heroes who were responsible for the burning of the village. The king said that the performance in the amphitheater was a great success, and the execution was truly spectacular. Rael noticed that the culture in this country is quite perverse, since people enjoy it. The king said that the real evil is to commit a cruel crime in the name of your own pleasure. Rael asked what the king was getting at by saying such things. The king said that he had heard rumors that the one who calls himself a hero hunts demons near the borders of the country. Rael answered, which is very strange, because he is doing very well in the capital, and this hunter cannot be him. The king said that he knew that Rael in front of him was just a fake. Lord Alcott told the king that it was premature to draw conclusions about who the person who hunts demons really is. The king reminded the lord that no one was interested in his opinion, and Rael immediately wrung the lord's neck. Rael said that this was a punishment for disrespecting the king, and the servants were horrified by this and began to reproach Rael for cruelty. The king agreed with Rael and apologized for his ignorant servants. The king offered to get back to business and said that Rael's impersonator was working with Archmage Vandal, who had once been a good companion to the hero, and at the moment, Archmage Vandal is expanding his imports in the port city under the patronage of the merchant Cameron Erringham. Rael thought that these two would be perfect targets for his revenge. The king complained that they were making a huge profit from the slave trade, and he couldn't turn a blind eye to it, so Rael had to destroy them. Rael quipped that they were terrible people to do such a thing without the king's knowledge. The king stated that we need to punish the great magician and that merchant, and we need to do it. Rael said that those two were originally his prey and therefore it is simply unnecessary for him to interfere in the execution of revenge. Rael went to the port city of Terudo, where the slave trade of Archmage Vandal was concentrated. Cameron Erringham, the merchant, was enjoying the tear-stained faces of the small children. The guards brutally beat the two boys and called them names. From this the merchant was delighted and rubbed her hands with pleasure. Rael said there was no need to work so hard, but Cameron Erringham said it was nothing, and the kids didn't know what to do. They are expensive, so you can enjoy their suffering. The merchant explained that she was delighted with their glorious crying and would never get tired of it. Rael asked if Vandal was involved in all of this time. Cameron Erringham said that Vandal should have arrived at the exam room by now, and he might already be there. The merchant reminded me that all trade protection is based on the Vandal. And anyway, who would have thought that a former hero and a great archmage would trade demons together? Real replied that it was rather stupid to live without getting dirty at this time. Real asked her what the strange thing was. Cameron Erringham explained that this is a little girl's little finger and it should be preserved, and then decorate the room with it. Real decided that this saleswoman was completely insane and said that he had to go to the bathroom. Real tried to calm himself, but a wave of nausea made him speed up. A painfully familiar voice asked if it felt any better after throwing up. Real greeted his impersonator and said that they had finally met. Chapter 36. Real told the copycat that he had done a lot of things pretending to be different. Their only similarity is that they both curse this sinful world. Real told his copy that he should be aware of the enormous difference in power. The hero asked to tell why it was necessary to pretend to be him and whose idea it really was. The copycat begged for forgiveness because he just wanted to make money. The guy told how he made friends with Vandal and a merchant in order to get rich, and then they threatened to force him to play Real. The copycat begged me not to kill him, since he is completely remorseful for what he did. The copycat said that he could even lick Real's shoes, because he was sure that they would taste good. Real laughed and ordered him to stop doing this nonsense immediately. Real promised that he would not kill the copycat, because he is not such a cruel butcher who kills everyone in a row. Although at the same time, the imitator must pay for taking on someone else's appearance. Raoul suggested that the guy lay out all the cards and tell who he wants to take revenge on the most. The guy said that he did not understand what it was about, because in fact he is a simple crook who have mastered the magic of copying, and his whole goal in life is to make money, and he never thought about revenge. Real reminded the impersonator that it was not a good idea to cheat, and that he knew all about his real motives. Real suggested we calm down and talk over a cup of coffee. The copycat realized that there was magic around him, and that he was trapped in some sort of Real trap. The hero said that it's time to tell his real name and stop lying. Real snapped his fingers and shook off the false image of the copycat and was surprised to see a Deodora standing in front of him. Real said that now he was ready to hear the whole story of his son. A copycat. The girl asked how the hero managed to see through her and find out everything about her past. Real explained that not many people actually have copy magic, and he just checked the country's Magus register. A Deodora noticed that a simple person cannot access this register. Real replied that his friendship with the king was very helpful in some matters. The girl said that the king must have gone mad, and asked why he definitely thought of her. Real said that it wasn't too hard to find out, because many people are ready to respond to politeness. The hero said that he was always tormented by the question of why she decided to do such an act. Then I realized that she was helping the demons escape by participating in the slave trade. Then she was going to report Archmage Vandal's clandestine trade to the authorities. Real thought it was a very nice coincidence that the two of them were the target of revenge, both for him and for the copycat. And that was all he wanted to know from Deodora. Real told the girl that she had added fuel to the fire of his anger by doing so. After all, what she really wanted was for the hero to quickly find this place and finish off Vandal and Cameron Erringham. Real praised the girl for such a beautiful plan and for her sincere hatred of his enemies. Deodora agreed with the hero and added that he correctly understood her plan. Real said that the girl was engaged in a very strange business, as for one whose family was killed by her employers, and she must not be exactly friends with the head. Real advised the girl to remember the true purpose of her life and try to awaken a real thirst for revenge. Deodora replied that it was just like that and that she was seeing the nightmare as if it were real. And this nightmare will continue until she kills those responsible for the death of her family. Chapter 37. Deodora's father, Charles, was a long-time merchant who worked as an accountant for Cameron Erringham. After the Demon King fell at the hands of Real, Charles became suspicious of the strange money transactions of the merchant Cameron Erringham. He was concerned about the merchant's new venture, which required a huge investment. And Cameron Erringham herself said that her new case should be kept secret from everyone for the time being. Charles had begun to notice that she'd been going out late at night lately, and it was probably due to a new venture. One day, he noticed someone being smuggled into the basement, and that's when he was killed. Suspicion forced me to find out. Charles went to the basement, opening the door to a real nightmare. He didn't like this creepy place at first, but Charles moved on. He overheard Cameron Erringham talking about the demon child slave trade. The merchant praised Archmage Vandal for his impressive help in setting up a new case, and thanked him for joining her. Charles immediately understood and was horrified by Cameron Erringham's affairs. Vandal had asked that his involvement in demon child trafficking be kept under wraps, as he could not be shamed for his image as a fighter for justice. Cameron Erringham went on to treat the children, ordering them to comfort her lustful fantasies. Charles couldn't believe this outrage, because he couldn't understand how anyone could do this to children, even demons. Charles was determined that he couldn't keep quiet about this, especially when he found the half-dead bodies of the children. That night, he was able to save a little girl and take her to a healer magician. But the magician healer said that the child cannot be helped and must be carried away. The healer made it clear that he didn't want to get involved in any trouble, but promised to keep an eye on the children while they were still alive. Charles told his wife that he had to go to the capital to tell the authorities, and then Vandal and Cameron Erringham will be arrested. Charles realized that he, too, would probably be arrested for complicity, even though he knew nothing about such cases. My wife asked if there was no other way out of this situation. Charles shouted that he should have noticed this earlier, and that so many children wouldn't have died. After all, they should all live with their parents and spend a happy childhood. Charles realized that, judging by the movement of money, slaves were brought in every day, and there were an incredible number of them. So you can't close your eyes such cruelty. Charles asked his wife to let him know at work that he was ill so that he could buy some time. And then she herself had to pick up her daughter and urgently leave far away. Ida greeted her father happily and asked what had happened. Charles explained that everything was fine and that he needed to go away for a while on business. Ida asked her father not to overwork himself at work and to return home as soon as possible. Charles promised he would, and she had to go to bed. Charles was in a hurry, because tomorrow the children would be found missing and he needed to arrive in the capital before then and tell everything, to prevent it from happening again, such horrific victims at the hands of slavers. But fate turned against Charles and he was captured in mid-flight. The bandits accused him of stealing their goods, and even killed several children. So Cameron Erringham ordered him to be punished and dragged along the ground all the way home. Charles realized that it was the end for him, and he began to regret that he would not keep his promise to his daughter. The next morning, little Ida awoke to her mother's screams and found her father's remains in her yard. There was a sign on that box that said treason is punishable by death. The girl always remembered that morning and vowed to avenge the death of her father. Chapter 38. Ida said that she had many different memories of her father, but they were all overwritten by the memory of that day. Real exclaimed that it was a very entertaining story, and that it was definitely worth taking revenge for. Ida was outraged by the hero's reaction and his joy at someone's revenge. Real explained that revenge should be enjoyed, although people often say that revenge is meaningless, and it will not bring anything. All their words are outright lies, and only those who have not experienced the taste of revenge can speak like that. Real said that revenge brings unbridled joy and a pleasant tremor in the chest to the point of trembling. Ida said that she just needs to avenge her family, and that's why she and Real aren't alike. The hero asked if she could do it alone. Real revealed that he was also tormented by a thirst for revenge against Vandal and his friends, even though Vandal himself was only guilty of treason. Real has asked the girl to assist him in his new plan, and the decision remains only with her, whether to accept this offer or not. Ida was confused, unable to understand what Real really wanted, or how things could have turned out this way. The girl decided that she needed to calm down. After all, it was a great chance for her, which she had never hoped for, and now she can fulfill her goal, make retribution for the sake of the memory of her loved ones. Real praised Ada for her determination, as they would now be teammates for a while. The hero asked his partner to behave more cheerfully, but she snorted in response that this would not happen. Ada asked how she could help, since her only ability was to transform into others. Real explained that in this game, the merchant does not count, so they are waiting for a duel with Vandal. Ida reminded him that the Archmage was very powerful, and his magic was boundless, and Real should know better than anyone else, because they fought the Demon King together. Real replied that this was true, but that Vandal, for all its virtues, had its weaknesses. The hero told the girl that the Archmage Vandal is very weak mentally, and besides, he is a terrible show-off. Therefore, to break it is enough use a psychological attack. Ada asked them how they could organize such an attack, and then suddenly, the hero said that there is one way and struck an unexpected blow. Ida opened her eyes and couldn't understand what was really going on. After all, she was in Real's body and could hear his voice in her head. The hero asked her to stop panicking and not make such girlish squeaks. Ada asked if Real had stabbed her to death just to cast dark magic, and in general, this could have been warned in advance. Real explained that her soul would be temporarily in his body, and about the rest don't worry about it. Ida asked how all this would help for a psychological attack against the Archmage. Real said that since she didn't have the strength to take revenge, she could use his body as she saw fit. Ida was glad that now she can no longer be afraid, because now she has the power of a hero. Although do not forget that Raoul is not the kind of person who will help out of good intentions. The girl asked if all he wanted in exchange was to watch her take her revenge. Raoul pointed out that he wasn't asking for anything impossible, and reminded her that Ida could always ask him for advice. After all, they will both be in the same body. However, she must take revenge at her own discretion. Ida was surprised by this arrangement, as she had expected some unusual request from Raoul. The girl decided that she couldn't back down now. The hero advised Ida to practice dark magic first. Raoul reminded that only he can control the exchange of bodies, so do not be afraid of some changes. Ida said that she could hear Raoul in her own voice, and she began to speak in his bass voice. Raoul replied that this is normal, and they can change constantly. They decided it was time to visit the vile slavers. Raoul reminded them that they should look for them in the very basement where the slaves were kept, and that the pleasure of sweet revenge lay ahead of them. But Ida must take her revenge based on her own wishes. The girl said that it was time to destroy the animals that are mired in their own greed. Chapter 39. In the basement, it was another day filled with inhumanity against the demon children. They were severely examined, giving an assessment of their value. The guard did not deny himself the pleasure of beating the child and threatening him with violence. Raoul asked his partner what she was going to do, because if she delayed, the children might die. Ida hesitated, unable to find an answer. Raoul suggested that they kill the guards first, since she needed to learn how to handle his body herself. He asked her if she was afraid to kill people and advised her not to forget about her revenge, and then everything would work out. It must be remembered that the slave trade Cameron Erringham wasn't the only one who did it, and every guard deserves to get their share of revenge, too. And there can be no doubt that everyone involved in the trade is responsible for her father's death. Therefore, by killing this guard, not only revenge will be achieved, but also the salvation of children who have the right to a happy life. Ida replied that it was true, and she would make her own retribution, so each of them must die immediately. The girl snarled that she had to tear these scum apart and that she had to get started soon. Raoul thought that she was just something, and he was not mistaken about her talents. The guards were surprised Raoul's appearance in the dungeon, and they began to make fun of him, asking if he really came to pick up some toy from the children. Raoul explained to his partner how to proceed in order to cast the spell. The guards shouted what was going on, and Ida wondered at the power of the spell. Raoul continued to tell them how to move, and the guards began to die one by one. The partner admired the ease of body movements and continued to kill enemies. One of the guards tried to hit him from behind, and Raoul ordered him to move quickly. By taking the hit on yourself and casting a spell, Ida destroyed the abuser. And Raoul reminded him that you can't stop and you need to continue creating spells. The children began to ask the savior what was going on and what he would do with them. Raoul realized that his partner had fallen into a complete stupor from her first murder in her life and decided to speak for himself. Raoul explained to the children that they had nothing to fear and all the guards were dead and now they were all free. The children reminded them incredulously that the hero Raoul and Cameron Erringham were in league. The guy replied that it was very difficult to explain and long to tell, but he really is their friend and will help. The children looked at Raoul warily and didn't dare believe him. Raoul said that he understood them very well and therefore had to free all the slaves who were here, and then kill the main villain Cameron Erringham and the great magician Vandal. Raoul exclaimed that all the slaves would be freed, and if anyone wanted to see the scoundrels die, they could follow him. After all, it is high time to recover to the hall where these scum are waiting for new slaves. The children unanimously shouted that they would all go together and demand the death of the oppressors. Ida realized that Raoul wasn't thinking about saving himself, but was just having his usual fun. The slaves declared the hero their savior, and Raoul realized that he was full of pleasant sensations. Shouts of admiration and calls to kill gave him a lot of pleasure. Ida found herself thinking that maybe she shouldn't have agreed to this whole thing. Chapter 40. Then they continued on their way and began to go around one room after another to kill the guards and free the slaves. At first, Ida was hesitant, but the taste of blood dulled her senses and improved her reaction time. Her gaze changed, and for the first time, she must have known the pleasure of being thanked by demons. She reminded Raoul of his old self. The sense of justice from protecting the weak has completely washed away the guilt of taking lives. Slaves heated up the degree of passion. They shouted for the punishing merchants to be punished and their dignity restored. Everyone wanted revenge, and evoked emotions even in small children. Ades said they were there, and that Cameron Erringham and Wendell were behind that door. Rael suggested that we enter spectacularly and knock down the doors with a flourish. Cameron Erringham said that Rael really had decided to free all the slaves, and asked what he intended to do next. Ida screamed that these slaves would no longer be pitiful toys in their hands, and all these atrocities were over. Ades said that all the guards were dead and that the two of them would suffer the same fate, and all those present will gladly take part in the massacre. Cameron Erringham, she reminded him that the great wizard Vandal was with her, and that he shouldn't be so sure of his superiority. Vandal laughed and said that the whole thing was amazing, and Rael was so carried away that he started talking complete nonsense. Vandal called the hero a false Rael and explained that he knew everything from the very beginning. And next to them was a pathetic fake of Rael. Cameron Erringham was delighted with this news and asked the Archmage to finish off this impudent man in the guise of a hero as soon as possible. Vandal promised to deal with the fake in an instant, because this is not the real Rael, and is not dangerous at all. The huge explosion surprised Vandal very much, and he said that it can't be, and how the fake Rael could get so much magic power, because it's almost like a real hero. Rael claimed that he was the real one, and since he hadn't seen his old friend for so long, he decided to visit him and surprise him. Vandal muttered in surprise that this couldn't be happening. Rael asked him if Vandal had ever heard of his wanderings for revenge, and he should have known long ago that the next target would be Vandal himself, since they were best friends after all. Rael added sarcastically that he would do anything for his friend. Chapter 41. A very long time ago there was a touching story about a village boy who wanted to become a hero, and how he met his best friend, to whom he opened his heart and soul. Little Rael was often bullied by other students because General Brown liked him, because he was special. One guy decided to protect him from attacks with magic. Rael thanked him for his help, and then they met Vandal. The young wizard offered Rael his friendship and suggested that they go to a nearby dining room for lunch. After that, the two of them became something of a leader among their peers. When they grew up, they joined the Anti-Demon King squad together and went on long journeys as partners. One day they were at Rael's house, and Vandal liked his friend's sister very much. My sister prepared a wonderful dinner, which the guests were delighted with. Rael asked his friend if he had fallen in love with his sister, but the wizard joked that he had no plans for his sister at all. The girl thanked the young wizard for the help he had given Rael. After all, at first Raoul was very worried about his studies and wanted to return home. And then he got fired up with the idea that he should defeat the king demons, even if it was a valuable life. She was worried that Rael would lose his patience and break down. The nurse explained that Rael had become more confident after meeting Vandal, and that he had joined the counter-terrorism unit as a result. The girl said that she was very happy, as Vandal was looking after her brother. Vandal promised that he would always protect Rael. The girl said that Raoul often wrote about his friend in letters, and she had long wanted to meet with Vandal. She stated that she also considers Wendell to be a dear person, because completely he trusts his brother. The girl asked Vandal to promise that they would definitely return safe and sound from the campaign. The young maids replied that he would do anything to destroy the Demon King and return to this house for dinner. The girl was delighted and said that she would be waiting for them with a victory. Vandal, interested in his friend's sister, thought that at least he would definitely return. Then the wanderings continued, and the friendship between Rael and Vandal grew stronger. They saved people from demons, sometimes even risking their lives. Their companion Christina was surprised by such determination and always asked them to be careful, and don't forget about the main goal of the hike. But despite everything, the friends got involved in every battle with demons, for the sake of saving people. Alas, in the end, it turned out that while they were dealing with oncoming demons, other enemy units attacked distant cities and caused huge damage. Their desire to amuse their sense of justice played a cruel joke, and they were wrong at that moment. Rael had never doubted Vandal as a partner before, because they had been through so much together and experienced so much. Back then, Rael considered the magician a true friend and knew that he could rely on him in any situation. Right, how their proximity in battle was undeniable. Although, as it turned out much later, all this was deliberately set up. One evening, Rael remembered the young soldiers and asked a friend if he thought they were all right. Vandal asked if he liked them so much that he was worried about them. Raoul replied that those guys were like younger brothers to him, and he was worried about them. After all, my sister's child will probably be like them when she grows up. Vandal asked her if she was going to give birth next month. Raoul said that it will happen soon and he is very happy to have a nephew or niece. And in general, adding to the family is a great happiness, because they were left with their sister alone. Vandal reminded me that he, too, considers Raoul his brother and they are family. Raoul thanked his friend for such words, because for him he is also a close person. Vandal had said that they would definitely defeat the demon lord together and return home victorious. Raoul did not know the wisdom then, that if you are a fool, then everything will be taken away, and if you are kind, then they will use you. He asked his friend why he didn't go to bed, because tomorrow is the main battle. Vandal replied that he was a little worried and would sit by the fire, but the magician was looking forward to the morning, as he had his own plans in mind. Chapter 42. After that long trek, Raoul separated from his companions and immediately headed for the village of Magal. Princess Victoria sought him out and sent him letters, but Raoul left them unanswered. He did so to keep his promise to the children of Magal. He was considered a fool for doing so, but that didn't change his mind. Vandal decided at that moment that it was time for him to start implementing his plan. Raoul found the village destroyed and all the inhabitants killed. He couldn't understand how it had happened. After all, they had defeated the Demon King. A doubt crept into his mind that he was doing everything wrong and wrong about something. Then a squad of soldiers arrived, and Sandra ordered the hero to be captured. He asked if Sandra hadn't come to the rescue, but only to arrest him and his friends. Vandal gloated, because he knew that for Raoul, the counter squad was just the beginning, and the real fun will be ahead. Sandra accused Raoul of not responding to Princess Victoria's calls and deliberately hiding. Raoul asked why Sandra had arrested them all, but the knight claimed that they were responsible for the destruction of the village and the extermination of the inhabitants. After all, it is capable of such a thing only a man who has great magical powers, and it is obvious that this is the fault of Raoul and his friends. Sandra threatened Raoul that if he continued to resist, then he would kill small children. The hero came to the realization that all this was specially arranged for the sole purpose of accusing him of a crime. Vandal decided to play along and started shouting that it was mean to use magic against small children. But in reality, he was only barely holding back his laughter, to the point where tears were even rolling out of his eyes. Sandra ordered the hero to immediately drop the sword and obey the order. Raoul frantically he was trying to figure out what to do in this situation, because the children and his friend were being held hostage. Vandal shouted at Raoul to run away, and he would think of something to help the children and get out of the trap himself. Raoul replied that he couldn't do that and leave him in the lurch. The hero realized that Vandal was threatened by something, because it is not so easy to seal his powerful forces. Raoul decided that justice is on his side and he is not guilty of anything. He demanded that they immediately take him to the capital in order to find out why this was invented. Vandal was exulting inwardly, because these were the words he wanted to hear from his once friend. Raoul left her and demanded that Sandra let the children go. But this was not meant to happen. Magic enveloped the children, and a terrible thing happened. Raoul shouted why they were doing this, because he obeyed and dropped the sword. Raoul decided that something had to be done, but Sandra immediately threatened the hero with reprisals against his friend the magician, if he dares to interfere. Raoul kept asking them to stop until the children stopped breathing. Vandal rejoiced in his heart, and he was infinitely pleased with Raoul's face, which was distorted by a mask of horror and despair. Raoul tried to help his friend, but General Brown's iron hand reminded him not to move. Sandra said Princess Victoria would be very happy with such bloodshed. Magic enveloped Vandal, and she pictorially began to depict her torment, while asking for forgiveness from Raoul. The hero shouted that he would do whatever he was told if they let Vandal go. Sandra announced that now Raoul Evans will be brought to the capital and will answer for all his crimes against people. Raoul only growled back that they were all vile creatures. Vandal whispered to Sandra that everything went perfectly according to plan and then we need to move to the capital. At the same time, Raoul shouted to his friend that everything would be all right and he would save him. The archmage croaked back that he would be waiting for him, even as he thought that he couldn't wait to see Raoul's twisted face when he found out the truth. Chapter 43. When Raoul was brought to the capital, he was immediately accused of a brutal massacre of the villagers, and then, in the church, he was waiting for a meeting with the body of his sister. Then they locked him up in a dungeon without giving him a chance to justify himself. Princess Victoria came to see him, and every day she poured out her love. She tormented and tortured the hero in every possible way, taking pleasure in his screams. Victoria mockingly regretted that Raoul's face wasn't as cute as it used to be and demanded submission. She ordered the hero to obey and become her slave. But Raoul answered day after day that he would never be a toy in the hands of a vile princess. He sincerely hoped that his friend Wendell and Christina were all right, because he didn't even know about their betrayal. Vandal, on the other hand, was enjoying the comfort of the royal castle while Rael endured the tortures. He was pleased with himself and decided in the end that it was time to look at the hero's face and show him all the cards. Then Rael was tricked again, offering to save his friends in exchange for his submission. And the hero naively agreed, which only pleased his enemies. In Vandal's eyes, he was ridiculously pathetic, having failed to notice that he had been deceived all his life. Vandal was delighted by Rael's reaction, and decided to add to the misery of his loyal friend. He recounted the events that had happened in the church to his sister while he was wandering around saving pitiful people. Vandal relished the story of Rael's sister being tortured and raped while she desperately begged for help. Vandal said that he had even considered using Rael's sister, but it was so worn out that it didn't arouse any desire for intimacy. Vandal admitted that he enjoyed watching Rael's sister being raped and tortured, and her screams drove him to ecstasy, but he didn't dare touch his sister's filthy body. Vandal said his only regret was that Rael's sister had been killed too soon, and that she should have been given birth, and then killed along with the baby. But the princess decided in her own way and chose the church for her as the place of death. Vandal said that Rael himself was to blame for the death of his sister, because it was stupid to pretend to be an honest and just hero. Vandal, seeing Rael's tears, said that he liked this face better. Rael snarled back so that the mage wouldn't dare insult his sister's memory. Chapter 44. Vandal advised Rael not to waste his strength, because the chains on his hands cannot be broken even with the help of magic. Rael shouted that Wendell really hated him so much that he had done such a despicable thing. Vandal reminded his former friend that he was just a tool for him to climb to the very top, and just for the sake of this was all their imaginary friendship, so do not be so offended. Just everyone has their own goals. Vandal told how he joined the counter-terrorism squad with Rael's help and became a legend all over the country. Although in all these battles it was interesting and it turned out to beat the demons very well. But after completing the mission, Rael was just a hindrance, and at the perfect moment Princess Victoria came into play. She wanted Rael and promised him a good reward for his cooperation. Vandal decided that it was impossible to refuse the princess, and this would be a great opportunity to increase his status. Vandal said that it was easy to carry out the princess's plan, because Rael himself fell into the trap by his own stupidity. The Archmage asked Rael not to judge him harshly, because he needed money and now he lives in the castle, and enjoys everything ready. Vandal shared that his plans do not end there, and it intends to develop. After all, there are merchants who invest heavily in Lord Dacosta's laboratory, and among them is Cameron Erringham, who deals in the demon slave trade. And this is a very profitable business, where you can earn money and collect dirt on all the perverts from the nobility. Thanks to this influence, you can gradually work your way into the royal castle and become a powerful person. And then you can even throw off those who are now in power. Vandal explained that he intended to use the princess to find out the weak points of the kingdom, because it is full of garbage, and Victoria herself is not quite adequate, since she only dreams of riding the great hero Raoul. Vandal mockingly asked if Rael enjoyed being tortured and humiliated, since he must have already gotten close to the princess and sensed her secret places. Vandal said that he had hated Rael from the first time they met, and that all these years he had endured and put up with all this stupid friendship, and all this in order to get this country. The magician asked Rael to fulfill his role to the end and please everyone with his submission. The hero replied that he would never become a slave to the princess and would rather accept death. Vandal laughing, I promise to pass on his words to Princess Victoria. After that, the former hero of the country, Rael Evans, was executed in front of a whole crowd of onlookers in the central square of Ulbach Castle. Rael said it was really him, not a copycat. Vandal replied that he had not expected such a meeting, and Rael added that he was also glad to see his friend alive and well. The Archmage asked what rules Rael followed in the execution of his revenge, and if they say eye for an eye, then Rael can't break them, like a real hero, so don't be afraid that he will kill his good friend. Rael replied that it was true, and that Vandal was guilty of nothing but treachery. Rael asked Ada to help him deal with the wizard, as he had a great idea. Ada asked if Vandal would be able to avoid death, but she still agreed with Rael. Raoul suggested that his partner arrange a competition. Which of the two of them will arrange the most brutal punishment? Rael told Vandal that he would like to show a big show that was organized especially for him. Vandal became alert and asked what other show. Rael replied that it would be the rarest revenge show in the world, and that the best seats were reserved for his best friend. Vandal realized that Rael's magic had taken them to the royal arena. Chapter 45. Vandal found Rael's dark magic quite impressive. Rael greeted the audience at the Magic Space Arena and offered to enjoy the show. After all, the revenge show is considered open from now on, and the main character of this performance will be Cameron Erringham. The merchant begged her not to kill her and promised to give her as much money as she wanted in exchange for her life. Rael replied that he had already heard this at the beginning of his revenge, and those scum who were priests were also begging on their knees and trying to buy their worthless lives. But this did not help them, and they were burned and received in full for their crimes. Rael told the merchant that, unfortunately, he could not hurt her with his own hands, because she did not directly harm in any way. Although all her efforts to sponsor Lord Dacosta's laboratory had led to his friends becoming test subjects in terrible experiments, Rael exclaimed that in that case he would allow others to be revenged, and there were many slaves gathered here who were eager to avenge their sufferings, and everyone will be happy to watch it. Rael told his partner that she could now entertain him and fully display her talents in revenge. Ade promised to arrange for Cameron Erringham as a worthy retribution that Rael will be thrilled with. Rael was delighted with how easy it was to manipulate this girl, and now he could take advantage of her hatred. Cameron Erringham began to demand help from Wendell, because he promised to protect her and really decided to betray her. Rael was pleased to tell the merchant that Vandal was a real expert on the subject of treachery and should not be expected to help. Rael asked Cameron Erringham if she remembered a man named Charles Deere. The merchant replied that some dead person was important and demanded not to kill her. Rael said that now everything is fine. The slaves would let her try what she had done to them, and they will remember all her tortures. The real Rael thought he couldn't wait to see it all. Rael invited those who wanted to take revenge on the stage and suggested that everyone start in turn. The hero said that he wants them to repeat everything that they went through themselves. The children began to tell terrible stories of torture, and Rael suggested that they first undress the culprit, and then wash the bastard until her body turns red. Rael tells Ide to repeat after him, and an interesting spell is activated. The children ran happily rubbed the hated merchant with the words that you need to clean it properly. Cameron Erringham begged them to stop, but the screams of children and the scraping of brushes drowned out her voice. Rael shouted that it was not the time to stop and suggested that we continue. The boy said that she castrated all the boys who were enslaved. Ida suggested that the children take revenge for such bullying, and they happily supported it. Rael mentally complimented his partner on this attitude, and she had just barely made up her mind to kill the guards. Cameron Erringham screamed in pain and begged to be left alone, but Rael replied that this was only the beginning and advised him to hold on. After all, she has a lot of dead demon babies on her hands, who were tortured and raped before they died, and for this you need to answer. And those kids were in a lot more pain than he is now. Ade asked Rael if there was something that could be done with magic, as she had a fresh idea for torture. Rael replied that anything could be done with magic and invited his partner to repeat the spell after him. Ade said there was something I needed to clean at Cameron Erringham's. Chapter 46. Rael exclaimed that it was time to clean every last speck of dirt from the inside of the shop. Cameron Erringham screamed in pain, and her voice was deafening. Rael asked her why she wasn't aroused now, because she was a pervert who caused pain and suffering. Rael suggested another interesting spell to Ade, and she happily accepted. Ade relished saying goodbye to the hated Cameron Erringham. Her last cry was a balm to the girl's ears, and she felt the joy of revenge. After that, the demon children continued to take their revenge on the body of the merchant who had brought them suffering. They tore out her eyeballs, burned her skin with a red-hot iron, chopped off her limbs, and finally opened her belly. Ade asked her partner how he liked her revenge. Rael praised the girl for her incredible growth in the art of revenge and for having so much fun. Ade said that now it was Rael's turn, and he shouldn't upset her, because she herself had tried very hard. Raoul said that he needed to get a friend's opinion on how he liked the revenge show. Vandal said that he had never seen such a circus before, but now it was time for him to go, because he had so much to do. Rael said a friend who can't let him go is so easy, because he's the next contestant on the show. Vandal reminded Rael that he couldn't get back at him, because there was a rule. Rael reminded the mage that he was no longer the honest hero he knew, and so all the rules went to hell. And that honest guy died long ago, thanks to human hatred and betrayal. And right now, Rael is just a sickly avenger. Rael had called Vandal an idiot for believing him to be honest after all. The hero invited the magician to taste the taste of betrayal, because it is indescribable. Rael asked how the magician was now he feels fine, but Vandal has decided it's time to run. Once in the forest, he thought that he hadn't expected the stupid Rael to be so crazy. What he hadn't considered, though, was that it wasn't so easy to fight a great mage, and it is not difficult for him to escape from the magical space. Vandal decided that it was a pity to lose Cameron Erringham, but the whole slave trade could be resumed simply by intimidating the moneybags. Yes, and you can find as many pawns as you want, if only there were money. Vandal felt that the first thing to do was to fight off Rael's black magic and see the king and the Holy Virgin. Rael asked if the magician had finished his snack, since it was high time for the second part of the revenge show. Or maybe he thought it would be so easy to escape from the hands of a real avenger. Chapter 47. Vandal realized that he was back in the magic space and started cursing. Raoul said that the show should continue, because the audience was already waiting. The Archmage asked why there were nobles and residents of the capital in the stands. Rael explained that they were going to see a duel between a hero and a great magician, so people should not be deprived of such a spectacle, because the more viewers, the better. Representatives of the nobility began to support Vandal. They promised him great fame if he defeated Rael, as well as a new profitable enterprise. The demon slaves, in turn, were shouting furiously for Rael kill the great mage and avenge their suffering. The hero reminded his former friend that he was a fearless great magician and now he would not be able to escape anywhere, since the show of revenge, but rather the show of retribution, should start any minute. And soon it will become clear who will be stronger, a crazy avenger who has dark magic or a great magician who is adored in the capital. Rael struck a chord with the mage by naming him number 2 on the hero's team. Vandal screamed in anger that he would kill Rael on the spot and shut his filthy mouth. The great magician used top-class fire magic, which pleased his fans in the stands. Ada became worried and asked Rael if he could defend against such a powerful force. But the hero calmly replied that this was not necessary. Vandal, cheered on by the shouts of the nobles, exulted. He was almost certain that Rael had perished in a tornado of fire. The demons, on the contrary, panicked and began to worry about their savior, because they had never seen such a huge magical flame. The great mage laughed and exclaimed that Rael should never have gotten involved with someone who would be the head of this country. And what a hero he was then, since he only needed one punch. Rael, as if nothing had happened, and he said it was a little hot, but it was normal. Vandal became confused, and his fans began to doubt him. Rael declared that it was now his turn to show strength. Vandal wheezed and complained that Rael was draining his mana. The hero only said that his mana is a rare muck. The great mage decided to fight, but was surprised when his magic didn't work. Rael told his former friend that he had an incredibly small mana pool, as for a great magician. Nobles from the capital began to make fun of Vandal. They were shouting for the magician to stop fooling around and finally show them your power. He began to fight for real and amazed everyone with his magical power. Vandal replied that it couldn't be, that this was all he was capable of and that everyone would see it now. Rael grinned and said that he would be very interested to see it. Vandal started shouting that he had never laid a finger on the little demons, so it wasn't his fault. Rael reminded me that it was stupid to still believe in the rule of giving what was right, because everything in this world is a complete lie. Rael exclaimed that the great magician should first get rid of his clothes, as this would help him experience new experiences. The hero advised Vandal to hurry up and give out all his strength, otherwise the fate of the merchant Cameron Erringham awaits him. Vandal growled angrily and cursed Rael. The hero exclaimed that it was probably all over for the great magician, since he was only throwing himself with his fists. And now it's not even clear what to call such a person who can't use magic. Rael asked the respected audience to pay a little attention, because it was time to properly rub the great magician Vandal, since it needs to be cleaned very carefully and only blood will sweep away all its dirt. Chapter 48. Rael set to work with relish, saying that everything should be perfectly clean. Residents of the capital began to ask the hero to stop tormenting the great magician Vandal, which surprised Rael very much. The hero asked them if they even knew how many girls Vandal had deposited on their trip. The crowd of fans screamed that they knew everything, because Mr. Vandal was beautiful and incredibly popular, and that is why everyone loves and honors him. Rael said they probably also knew that their favorite magician had killed all the girls he could get pregnant. The crowd is angry. She said it was all a lie and a great magician wouldn't do that. Rael said that in this case, everyone should be interested in how Vandal helped the slavers, and this geek lying on the ground secretly participated in their vile affairs while even receiving not a small amount of money. And he also gave his pregnant mistresses to slavers after the pleasures, deceiving them and promising them a better life in the mansion. The demons confirmed Rael's words and added that the girls were tortured and then disposed of their disfigured corpses. One by one, the nobles began to say that it was time for them to leave this place. A ridiculous performance. Before they left, they said that the wizard Vandal was a real coward and only disappointed with his powerlessness, so time was wasted. The demons began to demand that the great magician be castrated immediately, and the residents of the city began to support them. The entire arena was shouting in unison and demanding a brutal reprisal against Vandal. The Grand Mage shouted out in desperation that it was all a lie, and that Rael was talking complete nonsense. People did not respond to his words, but only began to ask more strongly to castrate the false magician. Raoul told a former friend that he looked very pathetic and was left without fame and money. Vandal tried to create a spell that only made an already satisfied Raoul laugh. Distraught, Vandal continued his pointless attempts and began shouting that he was a great magician and would be the one who would end up at the top of this country. Rael continued to have fun and advised the magician to finally understand that he had lost all the most precious things in his worthless life. Rael exclaimed that it was time to move directly to the main stage of the show. Although cutting up a Vandal right away won't be so interesting, so there's something special prepared for it. Rael explained if Vandal pulled his head out of the bucket for more than 3 seconds, then something will be cut off immediately. Therefore, as long as the magician keeps his head in the bucket, he will be protected from the click of scissors. Vandal should try hard if he doesn't want to feel the scissors on him. Rael announced the beginning of the test and told the audience that the bucket contains hair, internal organs, various bodily fluids, and many other unpleasant things that emit a terrible stench. The main thing is that all this will certainly end up in the mouth and nose of an expensive magician, and he will completely immerse himself in the process. Rael shouted happily, causing the mage to raise his head and immediately start reporting. The hero said with annoyance that the great magician was able to escape punishment at the last moment. But this is all already boring, so you should cut off his personal belongings right now. To the cheering of the crowd, the scissors snapped, and the Wendell's bubbling squelch was heard. Suddenly, the great mage realized that he was standing in the arena completely intact, and Rael's voice announced that the death count was open, and a fair trial had just begun. Chapter 49. Vandal asked ruefully what was going on, since he should have been dead by now. Rael asked with pleasure how he felt about the first death, because it looked simply amazing, just like a fountain in the city square. Rael announced that it was time to continue the show, and for this special guests were invited, the same priests that everyone's favorite Vandal was spying on. Raoul advised his former friend to try to calm down, as he will have to experience what is called real pain. Vandal began to ask Rael to stop joking and just let him go, because he had already been through flour. The hero replied that he had come up with a great idea to let the great magician experience all the pain that his sister had experienced. Vandal yelled at them not to touch him and let him go immediately. And Rael just said that the magician has a very cute girl's voice appeared, and now he will show by his example what happened to his sister. The Vandal wheezed wildly, and something crunched in it. Immediately, the death count was at 2. Rael happily told the resurrected mage that the club had gone very effectively into his ass and out through his mouth, so the picture was a sight to behold. Rael asked that Vandal must have realized by now that all these deaths were just an illusion created by a spell. Vandal shouted that the hell it was an illusion, because he really felt a wild pain. The mage asked how Rael could possibly know such high-level illusion spells. The hero replied with satisfaction that all this was due to dark magic, and it was this magic that helped Wendell get such a bright range of impressions from pain. The only thing that can be regretted is that such power was not available during the heroic campaigns. Rael suggested that we continue the fun and create records of deaths that are still missing. I never saw the light. Ida asked what was going on with the mage and why he was acting so strangely. Rael realized that his partner couldn't see anything and showed her the pictures of Vandal's death. He explained that the mage was currently experiencing many deaths under the spell that had been cast on him. Vandal experiences moments of death dozens of times and sees an illusion called Revenge of the Deceived Hero. Ida asked how it was possible that he could see an illusion within an illusion. Rael replied that it was a great way to save energy. Ida was surprised to see another page in the Book of Deaths. Rael said to the magician that he remembers their former battle glory, and therefore specifically leaves him the opportunity to break out of the illusion. However, this is only one chance in 1,000 outcomes. Therefore, you need to try very hard to wait for a happy occasion. Raoul announced that the next game will be a shooting gallery and you need to find out how many blades will hit the target. Adele wondered if she would probably have to cast a new spell if Vandal could break free. Rael replied that it was unlikely that this would happen and there was no need to worry. Unexpectedly, Vandal exclaimed that he had managed to escape Rael's spell after all. Chapter 50. The Great Mage was shouting in delight. He asked Rael what he would do now, since this chance of salvation was fairly received. Ade was outraged by this result and urged her partner to do something about it. Rael asked her to calm down and just keep looking. The hero explained that he had specially created another illusion for Vandal, as if he had managed to get out. After all, it is obvious that there really can't be any chance, and all this is a lie. Rael laughed at the fact that the great wizard believed in everything like a child. Ade thought that Vandal should have considered that Rael would be breaking his own rules. Same rules. Although even deceiving the Archmage, Rael adheres to the main rule, to give what is deserved. Ade asked what the lie was all about. Rael reminded him that Vandal was mentally weak, and that frequent deaths would break his psyche, so it wouldn't be interesting to watch if he stopped feeling anything. And if you give him hope, then he will be more active and therefore enjoy every death that is prepared for him. And this will be a worthy answer for all his deception since childhood. The death count was already at 74, and Vandal was still begging for forgiveness. He screamed in pain. He screamed that his stomach was going to burst. The horrendous death toll continued to grow, and Ida said the number was staggering. Rael praised the magician for his efforts, because his thirst for life is incredible, and he desperately clings to the only chance. Rael remembered what a fool he'd been before, when he'd been so desperate to think of a good outcome. Ade realized that she would not be able to win the competition, since the number of deaths of Vandal had already exceeded 2,000. Vandal started yelling that he was being bullied and that he had to get out, no matter what. A new illusion enveloped his mind and he saw the disciples from his childhood. The children began to beat and insult him, calling him a geek. The great magician realized that he was in the skin of little Rael. Vandal lost the ability to move when little Rael offered him friendship, just as he had done as a child. Rael gloated that there were still a lot of deaths in store for Vandal that would be fun to watch. Therefore, this show will continue for a very long time. Rael said they would enjoy it together like real friends. The hero decided that the magician in pursuit of false hope again and again learns despair, and this is fine. In General Brown's room was a guest of the slave trader Cameron Erringham. The guest boasted that she had prepared beautiful outfits especially for the visit, including for General Brown. The warlord, having quickly changed his clothes, caused delight in slave traders, and she began to say that this costume suits him very well. Cameron Erringham said that the general does not have enough makeup for a complete transformation, to which Brown asked why he needed makeup on his ugly face. But the merchant advised me to listen to her, because she will apply makeup using magic. She promised to reveal the beauty of the general and showed him a new, true look. Cameron Erringham said that now he is ready to conquer new heights and must fully reveal himself in a new image. General Brown got a taste for it and began to enjoy his new look, which only made Ada feel sick. Chapter 51. Rael announced that this was the end of his vengeance, and now he had to get Vandal out of here. The audience became indignant and shouted that Rael would really leave the magician alive. They began to demand, too, to participate in the torture of the great magician, because it was not for nothing that everyone gathered. Rael reminded them that they had come to take revenge solely on Cameron Erringham and the guards. The demons replied that they, too, wanted to inflict hellish pain on Vandal and he should be left to them to devour. But Rael reminded him that the mage was only involved in protecting the slave trade and therefore had nothing to do with them. The demons listened. They went back to the hero's words and decided that they were really lucky to be released, and they were also able to get even with Cameron Erringham. Rael told his partner that it was a higher priority for him to release the captives from slavery than to commit revenge. Although, of course, there is a sense of joy from revenge. Now it's time to return to the dungeon to announce the end of their Avenger alliance. Rael remembered that he was very hungry and suggested that I'd eat together. Rael was surprised to ask the girl what she was doing and whether they had already become enemies. After all, they had recently been something like friends. Ada screamed that she shouldn't be bullied and that they were never really friends. Rael noticed that she was filled with hatred as always, and it was probably not easy for her to contain her feelings when she accepted his help. The hero asked if she had ever considered experiencing something more exciting. Ada hissed back that she felt nothing but humiliation. But now that the demons have been freed and her mission accomplished, there's nothing left to stop her from taking her revenge. The girl screamed that it was time to say goodbye to life for the hero Raoul. But the guy, having left the attack, said that first they would have a feast to celebrate their successful revenge on Vandal and go to his chambers. Ada screamed that she wasn't going to play along with his nonsense, and he had to let her go. Rael asked her when she had become such a scoundrel, because it was very cruel of her. Once Ada decided to get rid of it after using it for her own purposes. She'd seemed like a very innocent little demon before. Rael said that he had known everything about her for a long time, because she was still very naive, and he is very interested in how she was able to cast 2 levels of the reincarnation spell on herself, and under the guise of a false hero, create the image of a village girl. Rael asked if she would show her true form or if he would have to use a violent method. Ada replied that ever since Rael had appeared before her, she had dreamed of pouring out all her hatred in a real form. Throwing off the mask, the girl declared that now she is real, and she is the younger sister of the demon lord killed by Rael. Therefore, her fire of revenge burns brighter than the sun and cannot be extinguished. Chapter 52. Raoul said that he finally met Deodora, who is very similar to her sister. Rael reminded the demoness that preparations were needed to take revenge. Deodora replied that this was a good thing, since the hero understood that she was going to avenge her older sister, the demon lord. Rael laughed at the demoness and reminded her not to swing her sword so much. After all, he himself had taught her that her movements should be shorter and that she should aim for the head. Deodora growled in anger and promised Rael a quick death as soon as she finished with Vandal. Rael asked what perhaps she should stop there, because the spell of immortality is cast on Vandal, and he should decorate his museum of revenge. The hero praised Deodora for the great idea of using a copy spell to distract the eyes, and because of that, she proved to be much smarter than Vandal. Deodora decided that this was her chance to get revenge on Rael, but then she lost control of her body and began to demand to be released. Rael told the demoness that if she wants revenge, she needs to suppress her feelings and turn on her head, because it's stupid to hope that everything can be solved with a dagger. Rael laughed above her. He explained that her bloodlust was overflowing, but she could only use the copy spell. At the same time, she is already completely exhausted and does not pose a threat. Rael said that in this position, he could kill her without much difficulty. But for her, he will show leniency because she is looking for revenge, and this is worthy of respect. Rael suggested that Deodora make a choice, get the key to the Cameron Erringham vault, where all her riches rest, and there will be more than enough of them to put all the rescued baby demons back on their feet. Rael asked her if she would choose to take the key and walk away, try to attack again and die in vain. Deodora hissed back that Rael was a real beast. The hero said that he understood her perfectly and noticed her evil look, the same as his in the past. And it's quite humiliating for her to see a man who wants revenge in front of her and decide to let him go. Rael reminded the demoness of the rescued slaves, who will find it very difficult to live a new life without money, because she, as a member of the royal family, must protect her people. And that's why she accepted help from a sworn enemy not so long ago to free them from slavery. Rael asked what had happened to the girl Ada, whose form Deodora had assumed, and did she have to accept an unfair death? Deodora screamed that she didn't kill Ada because that girl saved her life and for that she owed her. Chapter 53. At Charles' funeral, everyone assumed that his death was accidental and he died from a bad fall when he was thrown by a horse. The villagers paid attention to the grieving loss and promised to help Ada and her mother, but of course they didn't know the truth. The day after the crate containing Charles' remains was found in front of the door, Ada's mother arranged a funeral. She did not tell anyone about how her husband died, so as not to harm the children. 2 weeks later, Ada's mother informed her that they needed to talk, but that this conversation should remain just between them. My mother told me how Charles, at the cost of his, he tried to save the lives of the demon cubs and free them from slavery, and on his last night, he gave some of them to a healer from a nearby town. Then Charles was killed on his way to the capital, and so the whole truth about the slave trade died with him. Her mother told Ada that now they had to finish her father's case, because that was what he would really like. My mother asked if Ada would come with her to the capital to tell them what had happened. Ada used the magic of reincarnation to go to the healer, as they thought that their father's killers might be monitoring their actions. Ada decided that she should do everything in her power and remain undisclosed. The healer met Ada and told her that the little demon her father had brought was recovering. The healer explained to the wounded demoness that Ida was the daughter of the man who had saved her. Ada said that it was a pleasure to meet her and that she was happy about the demoness' recovery. The demon girl screamed at Ada to stay away from her and leave her alone. The healer explained to Ida that the demon child would get used to her if he saw her every day. Ada wondered what the demon girl's name was, but the healer said he hadn't asked for a name. From then on, Ida began to visit her new friend every day. She asked her name and her age, trying to make conversation. But the demoness was wildly irritated by Ada's presence and her constant questions. And one day she broke her silence and exclaimed that she was very tired of Ada, and she was not the demon lady at all, and her name was Deodora. Ada was still glad to see some reaction from the demon and said that it was very nice to finally meet him. When the healer announced that it was time to end the date, Deodora asked the doctor, "What is it?" He knew what had happened to Ada's father, Charles. The healer replied that Charles had been brutally murdered the same evening he brought the Deodora to him. Deodora realized with regret that this girl Ada and her entire family had lost a loved one through her fault. The next day, Ada visited Deodora again and asked how she was feeling. She began to tell me that the weather was fine outside. But Deodora interrupted her and asked for forgiveness for the death of her father Charles. Ada didn't listen to Deodora, but exclaimed happily that she was very grateful that Deodora had spoken to her. From that moment on, the distance between the girls the number dropped sharply, and they began to talk calmly. Ada and Deodora discussed everything, past and future, and she found common ground on any topic. And they seemed to know each other forever. A month later, the day came when Ada and her mother went to the capital. My mother told me that the great magician Vandal had promised to help them and introduce them to lawyers from among the nobles of the upper kingdom. To do this, they agreed to meet a little later at the appointed place. Ada was delighted with this news and immediately felt much calmer, because she had heard many times about the nobility of the great magician Vandal. My mother promised to find out all the details when she met the wizard, and Ada said that she would be very much looking forward to it. The healer reminded Deodora that her injuries weren't fully healed yet, so she shouldn't go anywhere. Deodora replied that she didn't want to hear about it and had to go, as the journey to the capital would be long and she needed to recover as soon as possible. Ada informed her that her mother and sister were already on their way, and that they should also move out. Deodora told her friend Ada that she was able to save her body and heart that had been broken by humans, and so from now on, she would do everything she could to protect Ada's smile. Alas, in the future, fate only laughed at such determination of the girls, but they still had to find out. Chapter 54. Ada said they were half a day's walk from the forest hut, and they would be safe there. After all, the great magician Vandal will be waiting for them there. Deodora ordered her friend to duck immediately, because the henchmen of the merchant Cameron Erringham were in front of her. Ada replied that her mother had warned her about possible surveillance, but it was very strange to meet enemies along the way. Ada suggested that they take a detour, but Deodora explained that they would only get there in the evening when it was dark, and walking through the dark forest will be even more dangerous for them. Deodora said that she would distract the bandits, and Ada should run to the hut using a spell copy options. Ada said that this is unacceptable and very dangerous becomes a bait for them. She had to get Deodora back to the capital, and she couldn't let anything happen to her. Deodora explained that there was no need to worry, as she would turn into an animal and distract the bandits before catching up with Ada. Deodora said that she was very good at the copy spell and would be fine. Ada agreed with her friend's plan and asked her to conserve her strength and not get too exhausted trying to catch up with her. Ada said that she was very sorry about her request to her father when she asked him get back as soon as possible. After all, if he hadn't been in such a hurry, he might still be alive, and that's why it's so hard for her to remember that evening. Deodora said that Ada was wrong and it wasn't her fault. Deodora realized that she had always thought only of herself, and until that moment, she hadn't even realized how deeply Ada had been hurt. After all, she was a very young girl, who had just lost a loved one, and now she was afraid of losing a friend. Nevertheless, Ada always looked at the world with a smile and optimism. Deodora said that it was not necessary to make any promises, but only to think about how to save their lives. The bandits noticed the girls and gave chase, and Ada just shouted to them that they would never be able to catch them. Ada said that the cabin was right up ahead, and that she needed to meet her mother. The great magician Vandal called out to the girl and said that he had been waiting for her for a long time. Ada was overjoyed and said that on her way to the cabin, she had met Cameron Erringham's subordinates. She asked where her mother and sister were. Vandal told her not to worry, that they had been waiting for her inside the hut for a long time, so they should go inside as soon as possible. Deodora will shake off the pursuers, I thought, or is it all right with Ada? After all, she must have met her mother by now. But her joy turned to dismay when Deodora saw the great wizard Vandal in the company of Cameron Erringham. Vandal was telling the merchant that the girl's mother had found out about his involvement in the demon child trade. Cameron Erringham praised the wizard for his help and for casting a hypnotic spell on the captives. Vandal reminded the merchant that if she hadn't dealt with her accountant, he wouldn't have needed to get into trouble either. Cameron Erringham apologized for her mistake, and the magician said that that accountant was still able to withdraw only just one demon girl who would die of her wounds anyway, in a ditch somewhere. As soon as they were gone, Deodora, sensing trouble, rushed to the hut, trying to push away the bad thoughts. But, alas, a terrible picture awaited her, and Deodora sobbed in despair. She screamed how it had happened, because Ade had promised her that she would protect her life, and now her smile would never shine on her face. Deodora swore to kill the bastards who had taken everything from Ada and do it on her behalf. Retribution said that now it was clear how it really happened. He asked how much fun it was for Deodora to carry out her revenge. For the sake of the man who had been killed. I owe you my life. The demoness angrily replied that there was no need to compare her to herself. Retribution asked why she, the demon lord's younger sister, had been treated like the other slaves, and why she hadn't been in the lord's castle when he'd broken in. Although this is no longer so interesting, Retribution asked her what choice she had decided to make. The hero explained that he himself is not so caring as to distribute money, and look after how the rescued slaves will live. And perhaps they are destined to wander the streets and live in poverty. Retribution reminded them that he was always there for them. They will be a hated enemy who has slain the demon lord, and they may not want to accept help from him. But they were only saved, and they can start a new life. Retribution said that it was time for him to leave and that Deodora should make up her mind quickly. The demoness swallowed her pride and blurted out that Retribution should give her the key. The hero quite said that this is the right choice and you need to protect your life. At parting, Raoul thanked Deodora for the interesting cooperation during the revenge. 2 months later, a court hearing began in the capital, where the Holy Virgin Christina was accused. People insulted her in every possible way and wished her a quick death. The judge calmed the crowd and called on the defendant, Christina Olcott, to come forward. Little did she know that she was now the next target for hero Raoul's revenge. Chapter 55. Raoul told the king that he was back, and he managed to get rid of the fake hero, the merchant Cameron Erringham, the great mage Vandal, and all their subordinates. The king replied that he had been waiting for Raoul's return for a long time and asked for more details. Raoul used dark magic to send a picture of events directly to the king's brain. Vladica said that Raoul chose very interesting ways for his revenge. The king asked what happened to the captured demonlings in the end. Raoul decided that it was not worth telling the truth and replied that he had burned the entire dungeon to the ground. The hero explained that he did not want to kill at all no one but the objects of his revenge and therefore did not think to touch the slaves. But then he thought that if it came out that they were enemies of the demon lord, there might be a riot in the future, so he got rid of all the demon slaves. The king praised Raoul for such a far-sighted decision, because those demons are just ordinary cattle, like the rest of the evil spirits. Raoul asked if they should be called that, because if the demons heard that, there might be problems. The king said that since the demon lord was dead, they should not be afraid of these creatures. The king reported that something interesting had happened while Raoul was away, and this applies to the Holy Virgin Christina Olcott. Raoul said he'd heard about her trial. The king said that the investigation established how Christina used magic against Princess Victoria during the events in the central square, and was arrested and imprisoned for this. Since then, her subjects have been accusing her of being a real witch, and since there were so many charges, her trial began even earlier than planned. The final hearing and sentencing was scheduled for the following day, but first she was given a chance to speak out, and that's enough in a delicate way. She was placed with 2 brats, and they were delighted with her ability to please. She satisfied them so much that she ended up destroying the demons with her holy magic. And yet, in this way, Christina was able to overcome the evil spirits of a special rank without any effort. Although the truth could not be found out, but the sight was very pleasing. The king gloated that her holy magic was indeed a dangerous thing. Raoul noticed that such a force could probably kill him, too. The king asked if he should have any reason to kill Raoul. The hero reminded that it was he who killed his daughter King Victoria. But the king shouted that he didn't even want to hear the name of this brainless wench, and suddenly coughed violently. Raoul said that he would go to see Saint Christina, and at parting he advised the king to take care of himself. The servant asked if he should call a healer, but the king replied that he was already feeling better. The king said that Raoul had arrived too early for Christina's trial. But the servant tried to calm him down and assured him that the hero would not be able to interfere with justice, even if he wanted to. The king said that it might be possible to profit from Christina and ordered her to be treated gently in the dungeon. Raoul was surprised that the Holy Virgin Christina, even in prison, is not shy about her vulgar desires, and she behaves like a sick animal. She uses her body as always, giving everyone who wants salvation from the sins of this world. Chapter 56. Saint Christina enjoyed being touched and asked to be touched again and again. She said she'd been locked up too long and her body was going crazy. The Holy Virgin begged the guards to come in and use her body. The guards decided that in this state, she would not be able to escape, and they themselves should not miss this opportunity, because their friends are already full of desire. The boys said they would give the Holy Virgin what she wanted. Rael exclaimed that there were interesting things going on here, and the guards were very naive to fall for such an obvious seduction. The guards began to make excuses and blame it all on Saint Christina. The girl immediately began to thank Rael for his visit, because she was very scared and these guards forced her to obscenities. Rael replied that he didn't believe all the lies, and now that she's in this cell, she can't stop herself from being pushed around by a bunch of assholes like nothing's happened. Christina asked not to be as angry as those people who suddenly started calling her a witch and put her in jail. Christina complained that the king believed evil people and she really is not a witch. Rael asked Christina to cover her breasts because it would hurt too much. Watch it. The Holy Virgin agreed, but asked Rael to help because her fingers were shaking. The hero replied that she should finish this performance and move. Christina replied that he was still very angry with her. Rael created a spell and said that he was already aware of how Saint Christina had bewitched everyone with holy magic, and she uses her magic to remove everything that holds back people's secret desires. As a girl, Christina met General Brown and decided to help her get to the village of Barden, to which he himself was traveling. Christina asked why the general was going there, but he refused to say so, because it was a direct order from the king himself. Christina used holy magic to bewitch the general. She told him that she had heard the voice of God, and he told her to be honest with what she wanted and take what she wanted. Later, on a camping trip, Christina, for the sake of fun, inspired Vandal, with the help of holy magic, to look at Rael differently. She also invoked the voice of God and bewitched the great magician to wish for the most cherished and dark things. The same fate befell Princess Victoria, in which she awakened a desire to humiliate Rael. Victoria wanted to gain power over the hero and make his little dog. With her sweet whisper in his ear, Christina takes away a person's mind and brings to the surface all the desires that are hidden deep inside. Such salvation is bestowed by Saint Christina on those whom she has chosen. The Virgin asked why Rael had been silent all this time, since he knew everything. Rael reminded Christina that tomorrow the court would pass sentence and she would have to atone for her sins. Christina replied that it should be so, because it is her vocation to bring death to sinful people. Rael asked her why she wasn't worried at all, because she should understand why he was here. The Holy Virgin said that she knew of his revenge, but she wasn't afraid of what Rael might do to her. Christina asked him to tell Rael how he was going to take revenge on her. The hero replied that he had a lot of interesting ideas in store for their date, and couldn't wait to get started. Chapter 57. The judge called the first witness to come forward. It turned out to be Saint Christina's own aunt. She declared that her niece, the Holy Virgin, was truly a terrible person. After all, she was able to brainwash her parents and force them to commit suicide, and at the same time called it salvation. They were so distraught that they were glad to be burned alive. And Christina herself, at that terrible moment, was laughing happily and shouting that she was happy for her mother and father. So it's obvious that she has no heart and is a witch. The second witness was a guard. He reported that Saint Christina had seduced his associates. She called out, "I took them to myself and began to seduce them with my body." The guard said that he saw from a hiding place how the guys went mad from her charms and began to kill each other for no reason. And Christina herself was screaming at that moment with excitement and pleasure. The guard explained that he could not have blamed Christina earlier, because no one would have taken his word for it. And there are still many people who were simply afraid to say a bad word about the Holy Virgin. The third witness was the Holy Father. He said that Christina is a real devil in the guise of a virgin and she destroyed the whole country. She led astray the bride of a prince of a certain country. That bride was innocent, a girl, but under the influence of Christina, changed beyond recognition, became dissolute and lost her mind. She became pregnant by someone unknown, and the prince, offended by this, fell into despair and killed her. The country that lost the royal family lost its stability and people began to run away from it. Thus, the whole state ceased to exist due to Christina's fault. The defendant said that she was not guilty, and in fact that the girl herself wanted to feel freedom. After all, it's too lonely to know only one man in your entire life. Christina reminded her aunt that her parents were really happy when they were dying, and he saw it for himself, and it was the most beautiful memory of them. And those stupid guards were very happy that night, but they started fighting over it and killed each other themselves. And she herself decided to do pleasure in their blood, and it was unforgettable. Christina exclaimed that she is a holy virgin and all her actions are performed in the name of people. She claimed to be the holiest creature in this world and was chosen by God, and all other people are sinners who commit sins only by staying alive. Christina said that if her death would result in absolution from her sins, then she would gladly accept death. People started yelling that she was a damned sinner herself and that she should die as soon as possible. Christina laughed and said that she perfectly understood their desire. Rael thought it all looked like a farce, and although the witnesses mostly tell the truth, they still embellish it in some places. Rael was surprised at how Christina kept talking about salvation and decided that there was no limit to her stupidity. The judge called for order and asked if anyone had any objections. Then I gave the floor to Saint Christina's lawyer. The lawyer asked everyone to be quiet and called the people brainless trash. Rael thought that this trial, even without his intervention, would give Christina the ultimate penalty. But this vile lawyer knows about the power of holy magic and doesn't want to lose the Holy Virgin. The lawyer called the arguments of the first witness not sound, because she cannot prove that his client forced her parents to burn themselves, and they themselves decided to accept the words of salvation of the soul, without the influence of Christina. Therefore, this is not enough for the prosecution. Further, the words of the second witness are also doubtful. After all, those guards could have refused his client, but they themselves started waving knives and at the same time wounded Christina. So if anyone is to blame, then only themselves for causing bodily harm. As for the third accuser, there is no evidence at all. That girl slept with a bunch of men herself and defamed herself. And her fiancé, the prince, killed her with his own hands, and then himself. Apparently, he was too lazy to revive the country and was a complete idiot. Therefore, all this has nothing to do with the client Christina, and all the accusations come from third parties who speak in a biased manner. The lawyer said that Saint Christina radiates a magical trace because her holy magic heals and this is her special feature. And after examining the bodies of the guards, there are no signs of magic being used, so the prosecution has no evidence. The lawyer said he was done with that. He thought that these scum wouldn't know the truth anyway, and he needed to finish the case quickly and get some privacy with the Holy Virgin. Rael exclaimed that he had arrived to act as the fourth witness for the prosecution. The hero praised the lawyer for his efforts and added that he is unlikely to receive an award. Rael explained that the only thing Saint Christina did was whisper, even though it was said that the people she whispered to lost their way for their families. But the fact remains that Christina also claimed that they were dying to save themselves. And that doesn't change the fact that she forced them to die. People shouted that everything was right and they were almost tricked by the lawyer. Raoul praised people for their reactions, because it's good for everyone. The hero said that there are many people here who were not directly affected by Saint Christina, just like he did, because she didn't do anything directly, and only reaped the benefits of those who were encouraged. Rael decided that the rules of revenge made it very difficult to give her what she deserved. Plus, the king's lawyer will be constantly in the way. But there is still a way to mock Saint Christina. The judge called Rael to take the oath of office, and the hero swore to follow the dictates of conscience to tell the truth without hiding anything. That wasn't what Rael was thinking. Chapter 58. The judge asked Raoul to give evidence about the defendant when she was part of his group. Rael said that in public, Christina was kind and innocent and behaved as a holy virgin should, for which she was very popular. But there was another side to it. Secretly, she revived the guards and played with them, forcing them to fight over her body, exactly as stated by the first witness in the case, who was an eyewitness to such a performance. Christina asked why they were doing all this, because no one understood the meaning of her rescue and only called her a witch, and why all of them they only say nasty things about her. Christina reminded Raoul that she had worked very hard to save him and sent him to heaven, and now it's not clear why he came back, and even thinks he's a god, even though he's just a hero. She was indignant that this was complete ignorance on his part, because she had given him salvation so many times. Christina said that she did not think that Rael's soul was so rotten. Rael replied that she was wrong about heaven. After all, he rose from the very depths of hell and only with one goal to take revenge on all those who betrayed him. Christina complimented Rael on his willingness to see her. The hero was surprised a rather peculiar train of thought for the vicious Christina. The lawyer interrupted their conversation and said that the character of the Holy Virgin, whatever it was, is not a reason for the prosecution. Raoul said that he was very impressed with the lawyer's efforts and had heard about his successful cases. The lawyer replied that talented people always have envious people, But Rael immediately explained that he had heard more than just flattering reviews, and some evil tongues said that the lawyer was known for strangely attaching only convenient evidence to cases. The lawyer said that he would stop talking, and the examination of the guards' bodies clearly showed that there are no traces of the Holy Maiden's magic on them, and this can be confirmed by the expert present. Rael decided to look into the expert's past and used magic. The lawyer added that there is no point in suspecting the expert, because it is already clear to everyone that there is no physical evidence. Rael replied that he had prepared evidence. The lawyer asked how the hero managed to do this. After all, the defense attorney himself knew that all the evidence was hidden by an expert for a decent amount. The lawyer thought that the court in this country is easy. It is only necessary to bribe experts and forge evidence, and his wealth only grows with each passing week. With a victory, the series of cases won becomes endless. The lawyer decided that this time the glorious hero Raoul was very unlucky with the enemy. Raoul asked the lawyer to remind him of the actual charge on which Saint Christina had been arrested. The lawyer replied that the Holy Virgin was accused of allegedly using her magic against Princess Victoria. Raoul said that if that was the case, he would have to ask the princess herself. The lawyer was outraged by Raoul's words and reminded that he had killed her himself and in a very spectacular way. So she can't be a witness because dead people don't give evidence. Raoul asked if he could imagine if Victoria were still alive. The lawyer asked warily what Raoul meant by that. The hero reminded that just the body of the princess was not examined for evidence. Raoul exclaimed with delight that he was glad to present Princess Victoria, the Pearl of the Cur's kingdom, to everyone's attention. Everyone except Saint Christina was horrified by the sight of the princess and made a noise of surprise. Raoul wished her luck with the examination of Victoria's body. The lawyer, panting with fear, wondered how she could still be alive in this state. Chapter 59. Raoul will offer to ask the princess herself, since he is here. He asked Victoria if Saint Christina had done anything to her, but the princess only let out a nasty wheeze in response. Raoul said that, unfortunately, he would not be able to take a statement from the princess, although he was still quite alive, and so it remains only to invite an expert to examine her body. The lawyer thought that it was enough to fabricate evidence here and now and the case would be won. He whispered to the expert to do everything as usual and not let him down. After some tinkering, the expert announced that the result of the examination of the princess's body showed the presence of traces of the Saint Christina's magic. The lawyer shouted what he was talking about and really didn't understand a damn thing about how to conduct an expert examination. The expert replied that he no longer wants to falsify evidence and will tell everything as it is. The judge reminded the lawyer that the expert's words were true and could not be challenged. The expert said that until now, he received money from a lawyer in exchange for falsifying evidence, and as a result of victories in court, the lawyer received even more lucrative cases, for which evidence was also forged. Thus, they did not earn bad money in their business. The expert stated that it is larger he can't do that, because he has a guilty conscience. The lawyer shouted that Raoul was manipulating the expert with magic and that this could be easily proved. The defense lawyer demanded to immediately bring another expert to analyze the situation. The judge invited a female expert and she immediately began to conduct an expert examination of her colleague. The woman announced that as a result of the examination, no traces of magical interference were found. The lawyer yelled that this was complete nonsense. Raoul said that it also seems to happen with a lawyer that convenient evidence does not appear. The lawyer began to demand bring in another expert. Raoul knew that there was a significant flaw in the courts of this country. Once you win the expert over to your side, as the vile lawyer did, and victory is assured. Raoul remembered how he had felt it firsthand when his trial was being held. He decided that he should now use dark magic and subdue all the experts in the capital. And then as much as you want will be able to hide and create evidence at their discretion. Every expert invited said that there were no traces of Raoul's magic, and this caused almost insanity in the lawyer, who shouted that this was not the case. Maybe. Raoul was happy and thought that this shitty court is very suitable for this shitty country, and all this will be useful for his revenge. The expert said that once it is proved that no one is manipulating him, he wants to see the results of previous examinations. After examining the bodies of the guards, he stated that there were traces of Christina's holy magic on them. The lawyer accused the expert of treachery and reminded about the money spent on him. The judge immediately called him to order and promised that he would have the floor later. The judge said that the results of the examination of Princess Victoria conducted in the courtroom were accepted. They will be presented by the court as evidence, and will be attached to the case. The lawyer began to ask Christina to start objecting, because if she was convicted, his career as an invincible defender would collapse and he would lose everything. The Holy Virgin promised to help, and the lawyer tried to explain what to say, but the holy magic confused his thoughts and he began to enjoy everything around him. People started asking him what the hell he was doing up there, and why he was laughing so idiotically. The lawyer only exclaimed at the end that he was great and could remain invincible. People began to talk noisily about how he jumped out of the window right after the Holy Virgin she whispered something to him. And all this is the influence of the holy magic of the witch, and now it is clear that the evidence is not false. Witnesses began to demand severe punishment for Christina. After all the evidence points to her guilt, and the lawyer, under the influence of her charms, committed suicide. So it's clear to everyone that she's a real witch. The audience in the hall supported the witnesses and began shouting accusations in the direction of Saint Christina. Each of them turned out to have something to remember the Holy Virgin. Christina asked if they could finally understand the beauty of saving her. After all, the lawyer was really happy when he knew salvation. The Holy Virgin said that if no one could understand it, they were all stupid sinners with lost souls. Therefore, he himself, at the cost of his life, will atone for everyone's sins. But only at the same time it would be nice to be in the arms of as many people as possible. People were outraged by her words and began to demand the judge's execution for Christina. The judge said that there is no point in further discussions and the court makes its verdict. The court recognizes Christina Alcott as a witch and sentences her to death by burning at the stake. Chapter 60. The crowd in the square cheered for the death of Saint Christina. People said they couldn't wait for her to scream in pain as she burned in the fire. Rael said that burning is a beautiful execution and he hopes that Christina will not pass out from the smoke until she is well fried. The Holy Virgin asked for forgiveness because she only wanted to grant salvation to every person. But now everyone can rest easy. She will atone for all their sins before God by her death. Christina wished everyone happiness because they are just a stupid, sinful and dishonest rabble. Residents of the capital shouted to her that she was carrying nonsense and wanted to burn in the flames of the fire as soon as possible. Christina felt the fire with pleasure and turned to God. She declared that she would finally be able to go to his realm and be with him. And finally, she will fulfill the mission assigned to her to save sinners. The Holy Virgin screamed that she was simply crazy about the flames of the fire, and asked to fry her harder so that her body would turn into a complete mess. She moaned and laughed with pleasure, shouting that she was insanely pleased. People were saddened by this sight, because each of them wanted to see the suffering of Saint Christina, and her joy only caused annoyance. Rael said that now the fun begins for Christina and she needs to properly repay for all her sins. He thought of a better way to make this hill look like a museum of revenge, and her former partner, Christina, will be a worthy exhibit. A sudden stab in the back made Rael say it was an unexpected surprise. Deodora exclaimed that she didn't expect it to be so easy. After all, Rael's body is now crippled by a powerful force of magic, and she didn't even expect it to be so much. Rael replied that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked if Deodora had not given up the idea of taking revenge on him. The demoness said that this was impossible, because ever since Rael broke into the palace and took everything from her, she sees her older sister in dreams every day, and her sister's suffering haunts her. Rael reminded her that her sister had died protecting all the demons, and it would have been better if Deodora had died there as well. The demoness roared in anger and promised to finish the hero off immediately. Rael offered to do it right now, and then said that she couldn't possibly do it on her own. After all, Deodora is just an ordinary child who, without his help, would not even be able to take revenge on Cameron Erringham. Deodora said that Rael, apparently not to kill in the usual way, and so she will do what Princess Victoria once did. The hero only replied that he was immediately flooded with vivid memories. Deodora explained that the dagger, like that arrow, is enhanced with light magic. But at the same time, it is unpleasant for her to hold it herself, because she is also endowed with dark power. Deodora said it was ironic, since she didn't take place as a demon, and the only spell I've been able to learn is creating a copy. Although because of her weak dark power, she can use this blade to kill Rael. The hero replied that he was glad to hear it and remembered how he had awakened the thirst for revenge in the young Deodora. Rael asked her why she didn't stick a dagger in his heart. After all, there was so much noise and pathos, and really her feelings for her older sister turned out to be an empty sound. Deodora screamed that Rael was a scoundrel, and when he came to kill her sister, he said that humans are good and demons are evil, and her sister was really just defending her country and her people. and all the demons wanted to live a normal life and nothing else. Deodora said that now the beasts would come and eat Rael, as they had done once before, and she will watch until Rael takes his last breath, and this will be the end of the former hero. 5 days later, Deodora wondered why she felt so empty, since she had finally managed to kill Rael and avenge her sister. Deodora thought that if she took revenge, she would be able to get rid of all her suffering. But why is it that he feels so much worse now than he did before? Chapter 61. Rael felt the white light and thought that this was probably the 3rd time he had been in this place. And it looks like everything worked out as it should. And Deodora really can, whenever she wants. Although she probably had no idea that Rael was using her to die. The goddess of love said that the time has finally come when she can see the hero Rael again. The hero replied that he was also very happy about his old friend. The goddess of love asked that Rael must have been in pain, since he didn't use the recovery spell when he died. Rael replied that he was also glad that she was still alive and well, but where was she going? Use your hand. The goddess of love explained that she presented it as a compensation when she revived Rael. After all, when you break the laws of the divine world, you need to give something in return. For example, your voice, hair, or body part. Rael chuckled that even in this world there are laws, and who made them up? The goddess of love replied that this was done by the gods themselves, both in the divine world and in the earthly one, and all this is decided by the gods in a divine assembly. Rael was surprised at the organization. The goddess said that she was incredibly happy to see her beloved Raoul and be with him. Rael said that she should have known by now why he'd come and asked her to grant him his wish again. The goddess of love exclaimed that only when Rael asks her for something does she understand the meaning of her existence. She asked what her beloved hero wanted. Rael decided to take advantage of the goddess, and as soon as she tried to object, he immediately reminded her of her recent promises. He ordered the goddess of love to shut up and do it. The goddess of love screamed that for the sake of her beloved, she would give up her eye to fulfill his wish. She called for the carriage that guides the dead to hell to come to her immediately. Rael thought about it, that now everything is ready, and although this goddess is not all right with her head, but she can be very useful. The goddess of love asked if Rael was leaving her so quickly. The hero promised that they would definitely see each other again, and her gouged out eye became a special highlight, and she is now much more beautiful than she was before. Rael thought he would see Christina, for the gate of judgment lay ahead. Of course, sometimes there are exceptions like Rael, but all the souls of the dead go to the gate of judgment in the beginning. Rael remembered hearing about it from the goddess of love when he first died. Rael decided that the gatekeepers didn't have much to worry about. It's easy, because the queue is huge. At this gate, the sins of each person are evaluated and where their souls will go is decided. There are only 3 options: hell, rebirth, and the land of the gods. All the merits and sins in life, character, and other aspects are expressed in numbers, and then there is a distribution. Most of the dead are reborn, others go to hell, and only a few go to the land of the gods. It is also said that a soul that has passed through the gates of hell will never see the light of day again, and this is what the mad goddess feared. Rael decided that he needed to go there and ask the goddess of love send it. After all of his training was just for this purpose, and his current revenge should start in the underworld. Rael thought that he didn't care what happened after his revenge, even if he never sees the white light or anything worse. All this is not important. The main thing is to take revenge on Saint Christina. The dead in line began to ask what was going on and who the stranger in the carriage was. Rael apologized to Christina for being a little late. The Holy Virgin asked him how he came to be here, and if Rael was dead, too. The hero explained that he died specifically for a date with Christina. The Holy Virgin said it must be love, since Rael had made such sacrifices for her. Rael invited Christina into the carriage and told her that he had written out the route of their date, and that it was not worth waiting in line. Christina asked where they would go in such a romantic carriage. Rael replied that it was a surprise and she had to be patient, and that the place they were going to would be perfect for her. Chapter 62. Rael told his companion that now they were in place and it was time to start their infernal tryst. Kristen chuckled. How could a date in hell be so romantic? After all, only absolute villains get there. The Holy Virgin remarked that there might be others in hell who would need to save her, but she had already done all her duty in the world of the living. The Holy Virgin explained that the Lord is waiting for her in the kingdom of God, and she must accept the love of the Most High. Rael replied that Christina had nothing to worry about and that this date would not take long, and he just wants to make sure they're real. Faith and salvation, about which the Holy Virgin spoke. Christina asked if Rael doubted her faith, since there was no need to be convinced of it, and her faith is very real as it has been proven many times. Christina said that she did not intend to go to hell, and their date should be postponed. Rael replied that he had fully expected such an answer and therefore wanted to offer a bet. The hero asked if the people whom Christina had given salvation through enjoyment were really saved and living happily in the kingdom of God. And if they really did ascend to heaven, then it's up to her and Christina. She can do whatever she wants with it. Rael said that if he won, then Christina should go to hell and save his friends, of whom there are many, with holy magic. The Holy Virgin agreed to such conditions and said that in this case she would go on a hellish date. Rael replied that then they should not linger and it was time to go. Christina laughed and told him that she needed to think of something interesting to do with Rael when she won the bet. Rael explained that she would have plenty of time to think. Rael said that now he will see what hell looks like. I was immediately surprised by the large variety executions that took place everywhere. The hero drew attention to the hill where they were being punished for lust and invited Christina to look there. Rael said that while there was still time, it was possible to go back in time a little. He recalled that before the appearance of the Holy Virgin, there were about 20 mercenaries in his squad. Christina replied that she remembered it well, but they quickly disappeared after her appearance. Rael remembered that when the counterforce was first formed, there were young mercenaries in addition to him and Vandal, and those events happened right after the order to march against the king was received. Demons. Rael went around towns and villages looking for people who would be willing to fight alongside him. And in one cheap eatery, he came across young guys who were pouring disgusting swill. Those guys did not expect to join such a great goal, and even with the legendary hero Raoul, because they considered themselves rednecks. Rael knew that the country always chose warriors from the higher strata of the population, but still, he decided to do otherwise and invited the guys to fight with him. The guys were surprised by this offer and asked why Raoul chose them. The hero replied that I heard how they wanted to be useful, and this influenced his choice. Rael decided then that he should help all those who wanted to act for the sake of this world and for the sake of saving people. The boys immediately agreed and promised to be loyal companions to Raoul in the campaign against the Demon King. After that, they all set off on their way to meet the adventures. Each of the young guys found their own purpose in life and often they thanked Raoul, seeing in him their mentor. This was not until Saint Christina joined them 3 months later. And the same guys who always diligently performed their duty, in particular at some point, they began to lose heart. One by one, they began to leave the squad without explaining anything. Rael tried to find out the reason for such actions, but they began to avoid him and later none of the 20 guys remained. Rael asked Christina if she had also granted them her salvation. Christina explained that those guys despised their own origins and didn't even thank God for their birth. And so, after the sacred intercourse, she ordered them to go and apologize to the Lord. Rael said that they had already arrived and that there were those in this place who were wallowing in lust. Rael had said that Christina would never meet anyone she knew, and the Holy Virgin was surprised that sinners turn out to be food for a huge dog. Suddenly, Christina realized that she was seeing someone who shouldn't be here. Chapter 63. Saint Christina exclaimed that it was amazing and it looked like those who ended up in hell didn't die. And they are certainly worthy of regret, since they sinned and did not receive salvation. Christina said that she was very sorry for these poor devils. Rael agreed and reminded the Holy Virgin that she was the reason they were in this place. Christina asked how this could be, since she had given them holy salvation. Rael told her to look closely at their faces, even though she wouldn't be able to recognize everyone she'd slept with. Rael showed Christina how she performed her rescues. She reveled in debauchery and promised everyone the way to the Lord. Christina commanded to do more good deeds and covet her holy body. After all, only through her body could they go to the kingdom of heaven. All the victims were bewitched and asked for a speedy rescue, and Christina, enjoying herself, guided them on the right path. Rael said it wasn't surprising, since she couldn't remember all the faces, because she was so wrapped up in her own satisfaction. Rael suggested that she take a closer look at the local guys and understand who they are, because for sure she can recognize some of them. Christina said that Raoul acts dishonestly and shows she has false visions, and although it is clear that he wants to win the argument, but this should not be done. Rael said that if Christina was sure that it was all a lie, it meant that she still had some memories. After all, how can she know that this record is fake? Saint Christina replied that she might be able to recognize someone, but still, in her orgies there was no place for lust, but only a path to the truth. And all those orgies with her, chosen by God himself, are salvation. Because everything is for the sake of pleasure, and in pleasure lies salvation. Christina exclaimed that the people she had saved were now on the verge of death. They can't be in heaven or hell. Rael replied that Christina deliberately pretends that she doesn't recognize anyone, because all her saved ones are in front of her eyes, and it must be a lot more serious than he expected. Rael explained that it didn't matter now whether she believed it or not, because she was probably already feeling some kind of anxiety in her heart. Saint Christina said that she did not understand what Rael was talking about, and in any case, her faith and salvation were unshakable. Rael chuckled and added that he hadn't counted on that alone to affect her faith and salvation. The hero suggested that we go to another place of execution and see what else is there in this place. Christina agreed and said that she was looking forward to new experiences. The companions visited the place of punishment for laziness, for gluttony, for anger, for jealousy, for pride, and finally found themselves in the right place. Rael explained that they had come to a place of punishment for greed. Christina noticed that this place was incredibly hot because of the volcano. Rael explained that those who end up here have to cross the burning bridge, and after being tortured, they fall into the river of blood, and this is the order of reckoning here. Rael noticed the two men trying to cross the bridge and wondered what sins they had committed. Christina replied that one thing is clear, that they are real villains, and this is beyond doubt. Rael asked why Christina was so worried and pale. The Holy Virgin, her voice trembling, replied that they simply could not be here and they were not real. Her face gradually became distorted, and she muttered that those two were imposters. Chapter 64. Rael said how Christina could be so heartless and call those two imposters, because they were her own parents. The Holy Virgin began to justify herself and said that this was a mistake, since her parents were now in heaven, and they could not be here. Parents, falling into the river of blood, began to beg for help, and Christina could not contain her emotions. Rael asked her if she was all right and showed her how her parents were back at the beginning of the journey, because you can't die in hell. Rael suggested that Christina take a closer look at her parents, since it was the most convenient moment. Rael told me that Christina was really she killed all those who interfered with her faith. The Holy Virgin was indignant and declared that she had granted salvation to all. Christina tried to tell her parents not to go to the bridge. She was asking why they were here, because it wasn't supposed to be like this. Rael replied that since she herself had given her parents salvation, it was all the result of that very salvation. The parents screamed in pain and asked how Christina had dared to deceive them so cruelly. The parents reminded their daughter that she had told them that for the happiness of the entire human race, it is necessary to get rid of all those who interfere with this. And then they can, too, find happiness, but instead end up in hell. Rael asked sarcastically if Christina had cheated on her own, her father and mother, and did not intend to save them at all. The Holy Virgin said that they were not her parents, but only imposters. After all, her mom and dad would never say such terrible things. Rael said that Christina was being asked for help, and she should give them holy salvation. But she replied that there was no need and that the imposters were not worthy of salvation. Christina screamed that her real parents were now in heaven receiving a blessing from the goddess herself. Rael said that if she was like that, if you are sure of this, then he has something else to show you. Rael showed her the goddess of love and explained that in fact the goddess in whom Christina believed so much was just a masochist, ready to do anything for him and even break the laws of the gods. Rael said that as soon as he said that he wanted to go to hell, the goddess of love immediately gave her right eye in exchange for this carriage. Although there was no denying that the goddess was actually quite useful. Saint Christina screamed that this was a lie and that it couldn't be. After all, it was this goddess who entrusted her with a sacred mission to save people. Christina declared that she was a holy virgin and a follower of the Lord, and obeying his will, she saved many people with the help of holy magic. And the holy goddess of love can't be so ugly, and it's all an illusion. Chapter 65. Christina decided that the light of holy magic, dispelling the darkness, would fall on Rael. The hero laughed and asked if Christina really had problems and couldn't use holy magic. Christina asked him why. Because he had said that if she lost, she would have to save Rael's friends in hell. The hero replied that he didn't really know that you can't use holy magic in hell. And now, no wonder the goddess of love is so afraid of this place. Christina said it wasn't fair for him to wait for his opponent to make his move. But Rael had explained that he wasn't. I waited and checked in advance to see if she could play her trump card up her sleeve. Rael said that Christina's favorite goddess of love is really just a pathetic sight. And if Christina can't use holy magic anymore, then she's not God's chosen one anymore, and just an ordinary person, just like all the people she saved. Christina screamed that it couldn't be, and she became a virgin from birth. Rael reminded Christina that a witch trial had taken place over her, and only this cast doubt on her image of the Holy Virgin. Raoul said that it was he who planned that trial for the sole purpose of the goal is to drag Christina to hell. Christina growled in anger at the words. Raoul reminded her of how she had been waiting for his revenge and yet had missed such a moment. Yes, and she also played along, all the time, repeating about some kind of rescue. Raoul complained that it was very difficult for him to hold back his laughter all this time. Raoul asked if there really was such a holy virgin. After all, she was only flaunting her charms and basking in lustful pleasures. And maybe she's actually just a sick girl who mistakenly thought she was a holy virgin just because she could use it. Holy magic. And she came up with the idea that with the help of her lustful body, she can send people straight to the kingdom of God, while saving them from their sins. Raoul showed Christina all her earthly affairs, and the very moment when she was executed, the Holy Virgin was able to look at herself from the side and relive the moment of burning at the stake. Her wild screams of pleasure hit her hard in the ears, and Christina was horrified at herself. Her confusion was cut short by the screams of all those she had supposedly saved with her holy magic. Many of the denizens of hell cursed her and promised never to forget the deception she had given them. They demanded to release them in hellfire, and reminded Christina of how she had promised everyone a happy life in heaven. Saint Christina was horrified and ordered them not to approach her. Raoul gloatingly reminded her that this was not the way to treat those whom she herself had awarded with holy salvation, and so she should once again save them all with her holy and insatiable body. Chapter 66. A crowd of sinners rushed to Saint Christina with prayers for salvation. Their hands gripped the Virgin's body, and their voices begged to be saved once more. Christina herself felt that her holy faith was giving way, and she began to ask to be released. Parents reproached their own daughter for the fact that their happiness was so close, and she turned everything to dust. The lawyer also arrived in time to say that he was glad to meet them, because he had not managed to celebrate his invincibility. The lawyer reminded Christina that she had promised him the pleasure of intimacy, and he was ready for the joys. The voices of the sinners mingled and became one continuous noise, whereupon Saint Christina screamed that it was all a mistake and that she was only here because she had come with Raoul. The Holy Virgin screamed that they were all complete scoundrels and demanded to be released immediately. But it has a completely different purpose, and the Lord is waiting for it in heaven. Raoul reminded Christina that her presence in hell was a matter of course, and that it had happened at the very moment when she had passed through the gates of hell. Christina replied that this should not be the case and it was not true. Raoul explained that it couldn't be any other way, because she had killed a lot of people under the guise of holy salvation. Christina screamed. Raoul jokingly reminded her that she was now among her admirers and should enjoy herself. Her voice became drowned out by the shouts of the crowd of sinners, and she only prayed that Raoul would have mercy and save her. Raoul thought about what he should do, and praised the goddess of love for a beautiful gift. The hero shouted to Christina that this is the chain of the goddess herself, and if you climb it, even the dead will be saved. Christina ran up the stairs, but the hands of the sinners prevented her from making a desperate dash. Each of them became the first to embrace their beloved savior as soon as possible. Christina screamed, so that everyone goes to hell and doesn't get in the way, because now they're saving her alone. She did her best to cling to the chain, cursing her fans, which made Raoul very happy. The hero said that it is impossible to treat people like this, because the Holy Virgin is supposed to grant people holy salvation. Christina screamed that she didn't give a damn about the whole rescue. Raoul asked her what it meant that she was admitting that she wasn't a virgin after all. Christina snarled back that she was admitting that she wasn't a holy savior either, and that she had always spat on God and everyone else. She screamed that she doesn't care what happens to others, just to save herself, so she asks for help. Raoul thought that the sweetest moment of this episode of revenge had come, when the chain snapped loudly and Saint Christina flew down to her saved ones. Chapter 67. Raoul said that in this way the Lord responded to her for renouncing the holy faith. Christina screamed that it couldn't be, and Raoul enjoyed her fall. It occurred to him that this was the place for her to be with her fellow sinners. Saint Christina screamed that her body was burning and she was very hot. She asked if Raoul really enjoyed making fun of her, and the hero replied that death was even very becoming to her, and she's probably already realized that she's not special at all. And if earlier she used holy magic to make puppets out of people, now she has become one of them. So this is a very fair moment of his revenge. Raoul laughed and shouted one last time that he wished Christina a happy stay and would be happy to remember this moment. Christine ran frantically to the carriage and begged Raoul to take her with him. But Raoul just shouted that their hellish date was a success and he was very happy. The Virgin's desperate plea not to abandon her was cut short by a thud, followed by another loud squelching sound. Raoul thought that this must be the reward. Once a person who is mired in sinful passions on earth drowns in hell in rivers of blood. Christina, before her next death, dreamed of her childhood, the very moment when she asked a stranger who she was. The goddess of love then replied that she was the one who entrusted Christina with a special mission, and Christina will have to become a holy virgin and give salvation to all people, bringing love everywhere. Little Christina replied that she understood everything and would spend the rest of her life doing it. General Brown greeted the audience from his commander's room. Princess Victoria reproached the general for digging for a long time and called him a stupid skeleton. The princess ordered her guest to be summoned immediately. General Brown announced that at the personal request of Her Highness Victoria, Princess of the Kur's Kingdom, the Holy Virgin Christina had been invited to join them. The guest corrected the general that she was no longer a holy virgin, but still very happy to see him with Princess Victoria. Christina said that now she has discovered the path of a preacher of beauty. General Brown thought it was odd a transformation, because her past is filled with dark pages. He asked what it meant to be a preacher of beauty. Christina explained that when Rael took revenge on her, she realized that her rescue methods were a mistake. Therefore, she decided to help girls in love from now on and make them more beautiful. General Brown asked if Rael had helped her get back on track. Christina said that she has an online salon and her business is going up. Princess Victoria exclaimed that no one cared about her business and ordered the general to get down to business faster. General Brown explained that the princess wanted to know something. The princess recalled how her trial took place and how she hung immobilized on the cross. Victoria said that if Rael had been killed in the same way, they must have looked pretty good from the outside. Christina said that Rael, like the princess, was eaten by stray dogs and pecked by crows, so there was no such pair anywhere else. Christina offered to help Victoria make things work out for her and Raoul. She gave the princess a dress and created an image of the crucifix while adding her magic. Victoria immediately flared up with desire and began to demand the general to please her. Christina thought that she had overdone the holy magic a little and invited them to meet again in the beauty room. Chapter 68. Raoul said that now he is in place and apparently the goddess of love was really right. The hero remembered her words that a soul that has passed through the gates of hell at least once will never be able to see the light of day again. And it didn't look like that gate was going to open for him. The goddess of love said that now she sees how Raoul has completed the execution of his next revenge. Raoul asked if the gods were free to go back and forth through this gate, because it wasn't fair. The goddess explained that everything is designed so that people cannot get out of hell, and these rules are set by the gods who rule hell, so no one can break them. Also, among the gods, the most cruel and ruthless are those who rule hell, and they also have an incredible contempt for people. These gods will never listen to man and will never meet him halfway. Raoul replied that all he had to do was make the gods listen to him and then he would get out. The goddess of love exclaimed that this is impossible, and unlike her, these gods do not have love and respect for people. The goddess of love reminded that only she can fulfill Raoul's wishes, and thanks to her feelings, he was able to fulfill his revenge. Raoul replied that he understood the whole situation perfectly, and that the gods of hell would not love him. Therefore, he will be the first person to rewrite these very rules and be able to get out of hell. The goddess of love asked if he really wanted to do something incredible. Raoul replied that he had no other choice and asked her to tell him how to kill these gods of hell. The goddess of love explained that this is complete madness and the gods who run hell are immortal. They are also incredibly strong and far stronger than any other gods he has ever met, and they also have countless fallen angels in their service. The goddess explained that if he went against them, he would end up in an even crueler hell than Christina. Raoul said that he was tired of all this chatter, so it was time for the goddess to give him all the information. Raoul said that he needed to return to the human world, because there were still objects of his revenge that should repay him. The heroes decided to eliminate any obstacle in their path, even if it was the gods of hell themselves. The goddess of love exclaimed that man could never take the life of a god. But then Raoul reminded her of her hand and eye, so there must be a way to kill the immortals, and if the goddess of love can't help him, then he doesn't need her anymore. The goddess exclaimed that it was unfair of him and reminded him of what she had done with her body for Raoul. The hero replied that the service that requires compensation is not love at all. And if she really loves him, then she must show her true love. Holding the heart of the goddess in his hands, Raoul realized that he was flooded with memories of the eternity that the goddess of love had lived. Raoul could see the gods laughing at his executions and deciding what to do with him. While the people in the square were stoning him to death, the gods were debating whether they would save him or not. After all, they had never interfered in such matters before. In the end, they only enjoyed his execution and continued their divine argument. Rael thought that the Feast of the Gods was very interesting, but he needed other memories. After reviewing a lot of the Goddess of Love's memories, Raoul still happily exclaimed that he had found a way to kill the god. And now the path from hell home will have to be cleared from the immortal gods. Chapter 69. Rael saw in the memories of the Goddess of Love an object called the Scythe that kills the gods. He decided that now he could break the rules and get out of hell. It remains only to take this artifact, because it is in the treasury of heaven. The goddess said through her laughter that it was impossible to do such a thing, so that the divine would fall into the hands of a person. Rael was surprised that the Goddess of Love was still alive, because her heart was in his hands. He asked if there was anything she could do to help him get the god-slaying scythe. The goddess asked why Rael was doing this to her. Rael grinned back and explained that he hated every single one of the gods for choosing him as their savior. After all, they used him as a pawn to save the world, and as a result, he died. But even then they did not help him, but only mocked at his executions. The Goddess of Love asked if Rael even saw the gods as the object of his rampant revenge. Rael replied that it was foolish of them to think that his revenge would not affect them. After all, for him now the whole world is divided into those who need to take revenge and all the others. Rael reminded him of how the gods had used it as they wished, and then thrown it away. So he will do exactly the same, take advantage of the Goddess of Love, and then abandon her. Raoul said that the Goddess of Love is still special to him, because he believes that she showed him true love, and he can only ask for the most desirable things from her. He asked her to demonstrate her most exalted love and all her vulgar feelings. The Goddess of Love grew stronger from such words and began to say that she loved Raoul, and would do anything for him. Raoul decided that now was the time to go to the chief god of hell. He was disappointed that the carriage summoned by the Goddess of Love had disappeared without her support, and it was very convenient to travel on it. Arriving at the very center of hell, Raoul saw the fallen angels and decided that they were just in time and would serve as a good replacement. One of the angels stated that the sinner who entered hell will be punished and his dirty soul will be judged by the god who commands hell. Raoul thought that their huge and pitch-black wings looked quite impressive. He asked if they were really the fallen angels he had heard about. The fallen angel stated that Raoul would be sent to the god of the Lord of Hell, and therefore he should be silent and not resist. Raoul replied that this was exactly what he needed and asked him to be more careful in delivering him to his master. The fallen angel asked if Raoul had decided to resist. Well, he explained that he had hit someone completely by accident and had no intention of killing anyone. The fallen angel said that if that was the case, Raoul would have to be put to sleep. The hero was surprised that the fallen angels also have illusion magic. He recalled the words of the Goddess of Love that the gods of hell were much stronger than the warriors and mages he had encountered along the way. Raoul decided that it was worth testing what the fallen angels were capable of and used his dark power. It seemed to him that these demons would be even more useful. He asked one of the angels that he was probably the most important one among all the others. Raoul explained that he also had business with the local god, so it would only be good for him if they took him to the Lord of Hell, because everyone would benefit. The hero asked him to immediately take the Lords of Hell, but only in some other way, not so bold. The angels were outraged by Raoul's insolence and declared that they only obey the god of Hell, and therefore he must surrender. Raoul laughed and thought that he was immediately reminded of the fiery execution of Saint Christina. The fallen angels were surprised by the hero's strength and decided that he possessed the magic of darkness. And his magic is so powerful that Raoul doesn't look like a human at all. The fallen angels did not want to approach Raoul and began to think about what they should do. After all, if they submit to the hero, then the god of hell will be enraged and they will immediately be deprived of the position of servants. Fallen angels remembered how recently one of them brought the deceased and was only a few seconds late, and the Lord of Hell immediately killed him for it. Another fallen angel was killed for violating an order, which turned out to be a mistake, and he was only following the instructions of the god of hell and finished off 100 dead people. Another fallen angel died just because he was flying loudly. Raoul said that he didn't really understand what was going on, but he advised them to calm down first. The hero promised that if they lead him carefully, he will not resist. The fallen angels decided that they only needed to deliver the sinner, and replied that they agreed to Raoul's terms. The hero said that now he feels much better and they are quite normal guys who listen to other people's requests. On the street, he said that now it was time for them to go to the main god of hell and find out what kind of trial was prepared for him. Chapter 70. Raoul was surprised by the variety of executions in hell, and although they were all intended for sinners, They were made by God, which made it even more interesting. Rael thought how stupid people on earth were to think that all the gods were pure, honest, and the very embodiment of good. Although if you think about it, the people themselves, also created by the same gods. Rael said that the palace of the Lord of Hell is really amazing for its size. After looking around, the hero said that the god of hell apparently has no taste at all, since he considers such jewelry to be something cool. The fallen angel was indignant at the hero's words and asked how he dares to say so, since his life is precious to him. Rael explained that the whole area was covered with ivy and bones, so it was completely unclear how they could get inside. The fallen angel replied that he was using a staff that contained special magic. He stated that he had brought a sinner and demanded to boil the gate. Rael thought that this item was also interesting as a divine artifact, and Rael noticed that the inside was just as tasteless as the outside. The fallen angel ordered him to stop being impertinent, but Rael replied that he himself would like to live in a castle with a more elegant interior. The hero said that his museum will soon be packed to capacity, and it is possible that he will open the next one in this castle, but only after redoing everything first. The fallen angels began to fuss and tell each other that the god of hell is furious and they need to hurry. Rael joked that they should not have built such a long corridor, and then they would have got there faster. The fallen angel said that they had reached the god's chambers and ordered Rael to go ahead. Rael thought that this place is similar to the space around the gates of hell, and now it is clear that all this is the work of God, who commands hell. After seeing the main god, Raoul said that his invitation was a great honor for him and he was glad to appear before such a great god. The Lord of Hell asked if Raoul understood why he was invited to this place. He said he had no idea and was only doing what he had to do, so he didn't know why he was here. The Lord of Hell ordered to read the list of deeds of the sinner Raoul. The servant read out that, as a mere human, Raoul Evans had passed through the gates and entered the halls of hell without permission. The hero at this time thought that even the sculptures here are very strange and everything looks rather ridiculous. Raoul was further accused of commanding the dead and acting as if he were the ruler of hell, which is regarded as the greatest insult. Raoul interrupted the master's servant and said that it was time to get to the point. The huge dog growled at Raoul and asked him if he understood the situation he was in. Raoul just laughed at the sight of the enraged dog and joked about its shaggy head. The Lord of Hell said that if Raoul was tired of everything, then he would make a small show first, because passing a sentence quickly is very boring. The god of hell stated that he had gathered all of Raoul's favorite dead here, and invited him to amuse himself. Raoul replied that he was very surprised that the Lord of Hell had gathered a bunch of weaklings for him. The hero asked if the god of hell really wanted to humiliate him in this way. If that's the case, then the Lord of Hell really has no taste. Chapter 71. The god of hell said that Raoul could not understand the preference of the gods, and this is natural, because he is just a small midge. All 5 of the dead couldn't figure out where they were or why their bodies couldn't move. Raoul thought that he had already got rid of all of them in his earthly life, so why should he see them again? The hero told General Brown that they had not seen each other for a long time and it was very strange to see him in the flesh. The general demanded that he finally be forgiven and put out of his misery, but Raoul only laughed in response. The hero said that he was also happy to see Sandra and Professor Ren Bennick. Sandra only asked where Princess Victoria was now, because she was always waiting for her. Raoul asked Lucas Eckhart who he was. Lucas replied that he was the one who protected Count da Costa, and the hero immediately remembered how he turned into this guy. Saint Christina screamed out what was going on here at all, and if this was Raoul's doing again. Raoul asked her to calm down, because he was already very tired of her face. He invited all 5 of them to voice their grievances to the god of hell, since he was the one who had gathered them here for some purpose. Christina begged the Lord of Hell to save her and promised that she would do anything for it. Raoul explained to the Lord of Hell that it was unlikely that his idea would be interesting, because he had already killed all 5 people on Earth, and this fight would lead to nothing else. Christina rushed to pray to the god of hell to save her. She tried to seduce him and promised to serve faithfully. The god of hell asked the Holy Virgin if she really wanted salvation, and if so, he would immediately release her. The others yelled that they also wanted help and release from eternal torment. Christina called the Lord of Hell her god and only managed to say that she would be faithful to him. The other sinners immediately fell silent when they saw what had happened to Saint Christina. The Lord of Hell said that all these people who are present here are those whom Raoul wanted to condemn to eternal suffering. And now he has released Saint Christina from this suffering, and now she will not rise again. The Lord of God explained that he had shown mercy, although Saint Christina was unlikely to be able to thank him for his kindness now. Lucas Eckhart began to ask the Lord of Hell to release him too, because he was already tired of suffering. Lucas went on to explain how Rael had killed him in a nightmarish way, and how he had been in hell ever since, suffering beyond belief. Lucas Eckhart begged for mercy and wished he was dead for good. The Lord of Hell replied that he would accept this request and save Lucas. Rael reminded the Lord of Hell that these people were all his playthings and he didn't have to decide their fate. The hero suggested that the god of hell first think about the consequences for himself before selecting his victims of revenge. The Lord of Hell replied that such a mage as Raoul could not do anything to him and he did not care whose toys these people were, because in hell only he ran everything. The god of hell exclaimed that once something goes to hell, it becomes his property and what he does with it is nobody's business. Rael thought it was time to end the whole pretentious circus. The hero said that the god of hell is a real talker who can't even keep track of his hands. Rael exclaimed that each of these people was his toy and he would not allow them to be released so easily. The hero decided that he must remove any obstacle in the way of his revenge, and even let it be the god of hell himself. Chapter 72. Rael said that the god of hell should not do anything that is not asked of him. Pladikada replied that it was very interesting, since the little mage decided to go against his laws. He offered Rael a little more fun. The hero asked if he really needed to play with the dog. The Lord of Hell said that just playing with a dog will be very boring and therefore you need to add rules. The god of hell explained that his toys would gradually turn to stone by the minute, until Rael defeated his opponent. Lucas Eckhart was delighted to be able to escape from eternal suffering. But General Brown, on the contrary, began to shout that he did not want to turn into dust. Rael said that this rule suits him and he is in business. The Lord of Hell ordered his servant not to kill Rael in any case, because he could not be allowed to die before the judgment was completed. The demon shouted that since Rael couldn't tell the difference between a dog and a wolf, he would show him the difference and do it right on his brainless head. Rael joked that the dog really has big paws. The demon immediately yelled that he wasn't a dog at all and Rael should shut up. One of the demon's heads told the other to hold its fire, or else the rest of us would have nothing left of this impudent guy. Rael continued to mock the fearsome demon and said that he smelled like a nasty dog and that his fur was flying everywhere. The demon wondered how Rael had managed to survive the blow. Rael decided that since the enemy could not be burned, it was worth trying to cool him down. The demon heads became confused and began to argue over which of them was more important and how to deal with Rael. Each of them did not want to give up the right to primacy, and this only pleased the hero. Rael asked who was controlling the body during their quarrel, because it was completely unclear from the outside who was in charge. Heads began to say that this Rael was not quite an ordinary person, because otherwise he would have lost consciousness long ago. One of the heads claimed to be in charge, while the other demanded to melt the ice floes stuck in their faces. And the third was to shut up and destroy Rael immediately, because the Lord of Hell was looking at them. One of the heads said she would take care of it and said that now Rael would understand who was in charge. Rael thought that this would be more fun, and it was a little different from the children's scarecrows that the heads said. The hero advised the beast not to touch the sculptures of the Lord of Hell, because he will get angry, although they are very vile. One of the heads said that they would be punished for such a misdemeanor, but the other said that it was better to let it be so than they would lose to this person. The demon screamed out why Raoul wasn't talking anymore and demanded that the hero surrender immediately. Rael said that now he understood everything and dogs probably have a clear hierarchy and therefore the most important person controls the body. Heads began to argue over what to do with Rael. One of them was panicking and shouting that they should run. The other was offering to incinerate the hero. And the third was in favor of trying to freeze the enemy. Panic and confusion gripped the demon, and its heads recklessly accused each other of wrong actions. Each of them tried to take control of the body, while others interfered with this. Rael laughed and said that playing with the dog was very fun, but he didn't have time anymore and so it was time to finish. General Brown shouted that he could now feel his legs and move. Rael said that when he destroyed the fallen angels, he immediately thought that even as a human, he could kill anyone in this hell except for God. Rael asked me if I should have made Cerberus the torture watchdog instead of making such a cute little dog my right-hand man. Rael said that perhaps the Lord of Hell could only manage such a worthless servant. Chapter 73. Rael asked what other game the Lord of Hell had in store for him, since the watchdog adventure had come to an end. The god of Hell promised that the next game would be much more interesting and invited Rael to look into the magic ball. This ball-shaped artifact can only be used by God, who commands Hell. It contains the power to determine how polluted the human soul is. The crystal ball reflects the color of the soul, and on its basis determines the place for subsequent execution. After that, the punishment that lies ahead is projected in the sinner's head. And until now, there was not a single person who could endure such horror. Rael was surprised when he suddenly saw his mother. He asked what she was doing here. Then the crunch of bones cut off his voice, and he heard a plea for help from his dying mother. A new stage of projection brought him to the same place, but only now he was looking at the young men he had once saved. Rael realized that if he succumbed to the horror of his soul and body, he would become a dead man and would no longer be able to use his dark magic. All he could do was watch helplessly as the people close to him died, and that was the next torture from the Lord of Hell. The voice of God asked if Rael liked this game and promised that it would last forever. Therefore, Raul will have to be in an endless hell. The repeated death of his loved ones will transfer him to complete despair. This is his reckoning for his sins and his punishment for killing others. General Brown was surprised by the impotence of the once great hero Rael, and the Lord of Hell laughed and explained that Rael was in despair at the impending punishment, and that he was just a pathetic parody of God. And in the face of unbearable horror, this small mage can only fall into impotence and roll on the ground. Although at first it seemed that there was a rod in Raul, but in fact it is fragile like glass. General Brown and the rest of the sinners were horrified by this situation and decided that they would also come to an end. The Lord of Hell said that this is Rael's defilement and his future punishment, so the trial will begin soon. Suddenly Rael laughed in the face of God and said that he must have really played like this, since Vladika believed in his suffering so much. The hero noticed that the Lord of Hell knew him well and allowed him to see many familiar faces. And if he was thinking of breaking it that way, then it's a stupid idea and completely ineffective. Rael stated that he did not expect the God of Hell to be so naive, and would not be able, even a little, to strain his several convolutions. The Lord of Hell growled that the future punishment was going to be reflected in Rael's mind, and didn't he feel all this horror? Rael replied that God rules hell only through the fear of others and therefore does not understand how it can actually be ignored. The hero praised the Lord of Hell for a beautiful artifact and said that he would also like to have such a ball. After all, it is very difficult to determine each time whether a villain is in front of him or a good-natured person, and it takes a lot of time and effort. The master roared in anger and invited Rael to play again. He promised that this entertainment will be the last in the life of the hero. Rael wondered what else this stupid ruler of hell could surprise him with. Chapter 74. The enraged god of hell turned into a giant and declared that the rules were simple and he would release all the remaining dead. And if Raul can protect them, then he will win, and he will get a crystal ball. But if he can't, then he will lose and experience the wrath of the Lord of Hell. Rael replied that it sounded good and that he was ready to play cat and mouse with God. Vladika advised Rael to enjoy his last game properly, because when it was over, he would join the dead and experience millennia of punishment. Dr. Bennick and General Brown asked Rael to try and win, as they absolutely do not want to be destroyed by the Lord of Hell. The God of Hell announced that the game was starting and shouted to Rael that he could try to escape. Lucas Eckhart asked the hero what the hell he was doing and why he left the others. Rael explained that there was nothing wrong with them and they were just thrown a little further away. General Brown yelled that the Lord of Hell had shown him a bad thing, so he needed to answer him in full. Rael explained to Lucas Eckhart that he had never been tamed, which was why he had to be put on a leash. The hero decided that it was time to take advantage of the fallen angels and asked the God of Hell, really turning into a giant, ended his tricks. Rael shouted to the Lord of Hell that he hadn't found anyone yet and had to run faster to catch up, because it would be shameful to lose to an ordinary person. The Lord of Hell screamed, Raul should not be arrogant and should remember that this hell was created by him, so he knows every corner here. The God of Hell exclaimed that he had found the first victim, and I turned out to be Mad Sandra, who was wandering around in search of her princess. Vladika said that crushing her would be immediately uninteresting and decided to play a little with the victim. Princess Victoria's illusion told Mad Sandra that now she didn't need to look for her anymore, because she had already wanted to meet them for too long. Sandra exclaimed that she was very happy to see Victoria, and had been waiting for her princess all this time. The princess praised her faithful service and asked if she was alone all this time wandering around here. Princess Victoria asked to come closer to her and promised to hug Sandra as a sign of gratitude. The Lord of Hell, laughing at the victim, said that after all, these little people are very stupid and simple creatures. Lucas Eckhart tells the hero that the Lord of Hell has already found someone, and apparently it is the Mad Sandra, who is unable to escape. Rael said she was alright, but that god was stupid enough to call the dead people he knew so well. Sandra shouted that she was going to her princess and rushed forward. But suddenly, from behind, Princess Victoria's voice asked what the hell she was doing. Sandra's frantic mind was confused, and she was trying to figure out how there could be two princesses at the same time. Created by Rael, the princess said that Sandra fell for the doppelganger and for this she should be punished. Another princess, Victoria, began to assure that she was the real one, and that it was necessary to go to her arms as soon as possible. Sandra's crazy mind was caught between a difficult choice: go to the princess who promises punishment or go to the one who beckons with a hug. After a moment's hesitation, Mad Sandra grunted in response to the evil princess and rushed over to punish her. The evil princess Victoria immediately ordered her loyal Sandra to cut the fake with a sword, and then returned to her back, for the sake of punishment. Created by the god of hell, the illusion of Princess Victoria began to convince that she was the real one. But Mad Sandra replied that Princess Victoria had always treated her with all severity, and no hugs would deceive her. Chapter 75. Princess Victoria ordered Sandra to follow her, and Rael said that now at least she would start moving. Lucas Eckhart reminded Rael that he himself had not moved for a long time and therefore left the others to their fate. Rael replied that it took time to prepare revenge, and even the preparation of Lucas Eckhart had to be thoroughly studied first, and then only act. Therefore, you should not be indignant, but you should calmly wait for your turn. The Lord of Hell advised Rael not to get too cocky about this little trick, because it was only a temporary success. The fallen angel began to ask the master to stop and try to explain something, but the god of hell did not listen, and only waved his hand. Lucas Eckhart shouted that the god of hell had found someone else because he had gone the other way. The terrified General Brown wandered around and constantly asked why he was left alone and what kind of place this was. Suddenly, he came across a letter in which Rael ordered him to run as fast as he could and explained that he had a special plan. General Brown yelled that he was tired of these jokes, and where was he supposed to run? He shouted into the void, urging Rael to save him immediately since he had a plan. After calming down a little, General Brown realized that whatever it was, he needed to find shelter. The Lord of Hell said that General Brown is experiencing an incredibly strong fear right now, and this is great, but still not the limit. General Brown stopped dead in his tracks and asked what his family was doing here. His wife and children began to ask for his help, but the general was frozen with fear and could not even move. The Lord of Hell said that he had heard about General Brown's great love of meat, so he prepared a favorite dish for him. And if he does not like his wife very much, then the meat of the children will seem much softer and more pleasant to the taste. The children screamed for their father's help, but General Brown could not overcome his fear. The god of hell asked if he was happy to eat fresh meat after all this time. And do not be shy about your appetite, because there is still someone to cook. General Brown could only mutter in horror that he couldn't bear to look at it any longer and couldn't do anything about it. He screamed that he was terribly afraid, but the Lord of Hell insisted that he look at all the suffering of his loved ones. The god of hell shouted that he was General Brown's pathetic grimace and that he should try harder to feel the full horror and fear of what was happening as much as possible. General Brown yelled that he couldn't stand this fear any longer and begged the Lord of Hell to finish him off immediately. The god of hell replied that he simply admired the horror and fear on General Brown's face. And this is what all people are, because they are weak as midges. After all, pitiful humans are created for only one purpose: to be crushed. The Lord of Hell decided that leaving such a weak creature among the dead like General Brown would be a big mistake. Dr. Ren Bennick screamed that if she wasn't such a genius, she would never have made it in time. And that's why she hates brainless jocks. She told him that she had brought what Rael wanted. The hero happily replied that the doctor appeared at the right moment. Chapter 76. Dr. Ren Bennick shouted to General Braun that he must catch the object that Rael had prepared for him. She explained that it was an amplifying stimulant and that the general needed to drink it so that he could escape from God. General Brown wondered if this was the whole plan against God. The Lord of Hell said that a couple of bugs more, a couple of bugs less, still they are all useless. Lucas Eckhart called Rael a bastard for doing something to Dr. Rennet. Otherwise she wouldn't have been able to create a cure while in hell. Rael replied that it was just like that and the doctor had done everything according to his instructions. Ren Bennick ordered General Braun to drink the drug immediately if he didn't want to disappear forever too. She threatened that if he didn't drink the medicine, she would personally force him to do so. Therefore, he needs to stop whining and quickly drink the bottle. General Brown immediately screamed out in pain and began to transform. Lucas Eckhart said that the general failed them, too, and only became a skeleton. But Ren Bennick said everything worked out perfectly. The god of hell laughed in surprise and stated that he didn't expect the general to turn even more undead. But if that's what happened, then General Brown should give you another look of horror. Instead, General Brown roared in anger and charged. Surprised, the Lord of Hell only managed to say that this was happening at all. General Brown turned into a fearless creature and continued to make wild sounds while advancing on the enemy. Lucas Eckhart shouted how it was possible for the god of hell to retreat, and what a terrible thing Rael had done to the general. Rael explained that General Brown's condition was very sad and that the doctor's drug had turned him into a berserker. The Lord of Hell said how this pitiful person dared to hit him. After all, this is an unforgivable offense. Dr. Ren Bennick ordered the fallen angels to hold off the sides of hell as long as possible. The Lord of Hell roared with rage and said that up to this point, he was just playing around innocently. But now the pathetic bugs will know their place. Ren Bennick informed them that General Brown needed to be taken away immediately, as the effects of the stimulant would soon wear off. At least according to her calculations, it will happen very soon. The god of hell shouted in anger that all humans were worthless and annoying creatures, so he would personally exterminate them all. Vladika demanded that the sinner Rael Evans appear before him, because all the games are over and now all hell will come out against him. God shouted that he would summon all the powers of hell to bring suffering to the insolent insect who dared to insult the ruler of hell. Lucas Eckhart suggested that the god's mana is of a terrible level, and he is clearly up to something. So Raoul should pull himself together and start doing something. Raoul, amused, replied that this was exactly what he had been doing lately, so there was no need to worry, although it was expected that it would be possible to hold out for a long time. But the hell god's patience was not enough. The hero promised Lucas Eckhart that everything would be fine, because he had already prepared a worthy surprise for the Lord of Hell. Chapter 77. The epic confrontation between the hero Raoul and the Lord of Hell, who wanted to clear his possessions, has entered a decisive phase. The Lord of Hell shouted that they would all regret their actions, because they were vile godless people, and no matter what they try to do, they are just insignificant beings who are doomed to suffer and die. And everyone should understand and accept that once in this place, all their lives were in the hands of the Lord of Hell. Lucas Eckhart warned Raoul that God was going to attack. Raoul's reply was that he needed to concentrate. The Lord of Hell screamed that now he was going to rebuild hell and wipe out all those who were not pleasing to him and destroy all the souls under his control. Raoul thought that the stupid god was completely mad, but still, he should be allowed to show himself for now, although it will be fun when he finds out about his powerlessness and how surprised his eyes will be. The Lord of Hell told me what was going on and why everything had come back. Raoul asked why the god of hell was so surprised, and if he was upset that things didn't go exactly according to his rules. The Lord of Hell asked why all hell was still here in one piece. Lucas Eckhart asked what was going on, because he couldn't understand anything. Raoul explained that the Lord of Hell wanted to destroy all his possessions, but he prevented him, so he set up a special barrier for all of hell. Lucas Eckhart asked how this was even possible and how much effort it took. Raoul replied that he had spent a lot of time preparing it, and that it had also taken a lot of effort to create the spell. Lucas Eckhart asked if Raoul had originally known how this was going to go and planned it. Raoul explained that, judging by the behavior of the god of hell, it was clear that he was very irritable, and so he did everything he could to piss him off as much as possible. Raoul asked the Lord of Hell to answer whether it was really only wayward creatures who forced the game to start again when they didn't get their way. The god of hell, surprised, answered what the sinful hero meant, but Raoul only exclaimed that the game was still going on. And now it will be interesting to see if the Lord of Hell can find him in the countless crowd of the dead. The god of hell exclaimed that Raoul apparently decided to laugh at him. The master asked what magic Raoul had used against him, and if it was the goddess of love's tricks again. The Lord of Hell promised that all these tricks will not help the arrogant hero and he will kick his ass and make him suffer. After all the gods are eternal and invulnerable, and time for the destruction of pathetic people is nothing for eternal life. The god of hell promised that as soon as Raoul was exhausted, it would all be over and then it would be fun to see how pathetically the hero would fall to his knees. Lucas Eckhart said that the god of hell easily crushes fallen angels, but Dr. Ren Bennick explained that he was probably just fighting Raoul's illusory magic. The god of hell really destroyed enemies, did not even notice that there are more and more new ones. Ren Bennick said that, judging by Raoul's efforts, he is massively creating clones. Sandra was lamenting that God was on edge and trying to find her beloved Princess Victoria. Ren Bennick suggested that this fight is likely to last a very long time and they can only watch. At this time, the goddess of love hurried as fast as she could to the treasury of the gods. She decided that she needed to hurry up and take the artifact to Rudel before the god of hell killed him. After all, this magic scythe can kill even the gods. The goddess of love laughed and rejoiced that she could please her beloved hero. All she said was that she was on her way, and that she would do what Raoul wanted, no matter what it took. And all her efforts are only for the sake of true love. 3 days later, the battle continued. Rael asked the god to remind him of what he had said about the eternal gods and the insignificance of other beings. Rael said that the Lord of Hell looked very tired and was not as terrifying as he used to be. The god of Hell replied that there was something wrong with Raoul, because how can a fight with someone last 3 days and 3 nights? Rael said that he himself was wondering how the great Lord of Hell, a god, could get tired in just 3 days. Rael said he had hoped for more fun, but the Lord of Hell disappointed him. The hero explained that theoretically the body can fight forever without pain and fatigue, but whether the psyche can withstand such monotonous and exhausting work is another question. Rael assumed that the Lord of Hell himself was hoping to have some fun, deciding that the man was not his opponent. But after a full day of fighting, it was likely that the Lord of Hell was panicking. Rael was pleased to say that at that moment, the expression on the Lord of Hell's face was unforgettable. Rael asked if the god of Hell was kneeling in front of a pathetic bug and asked if the master was ready to continue. The hero said that now it will not be an easy ride and in the final the god of Hell will have to accept his fate. Lucas Eckhart asked if it was really over. Ren Bennick replied that nothing was clear yet and added that the Lord of Hell was still frozen. The god of Hell asked what if this fight was over, but Raoul asked me to speak normally and just admit defeat. Raoul explained that if the god of Hell was honest enough to admit defeat, then he was willing to compromise. The god of Hell wondered what kind of deal this brazen hero would offer him. Chapter 78. Raoul said that since he won this battle, he was ready to receive the promised crystal ball from the hands of the Lord of Hell. Raoul explained that there is one more condition and he will use this ball to throw sinners into hell in a month to restore the norm and free the earth. And the Lord of Hell for this month should give Raoul the right to use this ball at his discretion. After all, one devil, except for God, no one can cope with it. The hero reminded that these conditions will have to be accepted, because in fact the god of Hell has no choice in this situation. The master said that Raoul couldn't kill him with a knife alone. The hero replied that he knew this very well, but even if the master did not die, he would feel hell's pain in any case. Raoul declared that he had a great desire to carve this vile eye on the face of the Lord of Hell. God immediately declared that he agreed to the terms and would give Raoul power over the ball. The god of Hell explained that in order for him to transfer his power to someone, it was necessary to sign a contract. And for this purpose, he has a document that is usually used between the gods to exchange gifts. Raoul replied that he understood everything, and although the contract does not have a condition for people, but in any case, he does not see a problem. After all, no one has ever asked the gods to share their power with him, and so he will be the first of men. Raoul said that there was no time to waste and that the paper should be signed as soon as possible. The god of Hell called Raoul a scoundrel, and the hero reminded that he still wants to cut out the vile eye. The god of Hell reminded that this contract cannot be terminated in the course of work until both parties meet again. The hero replied that he understood everything, but there was a clause 12 in the contract, in which there are exceptions in the event of the death of one of the signatories of the document. In this case, the contract is considered terminated and all powers are transferred to the survivor. Raoul said that if that was the case, then he didn't need the Lord of Hell anymore. Vladimir replied that Raoul allowed himself to do so. The hero explained that he wanted to postpone the showdown with the gods until he could take revenge on people, because the sweetest things are supposed to be left for last. But it turned out that everything happened earlier, and therefore, as a warning measure, the god of Hell must receive his portion of revenge. Raoul asked Vladimir not to pretend that he had forgotten everything. The hero showed a long-standing council of the 12 gods, which was attended, of course, by the god of Hell. The 12 gods discussed the fate of Raoul, who was sent to the human world as a hero savior, and later sentenced to death. The gods were deciding whether to step in and save Raoul. Each of the gods, be it the god of war or the god of fertility, and all the others, disdained the fate of the hero of the savior. In the course of a brief discussion, they decided that Raoul was just a pathetic bug who was not worthy of their attention, and if they decided to execute him, then he deserves it. One of the most ardent supporters of non-intervention was, of course, the god of Hell, and this is the moment Raoul showed him. Raoul thanked the god of Hell for that unforgettable review of his fate. Raoul recalled that it was at the whim of the gods that he was elevated to the frame of a hero, and thrown into the world of the living with an unbearable burden. And after all his efforts, he was simply treacherously executed. And the gods themselves only laughed at the fate of the hero and did not help in any way. Raoul said that the god of Hell is actually near the bottom of his revenge list and will only serve as a warm-up. After all, the best part is yet to come. Vladika replied that he couldn't believe that some bug decided to take revenge on the gods, because it was ridiculous. But Raoul reminded how Vladika could not defeat him and asked him not to worry too much. Raoul asked that Vladika was probably feeling confused and needed to know what real fear was. The god of hell replied that this was impossible and that he could not be afraid of anyone, much less any person. The Lord of Hell reminded that not one person is not able to destroy God. The goddess of love exclaimed that she had already brought the artifact. Raoul said that it was very timely and thanked him for his efforts. The hero noticed that the artifact was much lighter than he expected. And the Lord of Hell was indignant at how a person can hold a scythe, which is subject to the fate of the gods. Raoul asked if he hadn't already guessed what lay ahead. Chapter 79. The god of hell exclaimed that this artifact could only be touched by gods, and it is impossible for a person to take it in his hands, and even fight 3 times in a row against God. Vladika exclaimed that he would not allow himself to be deceived and that this braid was probably a fake. Raoul replied that the scythe was brought to him by the goddess of love, so it's definitely not fake. Raoul thought that he should think of something interesting. He ordered the god of hell to resurrect the Holy Virgin and then kill her again. The god of hell replied that he should not go along with pitiful people and reminded that Christina could no longer be revived. Raoul asked Vladika to stop showing off and not forget how he lost the fight to an ordinary person. And now he is in a desperate situation and must obey, and obediently follow orders. The god of hell roared angrily in response and returned the Holy Virgin. The god of hell said that since he had fulfilled Raoul's request, he should be released alive. Raoul asked not to be impudent to the god of hell and said that next there will be a fascinating performance, in which he will have an important role. The fallen angels began to ask each other what was going on and where the noise was coming from. Raoul explained to the god of hell that he had gathered all his minions and now they must find out what was going on here. Raoul ordered the Lord of Hell to get down on all fours like an animal. The god of hell thought that he was beaten by a midge and now he is completely disgraced. Raoul reminded that it is time for Vladika to stop thinking of himself as a god, because even his kind is already flying away. The fallen angels began to discuss how pathetic their lord looked now, because he had lost the battle to an ordinary person. Raoul asked how the god of hell felt about being made a public joke. The hero reminded Vladika how he looked down on everyone and thought that he knew everything in the world. But now I knew what a real nightmare was, which I always used to frighten others with. The hero scoffed at the fact that the omnipotent gods were not so omnipotent, but could well experience human fear. Raoul exclaimed that he had brought them all together for one reason, to take part in the bet. And the last fight will take place from minute to minute, so the question remains who will be the winner. Those who deserve to win are worthy of applause, and those who win the argument will continue to work in hell on good terms. Therefore, you should consider your choice and decide on your candidate. Raoul asked who thought he would win. God immediately ordered no one to react. Raoul asked who was on the side of the Lord of Hell now. Raoul asked with annoyance that no one was really willing to bet on Vladika, because nothing would work out that way, and the argument was useless. Raoul reminded that Vladika will now earn forgiveness by his death, just as he once did at his execution. The master hissed that Raoul was nothing and couldn't kill a god. Raoul said that as for God, Vladika is very much afraid of people. The god of hell immediately gave up and begged for mercy. He promised to do anything to stay alive. But Raoul, tired of listening, waved his scythe. The hero said that the mage deserved forgiveness by death and he kept his word. The goddess of love exclaimed that Raoul had finally killed this evil god. The hero replied that it was all because of true love, and on this note, his preparation for revenge ended. Chapter 80. The goddess of love asked what Raoul meant by preparing for revenge, since he had just committed it. The hero replied that the death of the Lord of Hell was only the beginning and he only tried out the scythe. Raoul told the goddess of love that she was his target for revenge. The goddess of love said, how is this possible? Because she went against the rules many times for him. And Raoul himself always said that he relied only on her true love. Christina exclaimed that she had done her duty as a holy virgin after being chosen by the goddess of love, so why did she go to hell then? The goddess of love reminded Raoul of the wounds she had suffered for him. Raoul ordered the goddess of love to answer Christina's question. The goddess of love asked why Raoul still lacked her true love, but the hero explained that anyone who can be manipulated, would be suitable for this role. If such a person ceases to be useful, then they simply get rid of him, which is exactly the principle that Christina went to hell. Christina asked if it was really true and she was just deceived. Raoul explained that not only Christina was deceived, but also Princess Victoria and many other girls who were caught up in the passion. The goddess of love said that since Rael sensed her aura, then unfortunately, they see each other for the last time and soon her body will completely disappear. After all, her ability to regenerate didn't have any effect and now she has nothing to hope for anymore, since even God has turned his back on her. Rael asked the goddess of love to stop talking nonsense, because God probably doesn't care what happens to her. Rael said that in fact all the gods are the same. They are arrogant and greedy while they pretend not to understand what. Rael said that this was the last chance for the goddess of love to admit all her sins, although it wouldn't be enough to give her forgiveness anyway. The goddess of love said that she was very sorry that she did not save Rael during the execution. Rael said that wasn't what he meant at all, and explained that he was aware of all her sins. The hero reminded the goddess of love how she appeared in Christina's dreams and imposed a perverted understanding of love. And then, at her suggestion, Christina went to powder the brain of Princess Victoria. Therefore, it is the goddess of love who is to blame for all the crimes that these girls have committed. Rael said he knew all the details. The goddess of love said that she loved Rael and did everything for his good. But the hero asked why she herself did not tell about everything, but pretended to be just a fool. The goddess of love explained that she was ashamed when Raoul himself suffered because of her actions. The hero reminded that the goddess herself was not against his execution. The goddess exclaimed that it was impossible to doubt her love, because she really did everything for Rael, and did not mean any harm at all. Rael said that her words did not fit in at all with those events and that the goddess was just messing with people's brains for fun, not thinking about the consequences. The goddess of love said that she did not fool anyone, but only instructed sinners on the right path. Rael asked her to explain Princess Victoria's behavior when she tortured, raped and tortured him in the castle dungeon. Chapter 81. Rael felt some kind of magic working on him as his cock moved on its own, and Princess Victoria cast a spell to take advantage of the hero's powerlessness. Rael asked Princess Victoria to stop using it. The hero shouted that no matter what she wanted and did with him, he still would not give in to her will. But Victoria continued to laugh and enjoy the intimacy with the desired hero. Rael tried to resist Victoria's magic, but it was too much for him and the excitement was still there. Princess Victoria humored Rael in every possible way. She asked if Rael liked her body and the softness of her lips. Princess Victoria called the hero her favorite and admired his strength. She was glad when Rael's voice sounded like a girl's during ecstasy. The princess cast the spell over and over again and caused Rael's body to experience a new excitement. The hero did not understand what was happening to him and constantly tried to persuade Princess Victoria to stop. His body burned unrestrainedly and brought all new pleasure to the lustful princess. Victoria could not stop and continued to rape the hero in a variety of poses. Her screams and gasps carried far beyond the cell, but she wasn't worried about anything, as her lust clouded her mind. She continued to give herself pleasure, ignoring the hero's requests to stop. Princess Victoria screamed that Rael's cock was just huge inside her, and she loved her hero. Meanwhile, Rael was crying in despair and begging the princess to get off of him. Victoria demanded that Rael accept and enjoy himself. She wanted to make both of them have fun, and she was willing to spend hours hanging out with a guy. Victoria said that Rael belongs only to her and she will never let him go. For hours on end, she did not stop raping Rael in the hope of getting the hero to reciprocate, but she never succeeded. The princess coaxed and threatened the hero, and then again raped his exhausted body. Rael lost track of time then, but the only thing he understood was that it was being used. Rael felt pain all over his body and knew that Princess Victoria had dishonored him as soon as she could. Chapter 82. Princess Victoria said that she would like to stay with Raoul forever, but she has to go on business. Before leaving, she muttered that it was too early and wrapped Raoul in magic. Raoul explained to the goddess of love that it was at that moment that he realized that it was not Princess Victoria who raped him, but she in the guise of a princess. After all, the spell that was cast on him clearly smelled of the goddess of love. The mad goddess exclaimed that this was the only and last time she would control anyone. The hero replied that it was possible, but the goddess of love always took advantage of weak spots in the hearts of people. The goddess of love gave the idea, and Christina and Princess Victoria were already acting of their own free will and desire. They were able to stop, but they continued and went further, for which they deservedly paid the price. The goddess of love asked why Raoul was doing this to her, because she loved him and wished him well. Raoul replied that all this was not love, but only lust and the satisfaction of his own selfish desires, and the goddess only used it for her own purposes. The goddess asked what Raoul meant and did not try to please her in her desires. The hero explained that he also used her as she used him before. The goddess of love exclaimed that all this is evidence of their one and only love. Therefore, together they are destined to build a paradise for their love, a place where it's just the two of them and no one can stop them. Rael said that all the gods are arrogant and all this is just a deception, so there was no one and only love. And Bogi knows this very well, but still continues to try to play, although she has had a lot of other men to whom she said the same thing. Raoul said that she was constantly looking for new beauties and deceived them, so what kind of only love can this be? The goddess of love persuaded each of the guys to create a paradise for the two of them and swore eternal love. But over time, she abandoned all those who were no longer able to fulfill her wishes, although she left those who coped with her requests just because they were boring. Rael asked her how she dared to talk about her one and only love for him after this. The goddess of love screamed that it doesn't matter what happened in the past, because now for her the only love is this. Rael, the hero, joked in response that the goddess apparently jumps on everyone who has a nicer face, and in fact she is an ordinary whore. She exclaimed that she couldn't be a whore because she was a deity. Rael said that the goddess of love's wish all along was very simple. The hero reminded that he always gives what he deserves to everyone who needs it. Rael said that since everyone had already seen the goddess of love play with his body against his will, then there would definitely be someone who would do the same to her. After all, the time has come for the revenge of the goddess of love. Chapter 83. Rael informed the goddess of love that she would now be accompanied by this beautiful orc. The huge orc roared in delight and asked who the beauty in front of him was. Rael replied that now he could have fun with the goddess of love in peace. The orc said that he did not expect such a gift at all and was very happy to have the opportunity to fuck the goddess beauty. The goddess of love screamed that she would never allow it, because such a freak should not touch her beautiful body. She demanded that the hideous orc be removed from her sight immediately, and added that she had never seen such a vile monster. The orc only tried to protest that it hurt him to hear such a thing to himself. But the goddess of love did not calm down. She asked Rael to remove the monster from her, because its vile smell would make her nose fall off. And she even wants to go blind so that she can't see his terrible face. Rael laughed and remarked that he hadn't even realized that the goddess of love could make such a deafening cry. Rael explained that he had brought this orc specifically for the goddess of love, because it has all the qualities that she hates so much and it represents a complete abomination. The goddess of love no longer heard the hero's words. She only shouted at the orc that was inexorably approaching her. Rael happily announced that they were going to have a good time alone and moved them to the exact same cell he was in. The orc yelled that sex in prison was fine and he was already incredibly aroused. The goddess of love began to beg Rael for mercy and explained that she could not stand such torture. But the hero replied that he was only giving her what she deserved and she should understand this perfectly well. Now that he no longer needed her, Rael wished the goddess a pleasant time with the orc. The goddess of love was frantically hysterical and begged not to be left alone with such a monster. The orc said that now he is ready and no one will interfere with them anymore, and the goddess will get a lot of emotions from the first time with the orc. The goddess screamed at the orc not to come near, because it was so disgusting that she would immediately throw up. The goddess threatened the orc with divine punishment for such a crime. But the monster didn't care. He just said that it was also his first time with the goddess and he was happy with the pink nipples. The orc noticed that the goddess's body was much more honest than she was and decided to pay attention to her ample breasts. The goddess was horrified to realize that she was enjoying being close to an orc, and she couldn't believe it. She asked him what he was doing to her and begged him to stop. The orc explained that Rael had specially filled this space with magic that increases sensitivity. And it must be very insulting for the goddess of love to experience such vivid sensations from an orc, and not from another handsome man. The orc screamed that he was incredibly lucky and now he would gladly help the beautiful goddess. The prisoner screamed that he was not worthy to touch her body, much less insert his vile thing into it. But the orc just laughed and said it was time to start. The goddess groaned at the sheer volume, and the orc praised her for being so narrow. The orc laughed and shouted that he was fucking the goddess herself, and she bitterly realized that she herself was enjoying it. The orc asked her if she didn't want him to stop and drag his friend out. He noticed the goddess's grip on him growing tighter and tighter. The orc said that he was pleased since their feelings were now mutual and they should please each other. The goddess only screamed back, but more and more with pleasure than terror. The orc announced that he had already done everything and added that in fact, people like him can do 100 times in a row. The goddess begged the orc to stop and not make her feel so good again. But the orc replied that this was just the beginning and now he was ready to move on to the second time. Chapter 84. Rael thought it would be a good idea to take the body of the Lord of Hell for his Museum of Vengeance and create a beautiful exhibit out of it. But alas, the gods, when they die, their bodies completely disappear. And if you can't take the body, then you need to make it a part of yourself. Rael felt a surge of energy from eating the heart and decided that now it was time for him to return to Earth. The orc informed the goddess of love that this was the 120th time they had done this. She just wondered where she could have gone wrong when she chose Rael as her hero, or when she gave him magic, or maybe when she let him go to hell. After all, she is the goddess of love, who received the best men of this era and was to be loved and revered forever. But why is it that she is now dying under the dreadful orc in such a vile state? The goddess of love remembered how she was supposed to become an absolute god, and all she had to do was restore the body parts she had sacrificed for Rael. And if her body recovered, she might even be able to escape from the hideous monster that was raping her. But now she, the absolute goddess, is on the verge of extinction and only begs for salvation. The orc said that if the goddess broke down and goes out 120th time is the limit for her. The orc thought that this would make the other gods angry with him, even though he was very ashamed. And he was just too excited from his first time with the goddess. The orc decided that now he needed to get rid of the body somehow and hide all the evidence. He came up with the idea of burying the goddess so that no one would know what had happened to her. The goddess began to call for help and try to escape from the clutches of the monster. She asked the orc to stop. But the crunch of her bones was cut off by a desperate cry, and the orc said that now she looked like nothing more than a lump of mud. Burying the remains of the goddess of love, the orc sincerely regretted that he would not be able to have fun with her again. Although the memories of her pleasant body will stay with him forever. The fallen angels began to ask each other where such strong dark magic came from. Raoul said that since they were all waiting for him here, he was grateful for such attention. The hero was surprised that the Hell God's body was still here and thought that they were not disappearing as quickly as he expected. The fallen angels began to shout that a new god had been born and they must now serve and worship him. They shouted that the age of the old gods had come to an end and that they needed Rael's blessing. The fallen angels claimed that Rael was their master and could give them any orders they wanted. Rael replied that since they were ready to do whatever he ordered, he needed to think carefully and decide what to do first. Chapter 85. The fallen angels begged Rael to give them his first order. The hero realized that when he defeated the god of hell, he became a new ruler for the local inhabitants. Rael was surprised that such a primitive system worked in the world of the gods, and now all the status and abilities of the former master passed to him. The fallen angel said that in order for Rael to use his former master's abilities, the absolute god must officially grant him the status of a god. Rael replied that he now understood why he did not feel a new strength in himself. Rael thought that in order to use his new powers, he would have to re-sign a contract with God. And all he can use now is to exterminate sinners, as well as use the sacred treasure crystal. Rael stated that he didn't have time to go to the absolute god, so getting new abilities should be postponed until later, when he was free from more important matters. Rael ordered the fallen angels to prepare a dungeon for all those whom he took revenge on, because they are destined to spend a lot of time here. Lucas Eckhart and Dr. Ren Bennick were outraged by Rael's decision. They reminded him that without their help, he would not have been able to defeat the god of hell. And so they demand a completely different attitude and gratitude in the form of salvation from suffering. But Rael replied that it was only easier for him without them, so he didn't owe anyone anything. Rael did promise to make the prisoners' conditions in Hell's prison much better than they had been under the previous master. The hero announced to the fallen angels that his first order as the new god of hell obliges them to look for new ideas for improving the prison. And those who have ideas can speak out right now, because they plan to manage hell together. Rael reminded the fallen angels that they had won that last bet after all. The hero said that it seems that before him hell was really a terrible place for all inhabitants, and not just for sinners. The fallen angel replied that this was indeed the case and that their former master had kept them in the same conditions as ordinary sinners. Their lives depended entirely on the will of the gods, and they had no rights or freedoms. The fallen angel told how their good news was presented by the god of hell as his own, and for any offense they were punished with death. So they all worked in terrible conditions and in constant fear. At the same time, the whole situation and environment was terribly tasteless, but no one dared to point it out or change anything, because everything was punishable by death, and the god of hell himself could not stand any criticism or comments. Rael replied that it was all clear to him now, what every fallen angel went through. The hero suggested starting from this day to create a new hell together. Rael exclaimed that now there would be a new kind and understanding master for everyone, and he would listen to the opinion of each of his subjects. Therefore, the only goal for everyone is to create a new beautiful hell together. The fallen angels cheered Rael's decision and chanted, Glory to the new Lord of Hell. Rael explained that he can't stay in this place forever, so one of the fallen angels becomes responsible for Hell during his absence. Rael advised the person in charge not to worry and asked if he had any ideas for Christina's dungeon. After all, she was the first person to beg for her life. The person in charge suggested forcing Saint Christina to constantly pray for her life to be spared. Rael replied that he liked the idea and needed to create such a dungeon for her as soon as possible. Raoul asked everyone who has any ideas to feel free to come to him. Also, the person in charge during his absence should listen to the ideas of those who want to speak out. Rael said that it was time to get to work and create new dungeons. The hero thought that it would be interesting and he would look forward to it with impatience. The prisoners began to shout that this was complete nonsense and they should be released immediately. But the fallen angels silently obeyed their new master's orders. Rael exclaimed that it was time for him to leave and so he left everything to the fallen angels. The capital was shrouded in smoke from fires and pogroms. 2 months had passed since Rael's disappearance, and the people in the city were divided into 2 camps, the royalists and the Rawlists. A serious power struggle broke out between them, which led to the decline of the capital. The fights were fierce and everyone tried to prove their case. The royalists accused Rael's supporters of praising the vile murderer, and the Rawlists admired the hero Raoul and believed that his guilt was fabricated by the royal family. Raoul's supporters sought to seize power and advocated that Raoul should become the main one in the city. The royalists said that this was complete nonsense, because Raoul died a long time ago and will not return, so the actions of fanatics are meaningless. Each of the parties destroyed the competitor with special cruelty and pleasure. Neither the elderly nor children were spared, and many people died who did not speak for either side at all. The monks of the cult of Rael found themselves in a difficult situation, because the royalists organized an attack that was successful. It was decided to inform the chief abbot of the cult of Rael about this. He was informed that an emergency situation had occurred and his intervention was needed. The rector of the church and the head of the cult was the former fiancé of Princess Victoria. Chapter 86. The high priest continued to pray and ask Rael to protect all of his followers. The monk reported that in the 7th arrondissement, royalists used Molotov cocktails and there are many wounded. The assistant chief priest replied that one should not forget the main commandment of the cult of Rael. After all, you just need to desperately pray to the great Rael for forgiveness and wait for salvation. And the high priest never ordered the use of force. The monk said that he understood everything perfectly, but it was all because of the novices who got out of control. And they claim that they are acting to take care of the cult of Rael. Dolores thought that the warlike acolytes were a problem, even though the high priest himself had ordered everyone who relied on them to be accepted. Dolores decided that it would be best to explain everything to Emil in the evening. She promised the monk that she would talk to the chief priest and clarify everything. Emil prayed constantly and rarely paid attention to anyone. Dolores recalled how after the execution of the Holy Virgin Christina, the inhabitants of the capital began to fear the revenge of the former hero Raoul. However, Raoul did not appear again, but people were happy about this for a very short time. After all, the capital was hit by another bad weather. A terrible flood that hadn't happened in hundreds of years flooded the city and destroyed all the crops in the area. The river overflowed its banks and many people died. After the water subsided, a terrible infection spread through the city and people began to die due to the disease. Death was quick and painful. At some point, a rumor began to emerge that all this was the result of Rael's curse, and people became even more afraid of the former hero. But then they decided to beg Rael to show mercy. Such people became more and more. These people turned to Emil Ockel for help and accepted him as the main priest of the cult. Then the cult began to grow and people began to call themselves novices of the cult of Rael. Novices began to preach their interests among the inhabitants of the city, sometimes even forcing people to beg for forgiveness in front of Rael. The activities of the cult of Rael immediately spread to the entire capital, and all the people found out about their oppression of the infected. Many people were dissatisfied with the activities of the cult of Rael and strongly advocated its destruction. Thus, the king's faction was formed. Each of the parties began to arm themselves and the clashes escalated into real battles. No one wanted to give in and spared no expense on weapons. All residents of the capital eventually split into 2 camps. Some wanted the restoration of the country under the leadership of the king, and others stood up for Rael, for the fact that only he can save everyone with his mercy. As a result, the entire capital turned into a battlefield where there were no rules. Dolores interrupted her son's prayer and told him there was trouble. Therefore, he, as the high priest, must give his answer. But Emil didn't want to hear anything, just begged for Rael's forgiveness. Dolores tried to calm her son down and promised that she would think up everything for him, because he was so kind that he could not understand such terrible things. At this time, the demon army headquarters decided to discuss the situation in the capital. The head of the civil administration, Damien, asked the captain of the Night Order, Kilo, how things were going in the Kurtz kingdom. The captain said that in the residential areas of the capital, violent civil clashes do not subside. As a result, the port city of Toruta remained virtually unguarded, and the demons freed by the princess continue to win it back. Captain Kilo said that now was the perfect time to try to break free of Kurtz's control completely. The captain asked if the princess was feeling better, but Damien said it wasn't. She's still sitting in her room, just looking out the window. Chapter 87. Damien said that the maid somehow managed to feed Princess Deodora, but she was still losing weight and it was scary to look at her. Princess Deodora is the only surviving descendant of the Demon Lord. She was born to a human mother from the previous Demon Lord. She was raised in secret outside the castle, but Khalil and Damien always watched over and guarded her peace. But when she was 14, her parents died and she was completely orphaned. She was sheltered by her half-sister, the Demon Lord's older sister. It happened 6 months before the hero Rael attacked the Demon Castle. The Demon Lord ordered Deodora to hide and live where she would be hidden from prying eyes. And even in the Demon Castle, only a handful of those closest to her knew of her existence. For this reason, before the attack of the hero Rael, Princess Deodora was taken away from the castle. But then, after those events, Princess Deodora disappeared from sight, and Khalil and Damien were unable to find her in the vast forests. And just recently, Princess Deodora herself returned to the Demon Castle, but she was completely broken and didn't say a single word. After the death of the former hero Rael, Princess Deodora lost her enemy. After all, revenge for the death of the Demon Lord's older sister was her life's goal. After that, Deodora realized what had happened and closed in on herself. Captain Keel said that to restore the country, they needed Princess Deodora to recover. Over and over again, Deodora replayed the terrible events she had experienced as a slave trader. She also recalled how she took revenge on the hero Raoul, and these terrible images could not free her wounded mind. Captain Keel reported that he had just arrived from a campaign, but Deodora did not respond. Damien explained that he had been trying to distract the princess for more than a month, but all his attempts were useless. It was as if her soul had left her body. Keel asked how they could bring her to her senses. The captain tried to tell Deodora that when they had recovered everything King Kurtz had taken, it was time to rebuild the country. And the Kur's capital is currently in the midst of a civil war, so it's time for the demon nation to get back on its feet. Keel asked Deodora to hear her voice, but the princess didn't respond. Suddenly, the sound of glass cut off the captain's words and a bird flew into the room. Keel said there was a letter on the paw, and Damien said that it must be Kurtz's doing, because you can feel his magic. The captain handed the letter to Deodora, and the princess read that the hero Rael had risen from the dead. During the battle in the capital, a bright flash blinded everyone in the area. The girl said that they finally got there, because it took them 20 days to get there. One of the newcomers said that this place is too noisy, although the magic is still working. Atticus said that his whole body aches from such a path, and the girl reminded him that apparently he is already an old man in his 23 years, so he can safely retire. Residents of the capital began to ask the guests whose side they were on and in every possible way annoy them. Atticus said that he couldn't just kill people, even those who were very much in the way. The girl said that they don't care who's for whom in this fight, because they came to get into the royal castle. Therefore, everyone should make way and not interfere with the walk. The residents realized that they were state magicians. One of the magicians said that they were late and needed to go to the General Assembly as soon as possible. She said Caleb was right and we should hurry. The villagers immediately spread a rumor about the mages who had arrived and how they had injured people. She told her companions that it would be good if the Master Mage's plan worked.